Hello, everyone. Welcome at the third FIDE Intercontinental tournament for the prisoners. I'm Women Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili, and for this event, we will be three of us who will hosting this show. Later on, International Masters Almira Skripchenko and Michael Rahal will join me and host the show and also commentate the games. Before I will go to the regulation and go very deep to about this tournament and tell you a lot of details about it. Let's start with opening ceremony, and I would like to invite the president of International Chess Federation, Mr. Arkady Dvorkovich, for his opening speech.
Dear colleagues, it's my honor and pleasure to address you today on behalf of FIDE, the International Chess Federation, as we celebrate the opening of the third Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for prisoners. When we started organizing online chess events for people in prison in May 2021, we had just 4 participating countries. In October that year, we held the first Intercontinental Online Chess Championship, featuring 43 teams from 31 countries. In May of this year, we reached a significant milestone in Chicago when we organized the inaugural Chess for Freedom conference. Over 40 experts joined us to discuss programs and initiatives aimed at introducing chess to inmates. Now, more than 2 years after the launch of the project, I am pleased that we are here to celebrate the start of the third Intercontinental Championship. In this online event, we have a total of around 120 teams, including more than 20 female and 18 youth teams from 50 countries across the world. This is another big step forward to getting more people involved in chess. I would like to thank everyone, the people who instigated this idea, the national chess federations, arbiters, state authorities, and of course the players who are taking part in this event. Let me finish with one message which I hope you will find useful. Nobody wants to end up in prison, but we all make mistakes and we have to live with the consequences. Nevertheless, we all possess the inherent right to a better life and a second chance, another chance. Your participation in this event is a proof of that. Chess can help in living a better life. It teaches us skills which are relevant for a good life, such as patience, order, focus, fighting even when things are tough, finding a solution in a difficult position. But chess is also a tool that can bring us together and can prove to be a gateway to another, better world. With this in mind, I wish you luck and success, and I truly hope that chess will be useful to you as it has proven to be to millions around the world who enjoy playing it.
Thank you very much for the welcome to the president of International Chess Federation, Mr. Arkady Dvorkovich. And now it is time to hear some welcome words from Cook County Sheriff, Mr. Tom Dart.
I'm deeply honored to be with you today at this unique chess event, the third Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for prisoners. Chess transcends boundaries and has the power to change lives. I think we all know that. It is a game of strategy, intellect, and endless possibilities. And it has the potential to inspire transformation and redemption. And I believe that this project, Chess for Freedom, helps that and helps to create your personal stories, your personal experiences that you will carry on after this tournament the rest of your life. And I hope that this event will also create some new ones. The stories go back long ago when we talk about chess in prisons. You might remember probably one with Claude Bloodgood. In 1970s, he was sentenced to death for the murder of his mother. A sentence later commuted to life in prison. During his time being behind the bars, Bloodgood became an avid chess player, dedicating thousands of hours to the game, playing with fellow inmates, guards, and even engaging in correspondence chess. His dedication was so remarkable that he qualified for the US Chess Championship, though of course circumstances prevented him from participating. Nevertheless, within the prison walls, he taught chess to thousands of inmates, authored a chess book, and was often interviewed by the media. So that was in 70s, but many of the program participants already have created great experiences of establishing chess clubs when they go out, of inspiring other inmates to go in for chess, to be more intelligent, to be more dedicated, to be more concentrated, to get another reason in their lives. So I wish us all a lot of pleasure, a lot of excitement, a lot of adventure in this tournament, and new stories for us, for your lives and the future. There's one very important thing in chess world. We are equal and start of the same, something which many of us did not have in life to begin with. In this game you have the opportunity to engage with fellow inmates, staff and volunteers as equals, creating bridges that may not have been possible otherwise. So all of us have level playing field. All of us will have great opponents from all over the world these 2-3 days, and I hope that we will demonstrate great fair play, demonstrate great respect to the opponents, and great love and passion.
Thank you so much for welcoming words. That was the Deputy Chair of FIDE Management Board, Ms. Dana Reznice-Ozola. And now it is time to hear another welcoming speech before we start the tournament. And this is Country Sheriff Ms. Tom Dart.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart, and I'm here to welcome you to the 3rd Intercontinental Online Chess Tournament for incarcerated individuals. As most of you know, chess is a marvelous sport, period. It gives you so many different tools, but particularly for individuals who are incarcerated, it gives them a sense of accomplishment. It gives them the ability to understand the need to think ahead, move by move, not just the immediate. And for us, over all these years, it has been a marvelous thing for our detainees. And I want to particularly thank my staff and the staff of FIDE for all of the work that you've done all of these years. It is truly you who have made this the success it is, and I expect it to be another wild success thanks to you. We are thrilled to have you all here with us today, and we are looking forward to a very successful tournament. As always, we would prefer to win, but at the end of the day, we want everyone to enjoy themselves and take away from this that you too can accomplish things if you put your mind to it. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much for the welcoming words to the participants of the 3rd Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for Prisoners. We call this project also as Chess for Freedom because this project became one of the reasons of the freedom of some prisoners. In fact, the Georgian team, the champions of 2021, they got released from prison, and this title of being a world champion helped them so big time. So the games will start in a few minutes. I will take one board and analyze that for you, and then we can go through to many games. But before that, let me just talk a little bit about this tournament. This year we have more participants than the other 2 events, and we have 118 teams in total from 50 countries, and that is indeed very, very nice thing to have so many participants from around the world. We have 10 male groups, in total 78 teams, and we have the 3 female groups. That means that we have total 22 teams, and we do have also youth teams. We have 3 groups for youth teams, and in total 18 teams. So today is a qualification, and from each group we're gonna have only 2 qualifiers for tomorrow, and then on 13th we're gonna have the final day and the finals. So the schedule is that today we have the qualifiers, we have a lot of participants from around the world, and tomorrow we're gonna have less and less teams, and the final day will be just two teams for the first and second place, and two teams for the bronze medal, third and fourth places. The time control is 10 minutes, and each player will have also 5 seconds of the increment. So that's a bit time pressure for the players because this is a rapid time control. Each team has 4 members, and they can have as much substitutes as they want, so it's not really limited. And today in the stage 1 we're gonna have 7 rounds from as I mentioned, from each group we're gonna have 2 qualifiers. Only we're waiting for the games to start. So far we don't have games started yet, but I can see that they are starting to get ready. And you guys, we also have the footage from many prisons, and we can just check out how the players are doing. So if there is anyone from your family or friends, do let me know in the comment section of our YouTube chat, and we can take a closer look to that groups. So as I mentioned, we have male and female groups as well as the youth groups, and the teams are divided into the countries are divided into different groups, and in some cases we even have several countries taken part. So that means that they have a lot of participants, which is a great opportunity for the prisoners to have these 3 days of the chess tournament. And as we have been heard in the interviews of the prisoners who took the part in the first and second edition, for them this is a great day as they have an opportunity to compete, to play as a team, and to win a competition. So looking forward for this event, and I know my colleagues Almira and Michael are also very much looking forward to it. You guys, we're gonna have also a lot of guests coming today, and we're gonna run the show almost like a whole day with a lot of interesting videos and interviews alongside with a lot of fighting chess. And I can see the games have already started, so the moment we have a chance to get into the games, I will start to analyze the chessboard. So some of the players are very good at chess. Some of the players have just started to play chess. Anyway, this is a big celebration for everyone, and we are not going to judge on the chess part, but I'm going to show you guys how it is possible to play chess, to get the freedom for a day, to be among of your team. And of course, these players, they had the time to spend for the trainings. So I'm sure this is the event for them that they are looking forward to have every year. So we're getting the games very fast. And before that, we do have some statistics of the first and second edition. So I'm gonna go through to that. The first edition that happened in 2021, we had 31 countries, in total 43 teams, and the champions were Mongolia in the men's section and Georgia in the women's section. In the second edition, which happened last year, 2022, we had 46 countries and 80 teams. There was already the double teams at that time for the second edition. Seems like a lot of countries just decided to join the competition, and they thought it was a great opportunity for the inmates to take a part at the chess competition. And then this year in 2022, we had the winners from Philippines for men, Mongolia from women, and youth was Serbia. And that was the first edition when we had the youth competition. So this year it's going to be the second edition for the youth to have this opportunity to win the world championship title in chess. So according to these statistics, we can clearly say that Mongolia is quite strong in female and the male teams. So looking forward to see the games of this year as well. And in the third edition, which is happening right now, we have 50 countries. It's increasing every year, and we have 118 teams. Out of these 118 teams, we do have 22 female team, 18 junior team, and the rest of the teams are that 78 teams are from men. So we're waiting for the start of the games, but before that we have prepared very interesting video, and let's now take the look at this video. You will hear very touching and heartwarming story, so we can talk a little bit about this video right back when I'm coming to you guys. So take a look at this.
So today, the Gift of Chess, in coordination with Exodus, has come together to put on this mini chess tournament for its community members and to just sort of launch what we hope to be a fruitful partnership. For me personally, this means a lot because in events like this where we show that we're more than our past, we're more than our trauma, and just the transformative effect chess can have on healing, I think is just really powerful, and it's just so incredible to see the turnout from today and to see what I always knew, the impact of chess. Happy to be here, happy to be a part of this initiative, and looking forward to see how we continue this and build upon this in the future.
First of all, tell us how you are doing. I'm doing well, thank you. I feel really good. Thanks a lot. My name is Khatuna Kurdadze. I'm 54. And you are a world champion. I'm a world champion. Let's make it clear, she is a world chess champion from the number 5 female penitentiary facility. The success story of convicted women became known a few days ago. The national anthem of Georgia was played in the USA and the women were celebrated as world champions. Congratulations again to the team from Georgia. They are the winners of the first Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for prisoners. When they play your anthem in America to honor your achievement, you get emotional. I can't describe what it's like. You have to feel it. The Georgian team of convicted women defeated 43 teams from 31 countries at the International Online Chess Championship and became the world champions for the first time in history. I did not expect this. I could not even imagine that we would qualify for the finals. We played 11 rounds in the semi-finals and needed to gain 2 points in each. We managed to score much more. I was in my office when I received the call. I was told that we had become champions. Of course, I invited the ladies over. They came with radiant faces, looks of bliss and happy smiles. It was a very emotional moment. The prisoners had been preparing for the championship for several months. To test their skills, they competed with each other regardless of age and gender. Prior to the championship, the women defeated the men and won the internal competition. This is how the 4 convicted women made it to the international tournament. Khatuna is a member of the winning team. She is a world champion. Chess has been a part of her life since childhood. As a school-age girl, she even became a champion of the Soviet Union. She is one of the winners, but the only one for whom participating in the World Championship was difficult and highly emotional. When you are heartbroken, when you are a prisoner at this facility, and when you are also ill, it is a miracle of God to get the opportunity to participate in the tournament and become a world champion. There is no other way to explain it. Khatuna has been fighting cancer for 8 years. She learned about new metastatic lesions a couple of months ago, and a couple of days before the finals of the World Championship, she had her 25th round of chemotherapy. I was not sure if I could participate in the tournament. If I did not play, our team would be short 1 board, and they would lose 1 point in each round. So I gathered my strengths. Making it to the finals was a significant incentive for me. You do not consider your diagnosis a verdict, do you? I don't. Cancer is just a diagnosis, not a verdict. I have been fighting it already for 8 years. It fights me and I fight it. I do not have cancer. Cancer has me, and I'm gonna win. She fights not only a severe disease, but also the routine of the penitentiary facility. She spares no effort to make each day different, to learn more and to teach others. I teach mathematics. That's my profession. Several prisoners expressed their desire to study, so I give lessons to 3 students. I'm helping 1 student with physics. I was also teaching chemistry to 1 prisoner. In my free time, I knit. I'm quite good at it. I knit with knitting needles and a crochet hook. I also work with beads. There are 4 more years left before leaving the penitentiary facility, but the title of world champion makes her stronger now. God has said that a leaf does not fall without His will, so perhaps I was meant to become a world champion. And where else would I have had the chance? I'm serving my sentence. I love you very much. Thank you so much for this interesting interview. I would hug you if there was no COVID. So let's finish this way. Thank you.
Everyone deserves a second chance. That's what we believe at Indian Oil. Instead of being held hostage to past mistakes, we believe that prison inmates can become productive members of society. Our esteemed chairman, Mr. Srikanth Madhav Vaidya, had visited Chanchalguda prison at Hyderabad and saw sports as a means to elevate the lives of the inmates. With this belief, Indian Oil's Parivartan, Prison to Pride, was launched on August 15, 2021 under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebration. The initiative reflects Indian Oil's core value, care, to help prison inmates and juveniles build a better life through sports coaching by Indian Oil's sportspersons, including international badminton players Abhin Shyam Gupta, S. Arun Vishnu, Yasil Ismail, Grandmaster and Indian women chess team coach Abhijit Kunte, woman Grandmaster Padmini Raut, international tennis player Rashmi Chakravarti, renowned carom player Ramesh Babu and Srinivas, and international hockey player Kamlesh Parihar. Across 4 phases, more than 2,900 inmates were provided with sports coaching from 52 prisons across 28 state and 8 union territories under the initiative. Basketball, badminton, chess, volleyball, tennis, table tennis, kho-kho, and carom were identified as sports that need mental as well as physical agility, giving an opportunity to excel to hundreds of prisoners so far. Indian Oil has commissioned retail outlets in prison premises, catering to public. 30 of these retail outlets employ ex- and serving prison inmates as customer attendants, providing excellent service and living a life of dignity. Parivartan celebrated a moment of triumph when the initiative was recognized by World Chess Federation (FIDE) during prestigious Chess Olympiad 2022 at Chennai. Parivartan's Cuttack team played an exhibition match with Chicago under Chess for Freedom initiative. In fact, inmates from Yerwada prison, Pune, won bronze medal in Intercontinental Chess for Freedom, an online chess championship for prisoners from 46 countries, and the latest in the series, launched this 26th January, is perhaps the best of them all. Indian Oil presents Nai Disha, Smile for Juvenile program for the mental and physical developments of kids across India's 3 largest juvenile facilities. Apart from coaching, equipment and kits are also provided to participants, with care at the core of all our endeavors. The journey to a better tomorrow goes on. Parivartan, Prison to Pride, helps us re-energize lives as we live our motto of being the energy of India.
So we have seen such a wonderful videos from around the world. We have seen the video from Georgia. Very nice story about the player of this competition who got the freedom from the prison. This video was prepared 1 year ago, but 2 years ago, in fact. But right now, she is living her free life, and we're happy that chess helped her to get her freedom. And I remember that in Georgia, it was a big story when this video was launched in the social media and among the TV channels to everyone wanted this lady to be released from the prison because she has such talent, also in chess, but also in the other science. And today we're happy that she is free. We have seen also the video of Gift of Chess, which is the partner of this tournament, Chess for Freedom, and they will gift 500 chess sets to the winners. That is indeed a very generous gesture from the Gift of the Chess, which is the official partner of the competition. And the final video we have seen about the whole process in India that was quite amazing. You guys, you will see those videos later on today as well. Now let's move on and let's see the chess boards and let's see the chess games, because some of the games are in progress and some of the games are actually done. So I pick up the match between Kazakhstan and Mongolia. As I mentioned, Mongolia is one of the favorite teams, but we can see on the first board that the game has already ended, and Kazakhstan won this on the first board. So here we have the second board. Mongolia is leading in this on this board, and we can see Queen and the Rook versus the King, and this is something that we're learning as the first, how to checkmate with 2 rooks or how to checkmate with Queen and the Rook. So let's see if White can deliver the checkmate. I think White is going to the direction, and we're calling this the staircase method, where Queen and the Rook are standing side to side and checkmating. So this inmate on the second board from Mongolia knew this technique and ended the game. Let's now switch to the next board, and still this is in progress. Another game with Queen and the Rook, and let's see what is the technique here. This is again a Mongolian player who is having the advantage, Queen and the Rook, and now Black has to be careful not to checkmate White's king, because White has no more pieces, only king, and if king runs out from the check, that will be the checkmate. But you guys, I think I see the staircase again. And queen together with the rook will deliver the checkmate. Black knows what black is doing. Is there a chance to stalemate? There is a practical chance to stalemate, theoretical chance to checkmate, but not a practical, I guess. So now black can do as he was doing earlier, and there is a check, and in the second move it will be the checkmate. Well done. We had in this team India versus Kazakhstan to deliver checkmates with the queen and the rook. So we can guess that Team Mongolia had very good training before the tournament, and they knew these checkmate threats. So in this match so far, what I can see, Mongolia is leading. There is still one more board in this match, so we're gonna see the final round, final result in the end of this round. But shall we move to the next game match? And this is India versus India. Of course, there are a lot of teams from some of the countries, and in the first round, India one is competing against Indian team. You guys are gonna have very soon the video footage as well, so you're gonna see the players how they are dealing. And right now we're seeing this team. Actually, we can see four of them. Oh, if we don't see their faces, we can see them from the back. Some of the teams have this protocol, let's say, that they are not showing the faces, but just showing the room, how everything looks for this event. And some of the prisons, they are allowing inmates to show their face, and of course very often it's just a matter of the personal choice. Some of the inmates just don't want to show their face, which also makes a lot of sense to me. So we're gonna just sneak in a lot of teams rooms and check it out how they are doing together. I really love about this competition that the players are having the uniforms, the same t-shirts for the team, which says, for instance, India or Mongolia, and this indeed increased the team spirit, which like every sport needs, right? So let's now talk about the game itself. Here we can see that black has 2 extra pawns, and black's king is also quite active, as well as the rook. Right now the rook is hanging. Hold on, you have to move this rook away, and then you can just push the pawns. Black decided to capture the pawn, and now the pawn is also hanging, so black is doing quite well. I'll keep this game on before I move to the next game, so we can see the final results. We might have a lot of timeouts in this competition. We might see also a lot of blunders, maybe stalemates, maybe checkmates, so we don't want to miss any opportunity to see some sort of drama, because we love to see dramas in chess tournaments. So once again, I would like to remind you guys that time control is 10 minutes plus 5 seconds. This is the time control that usually you don't flag yourself, but we have to take into the consideration that some of these teams are taking part for the first time, and some of them might just have some connectional issues, because who doesn't have some issues with the internet? I had, and probably will have to. So we can understand that in case if someone disconnects, according to the regulation, the time is still going. The game will not be aborted. The game will just continue unless there is some very exceptional moments where one side is winning and then disconnects. Maybe that game can end in a draw. For that, we have a lot of experienced arbiters, international arbiters in this competition. They're observing each and every second of the tournament, and they will make the decision by themselves, so we can trust them. And now white just played king to g2. We'll see another queen and rook game. Or black will maybe promote to rook to be safe. No, he's going with the queen. When you're promoting the rook, it's safer because rook controls less squares and the queen controls more squares. But now black knows that there's a checkmate in just one move right now, and I think it will be delivered. So India two boards, one won this game. We're moving forward to see another chess game, and here we have more and more pieces. So on the side of board, you can see the ending bar. If you are for the first time here at the chess competition, then you might ask what's going on, why this bar is moving up and down. So with that, we can understand who is having a better position. So right now it goes all the way up because Black just blundered the queen. The queen on e5 was hanging, and it says it's incredible move. Of course, capturing the queen is an incredible move. So Black just blundered this queen here, but still the game is on. King to f7. This is the move that has been played, and Black wants to bring the rook into the game. There is no chance to resign here. The game is still on, and the team Iran needs to have all the results. So I think I just accidentally jump on another match. I see Iran against Iran. So this is probably another match. Let's see, rook to f8. That's the coordinates of this rook. Once again, if you're for the first time at the chess competition, every square has its own name, so we can understand then, and we can read the books. We can read the chess books if we know this coordinates. Yeah, I'm sure many of you in the chat are the chess players or maybe chess fans, so you know what's going on here. Let me know in the comment. Right now I can see the YouTube chat, guys. Where are you watching us? If you support someone, if there is anyone from your family or someone from your friend circle who is playing in this competition, or maybe you're just a chess fan and you want to see another tournament, please do let me know in the comment section. So the last move, queen to d5, was like missed chance. That was the red mark about, but it's still winning for white here, and white will very likely deliver the checkmate. So let's see how this game gonna end. So far, what I see, none of the players are having time issues. So 6 minutes for Black, 5 minutes for white. Everything is under control. They don't have the time issues. And you guys, we can see the players also on the screen. It says Iran. Yeah, it says Iran. So we just jumped from the India to Iran now. Why not? We can see all the teams. We can just check it out how the things are going. We can see that one of the players needs the assistance of the arbiter. So this might happen if there is an issue with the internet, or as I mentioned, some of these players might have playing chess for the first time and they maybe have a lot of questions. So let's see how this game will finalize, which of the Iron's teams will win. So while we have two teams from the same country facing each other in the first round, that's sort of a rule in the chess competitions where there are, for instance, like hundreds of players. The first pairing starts with the players from the same country or maybe from the same family who has the same family name, because it makes a lot of sense. If these teams will face each other in the last rounds, they might have some sort of agreements, chess agreements among each other. So this is a sort of rule in chess that we are having, and that's why we can see these teams are from the same country are facing each other. So on the board, we can see the extra queen. We had this crucial moment for Black when Black blundered the queen, and right now it is all about how to deliver the checkmate. White is right now just looking to the direction to the king. The bishop here is hanging. That's why this rook went here to guard the bishop, but left the king all alone here. A lot of moves can already win this game. You can just go for this pawn. You can actually capture this pawn and give a double attack check, and the rook on a3 is hanging. So what white decided was to give a check, and probably will take another piece here for Black in this game. No, he's not. He's not. He's not. He's going to deliver the checkmate right away. That's a smarter decision indeed. That is smarter decision indeed. All right, there is a check coming up, and another moment when Queen and the Rook are going to deliver the checkmate. Let's see the final move. Perhaps Rook here will be the move here of White's choice. White is taking some time. If you see this move, you're just going right away because it is a checkmate. So there we go. So that's and it is a checkmate. So it's time to move on. We're now going to the next board. I will choose the same country, but the game has been ended beautifully with this checkmate. We can actually see what has happened here. It was a normal game, and White was playing on the queen side. This is the queen side with all these active pieces, and then Black started to build up the battery. This is how we call in chess, to have bishop and the queen on the same diagonal and threatening checkmates. And White didn't see that, and there was a checkmate. I love that trick. I really love that trick. Just I will go through some of the games if all of them has been ended, and then we can go to the next group. If the games have been finished in all the groups, I'll get the notification about that. I'm waiting for some news from our team. But yeah, okay, another game has started, you guys. There was 3 games started, and now 4th game has started in the team of India 1 and India 2. As this is a first round, we might have some of the delays. That is just normal thing when we have the online competition that quite often happens. So we have another team here on the screen, and you can see how the players are doing. So another game has just started. This is the pure theory. So these players also know the theory. I wish we know more closer stories about each of the participants. But chess can also say a lot about the players, how well they know. For instance, the move knight to b4 is not the theory. It's not that the players are playing quite often, because it is just leaving the pawn on e5, not protected, and this pawn can be captured. So let's see, White is taking some time. White is considering why this knight to b4 is a not so good move. Probably he can sense that. He can actually take the pawn here. He can also castle, or he can just kick the knight back, and when the knight goes on c6 on the square back, then White can start to attack the center. So in the chess opening, it is very important to control the center, and Black somehow allowed that to happen. So far in this match, Black is struggling a little bit with the moves. Knight went back on c6, and now we can see the move from White side. We can also see the videos. The room is almost empty because 3 games are done and only 1 game is in progress. Oh, hold on. This is actually, there was the female team. I just saw it. I have very small screen, guys, and it takes some time to understand what's happening. So that moment we had the team from Iran, the female team, one of the teams, and they had they probably have already finished the competition, and they were taking some time off. All right, let's see. White is attacking on this spot. This is the weak spot. It says like it's not the greatest move because this bishop was already well developed, and probably something else like d4 would be better move. But I like this move. Why not to look at f7 pawn, and the next idea is to go knight in here and to attack the pawn. So let's see how this will continue. And the thing that I can share you guys about this tournament that I have witnessed last year, and also the first edition was something very interesting. For instance, team from Armenia was actually playing from the chess palace in Erevan, a very famous chess palace there. And for one day, they have been the participants of the event were escorted to the chess palace to play chess in the environment where the chess tournaments are happening. So we had very beautiful footage of that. If we have that in this competition too, we might have a chance to take a look of Team Armenia. There's also the thing that some of the countries are just waking up and they will join later on. We're gonna have more groups joining today, and also I will have my colleagues joining throughout the day. Almira Skripchenko and Michael Rahal will take over when I will be done, but still I'm here. So let's take a look what is happening in this game. So once again, Black is taking some time here. Black needs to here address what is the target, and the target is the pawn here. So Black has to avoid to get the knight on g5. Maybe pawn can go in here, or Black can just develop the bishop as well and castle on time. In chess, it is very important to keep the king safety and to have the king castled. So the king won't have that much problems as the king here in the center. In this tournament, we have a lot of people who are supporting the event, and I can go through to the names of the official persons who are doing a lot of good job for this event to happen. So I will go first and name first person, who is Dana Riznice Ozola, who is the project supervisor, FIDE, and also the appeals committee of this tournament. We have international organizer Michael Korenman, the tournament organizer, country chef or office, sheriff office, and we do have also Andrei Voigtlitin, social commission chairman. We have Carmen Gorieva, the operation manager. We have Anna Volkova, media manager, Nazarza Krauk, the guest and technical manager, and we have Andrei Akin, the broadcast manager, and the commentators, Michael Rahal, Almira Skripchenko, and myself, Keti Tsatsalashvili. Those are the people who are doing a great job to put things together. And today we have this competition happening, and we can observe another great opportunity for the inmates from around the world, from 50 countries to take a part in this competition. And we received some of the moves, guys. I am a bit behind, so Black decided to capture the pawn on e4, and that's a good move according to the engine. And after knight has been attacked, the knight was here left it. No, you have to move this knight away. You have to move the knight on d6 to attack the bishop, but instead Black decided to develop the bishop and attack the pawn here. But knight on e4 is just hanging. White captured that, and after d5, these two pieces are hanging. This is a fork. A lot of things has just happened in this game. So we have bishop taking the pawn, and now White is building up very strong center, and still Black's king in here has not castled yet. Black can castle on the short side, Black can castle on the long side, but it is White to move, so White can stop that happening. But instead of that, White just decided to just develop the bishop. That's also a fine move. Now Black castled, and here we have a normal game. Actually, White got the pawn on c7 and centralized the knight on d5, and we have another move in here. So here we have this position where White has an extra pawn, and White's needs to somehow improve the position. It's not so easy. Black still has a lot of pieces. Maybe Black can capture this knight and get another knight here on d4, but instead he decided to play this pawn over here. So we can see right now the participants from India, and we can see that they also have a supporter or the arbiter. Maybe one of the game has been already ended and they were supporting. So yeah, they have a chat, as I can see. So very likely the game has been already finished, because during the game the players are not allowed to speak. We have a lot of arbiters in the Zoom call who can observe the situation, and also we have local arbiters and the supervisors of the tournament in every location that the tournament is happening. And now we are switching to another board, and I believe this is the women's team. Cannot really recall the country from what I can see. You guys, if you have any idea, just let me know, but I really cannot see the country. All right. Still, this game is on, and hold on, where is the queen? Oh, the queen has been gone right now. The move with the pawn was a mistake here, because that allowed white to capture this pawn and to give a check. That what happened, and on top of that, there is a queen hanging here. So Black just lost this queen, and with queen and the knight against rook, this is winning position for white. I'm gonna just stay here in this game to check what's happening. There is a move, knight to h6. We call that fork. White can get more material here, and white can see that, oh, this guy is a grandmaster. I think all his moves are so perfect. Knight to h6, attacking the king and the rook at the same time. So we might see here the resignation very soon. Or it makes a lot of sense not to resign when it's a team competition, but to play until the end, because you never know. Maybe your opponent will disconnect and you will still get the victory. So there is a queen, extra queen for white here. And so now white will try to capture some more pawns, and white can checkmate Black's king in some different ways. The first way is to promote one of those pawns, and with the two queens it will be easier to checkmate, or white can just get the king in the center and together with the queen checkmate Black's king. So white feels very comfortable, I'm sure, in this position, but it's chess and some tricky situations are still happening. So let's see how white will improve this position. Here, white is capturing another pawn, and the king now is under attack. King has to move on. King is now cutted from the 7th rank, which means that white can checkmate after d6 in a few moves. So I'm expecting this move to happen. Queen now here is the threat of checkmate. Whatever Black does doesn't really matter. It will be either check and then checkmate, or just pawn can go all the way on d8, and it will be another way of the checkmate. So this game was so well done by the player from white side. This is India 1 against Indian 2 boards, board 4, and here we have the victory, and we had the rook here. Queen and the rook is the theme of a day today. We have a lot of games with queen and the rook. All right, let me check if we have some more games in progress so we can take a look at that. I can see that this round is almost done. We have, yeah, very likely all the games just ending. So I will quickly go to all the games and check it out, what is happening. This is the Iron 1, Iron 2. The 4th game, they have just started. The other 3 are already done. And let's see what this game will bring to us. 1d4 has been played and black is now on move. Black has not made any move. I hope he's next to the computer and he will make the move. Another very interesting information, you guys, that I know about this competition is that some of the countries had a training matches before the tournament. So they were actually testing the connections, they were testing the program itself, and the players had a chance to play before the tournament, to have some trainings chess-wise, and to also to have trainings how to play on the platform. So as I mentioned earlier, I will repeat for some of these participants, maybe this is the first time when they're playing online chess. So black is still missing here. He's not making any move. I hope we're gonna see the move very soon. And meanwhile, maybe we can go to maybe we can see any team which we have the footage of, and just check it out how the players are doing during this competition. They are having also very nice chat with each other and some of the officials who are attending to this tournament, and they have some chance to drink coffee and tea and have some snacks and just to talk. So this is another playing venue that we can see. Still, I see some of the people in the playing venue. After the end of the game, very likely the participants are just leaving the game to have some rest, maybe to talk about the strategy, or maybe to analyze the previous game. Yeah, every team, I'm sure, has their own strategies. Still, black is missing from the board, 7 minutes and still counting. So this game will very likely end soon if he's not showing up. I don't know if it's a disconnection or just maybe the players is just missing because they thought it was over. It's also possible. Oh wait, what's going on? I can see the video, and that some of the players just need some technical help, and you can see the arbiter is helping. So yeah, all right, this is the game which is progressing. Another game is okay. This is happening right now. So I'll just move and just check what is happening here. And this is the game. Oh, oh, oh. Is it me who is doing that? No, it's not me. It's not me. It's just happening itself. Okay, that's actually a very nice slide view of all the games that is happening right now. We are seeing everything at once. So this game has been ended. All right. Okay, some of the games are still in progress, so we can take a look. I have never seen such a situation ever happening, that we're switching games to games itself. Anyways, this is first round. The second round will be more smooth, and the players will know how to deal with the connections and with the platform. So for the moment, we're going just to chill a little bit, maybe talk about the competition itself, and to talk about how good is this opportunity for the participants of the event of Chess for Freedom. So you guys, this is the competition third tournament already, which is Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for prisoners, and it is a very good chance for many participants to be part of the World Championship. So in the end of the tournament, we're gonna have 3 winners, 3 champions in the female, male, and junior groups. And yeah, those people, it will be so helpful for them to deal all these things that they have to deal with in prisons. So let's talk a little bit about the prizes, what they will get. Each participant will get the certificates for being a part of the competition, and also the winners will be awarded by the diplomas. There will be the gifts from the gift of chess, and this is going to be 500 chess sets. And another and very, very important gift for the winners is that they will have the master class from one of the greatest chess players and chess author and a chess coach. And this is Grandmaster Artur Yusupov, who is supporter of this event, which is incredible. And the winners of these 3 groups will have a chance to have the masterclass with Artur Yusupov. That's indeed a lifetime opportunity, a dream of many players to have a chance to have a masterclass with one of the greatest chess players in the history. So these are all the gifts that the participants of the Chess for Freedom 2023 will get. And as I know, the games will start of the second round very soon. So for now, we have fewer teams, but later on today, we're going to have more and more teams joining us. So you guys, this tournament will run whole day, and it will be a lot of chess, a lot of very interesting stories, and also guests joining us for the show, and they will share their own experience about the event. And here we have the footage of another team. Here we have a bit of chat. Very likely they want to check how the things went in the game, or maybe there were some technical issues, and they want to know what was happening. Or they're just watching something else. We don't know. So it's good to have cameras to check it out, what is happening for these players. So the second round will start very soon. I'll get the notification when they will start the second game. So we're looking forward to that. Right, I can still see the first round on. And yeah, probably they're gonna have some break. Of course, they need to have a break between the rounds to maybe analyze a little bit of chess game, to have a rest, maybe to drink a cup of tea to get some energy. And for some of them, maybe it's the first time when they're taking the part into the competition. So yeah, we're gonna have a closer look to the games when they will start this second round. So guys, today we're gonna have 7 rounds, and in each of these groups that I have mentioned earlier, only 2 teams will qualify to the second stage, and the second stage is tomorrow. We're gonna have 10 teams, and we're gonna have already that day 9 rounds, and in the final we're gonna have just 2 teams who will fight for the gold medal, and we're gonna have another 2 teams who will fight from the bronze medal. So as we are waiting for the next round to start, we're slowly going to go to the break to see some of the videos. I will get informed where we can see these videos, and we can go ahead. And when I'm back, we can see actually more chess actions at the 3rd Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for the prisoners. So let's see what we have right now. If we're ready for the video, we can just actually put that on the screen.
Chess for Freedom gave a chance to 4 women from Georgia to be released from the prison before its terms. The Georgian women took part in the competition and became the world chess champions back in 2021. This is a story when one day, one chess project changed the future for the better. Today, these 4 women are living their free lives and holding the meaningful title of World Chess Champions. We had a chance to visit Georgia to interview legendary chess player, 5 times World Women's Chess Champion Nona Gaprindashvili, who is an advocate of social projects for inmates, mainly Chess for Freedom. How important is the project Chess for Freedom for inmates?
I should say it's very important. First of all, chess played a great role for everyone during the pandemic when everything was just shut down. Chess was the only sport where we had all the competitions still happening. Just imagine how important it is for inmates to have an opportunity to be a part of the World Championship. 2 years ago, Georgian women won the championship. It's true that they have not had many years ahead of them in prison, but still, they have been released before their terms. It was surely a great gesture and appreciation. They now have very different lives than in prison. It's certainly important for inmates to have such opportunities, and chess gave them it all. The words you mentioned before, freedom, peace, socialization, that's all what this project brought to the participants. We all celebrated the victory together. I was there to award the women's team. You know, they were extremely happy, totally different people.
Could you remember that moment when Georgian women's team became the world champion?
I had an honor to give them the chess trophy. There were representatives from the Ministry of Justice, also representatives from the Sports Committee. Women have been awarded decent prizes. Later we had some dinner together, and you know, the inmates were very happy. Absolutely different people were standing in front of me. This project is exactly what makes people turn the tables to good instead of bad. That's what happened, as today these 4 ladies have a normal life. This is exactly what I wish for each and every participant of the project. Chess gives these opportunities.
Do you think this title of world champion would help them to socialize after liberation?
Of course, I'm certain these ladies are doing a decent life. They changed. They have already served their terms in prison. Now the World Championship title will help them to feel better.
What would you wish for the participants of Chess for Freedom 2023?
The fact that they are part of the project is already great. Only one team can win, and in total there are only 3 prizes. But the most important is to be the part of the chess event, because chess can change their lives for the better. I wish they also have been released before their terms. This might be a fresh start of new lives for many of them. That's what I wish for them all.
Thank you so much.
We are taking part in every social project, including Chess for Freedom. This is the FIDE project, where in 2021 Georgian women became world champions. After this victory, they got freedom from prison. That directly corresponds to the name of the project, Chess for Freedom. We are hoping our women's team will celebrate another victory and will become world champions again, as we have quite strong players.
How important is this project for inmates in prison, and if chess can help them in a way in the future?
Chess is a very popular sport. I often see young people playing chess online on their phones. People are playing chess everywhere, also in the prisons. Chess is a tool for socialization for inmates. I am certain inmates are playing chess and enjoying the process during their spare time. I hope chess will help them for freedom.
It's a game born over 1,500 years ago. A blend of risk and reward, strategy and skill. But now it's helping more and more players whose lives are far from black and white.
It's good for your mental health. It can be quite a dark place, isn't it? Just behind the door 23.5 hours a day. But I suppose if you've got something to concentrate on and, you know, something like this to come to and focus on, it's a good thing.
HMP Huel is home to more than 1,000 male inmates. The man in charge was keen to add his prison to a growing list of those playing chess.
When the men come into custody, to some extent, you know, they've lost everything. So how do you start to rebuild that? And there's no doubt in my mind that chess can be a part of that. And we've seen so many examples of where the men have just flourished and thrived.
Ralph, how long has this project been running?
So about 2 years now. We've really seen much more chess happening in the prison. During COVID, it was one of the activities that we felt the men could do, despite all the restrictions.
I find it therapeutic, just clears your mind for a bit. Obviously, you have to concentrate on it. Jail, innit? You know what I'm saying? So, obviously, I haven't been sentenced to anything yet, so you do think about like what's going to happen and that. You know what I mean? It's nice to just get away from that.
Today's teacher is Carl Portman, who is playing 9 men simultaneously. Carl volunteers his time playing in a number of prisons.
Oh, there's a long way to go. I play my best chess when up against it, that's for sure.
One UK charity also runs clubs and say they've seen a big rise in demand. Chess in schools and communities first began organising regular games for just 2 prisons in 2018. The following year this doubled to 4 and then became 10 in 2020. And while their numbers froze during COVID restrictions, this year it has risen again to 16.
I started this about 10 years ago and I just went to the occasional prison here and there. Some people played, some didn't. It's not only blossomed here, but right across the world. There's now a World Online Prison Championship, of which HMP Huel were represented as England.
This annual tournament saw prisoners here playing online, taking on inmates in the Philippines, Mongolia, Ecuador, and 42 other countries around the world. In total, 85 teams entered, more than double the number of the year before. HMP Huel's permission to play was granted by the Ministry of Justice, who say playing chess trains players to think before they act, while providing transferable skills that can help them find a job so they don't commit further crimes when released.
I felt like I was out there living a normal life, like, so apart from these clothes, obviously. But if you lose your way out there, in here doing this, it can make you feel like you're normal, you know, and you're not a criminal.
Matt Graveling, BBC News.
We have all very interesting footage about this tournament, some of the interesting stories from the prisons itself and the people who are supporting the Chess for Freedom event. 50 countries, 118 teams from around the world, and we do have second round already started. So guys, now we're gonna see the chessboard on the screen and we will just dive into the chess part. This is the second round. We're gonna have 7 rounds in total today. We have all the teams playing the qualification, and we have just 2 winners from each group qualifying to tomorrow's round, stage 2. And then last day, 13th of October, we're gonna have only 2 teams competing for the gold medal. Now it's time to talk a little bit about the chess. So let's bring the chessboard on the screen and talk about it. The first game that I want to choose is India versus Mongolia. Those 2 countries are indeed chess countries. India is a chess country from its history, and a lot of people knows how to play chess, but we have Mongolia on the other side, which is the winner actually of the 2021 Chess for Freedom first edition in men, and 2022 second edition for female. So two very strong teams face into each other right now, and we can see the queen is again gone off the board. There's queen missing for white, and that happened actually just some time ago. I'll show you how this happened after this check. White's queen was so active, gave a check, then there was a just not small blunder, it's a big blunder. Queen is the strongest piece in the chess, and then another blunder just happened. White captured the pawn and gave up the knight. Knight is equal to 3 pawns, so that means that White just gave up a lot of material here, and then this moves has been played rather fast, and here we have checkmate happening on the board in one move, so White has to avoid that. Will White see that coming? Probably will see that coming, but it's very, very hard to stop Black's threats happening from the board. So here we can see the king got very, very active, but there is a safe spot for this king here on h6, and still checkmate is threatened right now, and we have this move coming up. On the screen, we can see some of the team actually wearing the t-shirt of this tournament, Chess for Freedom, the logo in blue and white colors. We can see that, and they are seated one by one. So yeah, they cannot see each other's games actually. They cannot see each other's games in this board, and here we have a checkmate. The first game has been ended on the first board. Let's now switch to the second board, and here we have White with extra rook. That's a lot of material here for White, and White will for sure try to win this game. For now, White plays very safe game and guards the pawn, but Black's king is very active. Black doesn't have any pieces, just pawns and the king, but Black's king is just too active. Well, this is a good plan to counterattack the Black's pawn. So if you take one of my pawns, I'll take your pawn, and then I will just get the rook on the 7th rank, and we'll start to collect those pawns. So Black is now holding on and guarding this pawn, but the problem in this position is that White's king will start to go ahead and activate, and that's going to be pretty much the game over. Now the king is cut it from this file, so I think if White will just start to push the pawn forward, White will win the game, but the way that this player chooses to play is also it's just winning. It's just also winning. He just decided to collect all the pawns, and now he will promote the pawn. So the H pawn is the one which goes to the queen. This is Team Mongolia versus India, and the first game has been done. This is another game. Now we're gonna see another queen and queen checkmate. As we can see, the staircases here, they are good actually. Team from Mongolia is very good with this technique to checkmate the opponent's king with the queen and the rook. I believe they have trained a lot with that. So for those who just joined me in the YouTube chat, please do let me know, where are you watching this tournament? It is quite early for me. Right now I am in Qatar, in Doha, and this tournament started really early for me. So I really wonder where you guys are from. What time is there, and who you do support? Who do you think gonna win this competition? So let's see how the game ends. In this match, we might have the queen next move, and anyway, we had a resignation here. The player from India did not continue this game, so that gives us a chance to see another one. And here we have another extra rook for Black. So White is fighting, and with Black we have Mongolia. So this is another team. Mongolia is dominating this match against India 1. So here we can see them on the screen actually. This is team from Mongolia, and you guys, they won. Team Mongolia won the first edition 2021. I wonder how, if there is anyone from that edition, or maybe they have been released from the prison. We don't have that information. That maybe later on, when we have more guests joining us, we're gonna have more and more information. Of course, we want to know what's happening. So the thing that I can share you, that I know as a fact, before this tournament, I was in Georgia to interview some of the participants of this event who has been released from the prison. And I've just learned that those 4 women who won the World Championship title in chess, they have been released before their terms. So that is indeed something that makes us proud, that chess can help people, and also it's gonna help them to socialize in society as the world champions. So this is something that they can be proud. This is something that they can always remember, that chess helped them so much. And also the video that we are showing to you, that is translated from Georgia to English, for you guys to watch. That video, when I watched for the first time, I had tears. I had tears when I was listening to that. And a lot of people started to support them, and a lot of people in society just wanted them to be released, because indeed that's an incredible story what we have listened so far. All right. Meanwhile, this game is progressing, and we still have extra rook for black. White is holding so well and fighting, but indeed this is very difficult to defense, as this pawn now is running towards the first rank, where the pawn will be promoted to any piece that black would like. So black can promote the pawn to pawn, and black can promote to king in general, but this is the online competition, and the computer will not allow us to do so. It will be queen, rook, or bishop, or the knight. Those 4 options are that the players are having. So let's see. Now I like this strategy that black is hitting on this pawn. Now black can actually give up 2 rooks and then to promote the pawn, or you can do also the same thing as black is doing right now, just to support the pawn. Next move will be a2. So white is blocking that pawn to go forward, and now black is capturing another pawn, and together with these 2 rooks will start to create some checkmate threats. For instance, now check, and this check will be a checkmate. So instead of this, black just decided to capture another pawn. That's also a possibility, and this pawn is also hanging. So black goes to this direction. All right, we have this game still in progress. We're gonna see the final, how black will convert this position. There is a way to just trade the rooks here and to win 1 rook. I wonder if they know how to checkmate with the rook, because that's a bit tricky. That's like when you have 2 rooks, it's easier. There's the staircase, but when there's only 1 rook, then you need to know how to checkmate properly. So now we have 2 rooks, and they checkmate on the way. There is also a chance of the stalemate, so black has to be a bit careful here in this position. So for instance, now this move is a stalemate. So black 7. I was not sure. I was not sure that this will not happen. But anyway, black knows what black is he's doing. So he's also playing quite fast, as the time is not something that any of these players are lacking from the clock. They have enough time, both of them. And here we have, probably the other pawn will go forward. There we go. The other pawn is going to h1 square, and there will be another queen or another rook. We will see that. So the check is on the board. The king will be either push back or go on forth. And here we have the king going all the way up to attack the rook. And now this pawn is simply unstoppable. So we're gonna have now a queen and probably checkmate in like 2 moves. There's a checkmate in 2 moves, and there we go. The queen here is a checkmate in 2 moves, in 1 move. Oh no, he's getting closer. This is getting very dangerous now. This is getting very dangerous. Too many heavy pieces on the board. All right, and that checkmate. So another victory for Team Mongolia, and let's go now to the next board, board 4. Here we have the obstacle color bishop. Oh no! Wait, if you don't know that it can be a draw, they can play 100 moves. They can play 100 moves. So let's see how this game will continue, but not necessarily that all the obstacle color bishop games are draw. But if one of the players just started to play chess, this might be a big issue. This might be a biggest issue for the game. All right. I remember when I started to play chess, one of my first games, I had 2 extra pawns, but it was the opposite color bishop, and I could not believe that I was not able to win. I tried so long. I played like 5 hours game as a little kid, and then the arbiter stopped the clock and the game ended in a draw, and I could not believe that it was a draw. I thought it was winning. So these kind of things were happening when you have not played too much chess, when you're just starting to play chess. But this one seems to be a draw. Black has extra pawn here, but this pawn is well blockaded by the bishop. So yeah, white is holding. Black should try to get this king all the way to this side, maybe sneaking on the king side, and then to push the pawn. There's another way to give up this pawn and capture this pawn, but that's the easiest way to the draw. So let's see how Black will choose, what plan Black will choose, and that is very interesting here. But the game is for sure draw. White is activating the king and giving up the pawn. Not the greatest news for White, because Black can take this one and then take this one and 2 pass pawns. That's very interesting story. So let's see how this game gonna end. I have a feeling that this game will not end in a draw. I have a feeling that we might have a decisive result in this one. So what is the technique? How to win? If this king goes to the other side somehow and supports this pawn, White will give up the bishop for this pawn, and it will be a draw because we have only 1 pawn on the board for Black, and it is the opposite color as the bishop, so it's a theoretical draw. Black cannot win that position, so it means that Black should keep the eye on this pawn and start to push the pawn forward with the help of the king. Okay, this is a bit tricky. King goes back, and if you push the pawn, then king goes forward. So maybe it's time to move the king away. That exactly what happens, and White can give a check now. King has to go here, and White king will control the a pawn. That can be also a draw. If king goes in here, this might end in a draw after White will just control the a file, all those squares. So Black knows that. Black keeping the eye on a files f5 square. And now king goes to c5. I think it's time to push the pawn. You have to push the pawn here. All right, this is getting very interesting already. The other games are still in progress. Some of them has been finished in a checkmate. We have a lot of games still on, but this one is the most exciting, as now Black is going to this direction, and Black wants to just support the pawn, and Black will have 1 extra pawn on the queen side and the bishop, but that's a draw. I wonder if these players know the theoretical draw. I wonder if they had enough time to train that much to go to the theory, but we're gonna see that. We're gonna see that. Here's the only thing that I am a bit worried about is that maybe White will resign when White will lost the bishop. That also happens when you're resigning in the equal position. That also possible, but Black is so certain. Black knows that this is good position. Probably he thinks that it's winning, but it's not, because after this pawn goes forward, White will capture the pawn with the bishop, and it's ridiculous, but the game is not winning. It is just a draw, and now it's time to take this pawn. There we go. White knows that. White actually knows that. And now White has to move this king all the way to a1, and that's going to be a draw. Oh, where the king goes? Where this king goes? This is the way you have to take. Maybe this way. Oh, no. Oh, oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is not draw anymore. This is not draw anymore because Black is controlling this square, and now slowly Black will manage to kick the king away. Still, it's some technique to do so. So the technique is to play king here, and after king goes in here to stop king a2 with bishop to c4, but there's no need of that because White's king is very active. Now king to b3 will just subswang the king. White has to go here, Black will go here, and Black's pawn will be ready to go forward. All right. Oh, wow. So close here for White. That was a very nice fight. And here we have Team Mongolia, unfortunately losing this game because now Black will simply queen the pawn. Even the bishop was winning, even the knight was winning here, but the queen is the shortest way to win. And here we have probably checkmate delivered soon. Bishop d3 is a stalemate here that I can see. So Black has to be a bit careful. Maybe queen b2 and queen e2 is going for that. He knows that. And that's going to be checkmate soon. Oh, where did bishop go? There was a checkmate in one move, but bishop decided to go all around the world. Maybe Black wants to keep the king coming. How about this? And checkmate with queen and the king. Okay, and now check and then checkmate. Oh, that's cute. All right. This game was very interesting. So it was a draw. It was equal position. That was a theoretical draw. But then even if it's a theoretical draw, you need to know how to make a draw. Okay. Wow. There was a lot of drama happening in this game. So now we are moving forward. Just to give the information, Mongolia versus India. So the first board Mongolia won, second board Mongolia won, and third board Mongolia won, and the last board India won. So this is 3-1 in favor of Mongolia, and we're going forward to see another match. So this game has ended in a checkmate. This is India versus Iran. The first board, here we have Team Iran winning this board, and then we're moving forward to the second board, and here we can see that checkmate was delivered by Indian player, so this is 1-1, and going forward to see the next game, India 2 won the third board. A very beautiful checkmate, so this gives India the lead, and the last board India 2-1, so that means that India won against the Iran 3-1. So that's the results, and we still have 2 games in progress. I will just very quickly jump in there and check it out what is happening. Maybe this one is in progress. No. Okay. So very likely this match has not started yet. Maybe we're gonna have this game happening soon. And Hold on, are there more games? This is the game which is in progress, but we don't have a player here again. Oh no. And the time is running. So the rule according to the regulation is that when you are disconnected, usually you are getting the lost after some time if you don't get connected back. But in this competition, as there is some of the issues with the connection because of the understandable reasons, the players are playing at this competition from different prisons. They probably don't have the perfect and the strongest internet. So we might have some of the disconnections. And also we have to take into the consideration that some of these participants are playing chess tournament and the chess game for the first time. So in this case, we have into the regulation the point where a player disconnects, the player is not getting 0 right away because they have a chance to get connect back and to continue to play. But this game has been running for a long time. Not so long time, just 7 minutes and 50 seconds for Black, and Black has to make a move. There's also an opportunity that one board is just missing. So maybe the player who registered for this competition or who qualified to the competition for whatever reason did not show up. So we had a story in the interview. You guys could hear that one of the participants from Georgian team had some medical issues and she had some treatment and she was not sure that she could join the team, but somehow she managed to join the competition and she was a big help for her team. So let me check if we have any games still in progress. So second round was rather smooth, and we had all the boards in progress, and we can see on camera. I think there's a team, one of the teams, probably struggling to get connected. So I can see that Iran 2 and Kazakhstan is struggling to connect. This is I need a help. I cannot really recognize a team, guys. I need a help in the chat. If you can recognize the flag, then we will know who is the team. All right. So yeah, definitely there is the issue of some to get connected, and also the participants are having new accounts. All the participants, they are not playing on chess.com like we do, so their accounts has been just created, and when it's the first time this platform, you always need some moments to understand how it is happening. But the good thing is that after this tournament, after this edition, those players who are struggling on the connection or how to start the game, they will have the opportunity, hopefully later on, to train more and more the chess games, and hopefully they will have the access to computers to play on chess.com. And I can see that they have connected to the game on the screen. I can see that they have board on the screen. So yes, they are getting into this, and we can see the participant of the event. He is more relaxed now. He's laying back on the chair and chatting a little bit. Of course, this is a stressful moment when you want to start to play, when your team needs you, and you cannot because of the technical issues. But we can see that there are two people who are helping this inmate to start the game. And hopefully the teamwork will work out well for them. Still some time, almost 5 minutes. And if this player can join even in the last minute, he can still play because there's 5 minutes, 5 seconds of increment, 5 seconds of increment for each move. So do we have any move Do we have any move? I can see that they have joined the Zoom. Maybe they're asking the arbiters how to join. And all right, now we can see another team. Can see another team. They are getting ready to start the next round. I believe the next round starts in about 4 minutes. So they have a small chat before the round. They are probably coming up with some sort of strategy. When we're playing the team competition, we always have a strategy. Like good teams have a strategy. So it can be following, like the first board can be a draw, and the second and third board can be decisive result, and the last board can be also a draw. So then we can see the team. Is it from Iran? No, I'm not sure actually. It can be Iran. And they are on the phone. They're asking how to adjust the board, so we can see here that teamwork. And if I'm not mistaken, this can be the junior team. This can be the junior team. You guys, this is second time when juniors are joining to the competition. We had for the first time juniors playing in 2022, and we had 11 teams. And in this edition, we have 18 teams, 18 junior teams. So we have 22 female teams and 78 teams, male teams. So all those teams, 118 teams, are having the opportunity to take a part at the World Chess Championship, and some of them will be the champions in the end of the day. We can see now on the bigger picture, they have now the teammates, they have a chat between each other, and we can see the person who's allocated there, who's observing and who's helping the players. He's on the phone, probably talking to one of the arbiters. We have a great list, a lineup of the arbiters who are helping for this competition. So hopefully the game will start soon, or maybe it's gonna be fixed for the next round. But the good thing is that we have today 7 rounds. So this is the second round, 5 to go, and from each groups we're gonna have only 2 qualifiers. This group is quite strong. We have India, 2 Indian teams, we have Mongolia, and 2 teams from Iran. So we can say that this is one of the strongest group. Starting too early, the chess tournament, but I'm sure this was the day that they were looking forward to have, to have this moment to play as a team. And what I really love is that they are having the same t-shirts. Some of them have also the countries on oh we had some wait we had some people joining us in the camera. So they're double checking everything. Okay. This is cool. We have the comment also on YouTube. I think this is very cool project. This is a very nice social project that Chess is having alongside within other projects. But this is really a heart warming to her. So many amazing stories. And you guys, today, later on, we're gonna have some of the interviews. Some of the inmates will join us to tell us their stories. Some of the people who are supporting the event will also join us to give us more details. We want to know more and more about the event. We want to know each participants of the event because they have their unique story, and they are now the chess players. For some of them, this event can be life-changing. So we can see big smile on the participants' face. I can be honest. I feel like there's a pressure on the person who is helping them to deal with the connection, but the players are more cheerful. We can feel how much they enjoy the moment, how much they enjoy the day. Of course, there is always a bit of stress when you play any game, not only chess, but any other game. If it's for fun. There's still this moment of the stress on the moment of the competition. You want to win, and obviously don't want to be disconnected. But well, that happens. That happens. I'm sure some of them have been dreamed that our opponent will not show up today's game because we don't want it to play. But that can be good and that can be bad as well. So there is nothing to stress. It just started. We had 2 games only, more games to go. Today we're gonna have 7 rounds. So let's see. And in the end of the day, this is a competition. We're going to have the winners here, and we have nice prizes for the winners. But it's also the project to which has the access to learning and to training and to have the quality time to the people to socialize, and maybe this can give a great motivation to many of the participants of the events, you know, to have the better days in their lives, and yeah, later on maybe they will just continue to play chess. Maybe they will join the local chess clubs and they will have way better future than they are having the lives right now. And yeah, we can see a lot of interesting stories. And more and more we're gonna have this tournament. We're gonna have more and more people joining us. And the one of the interesting thing what I have been listening from one of the inmates was, I think 2 years ago, I had the interview with one of the inmates, and he said that when he will be released from the prison, he will find the chess club because he finds it very addictive to play chess, and he finds it very nice community to be in. So hopefully many of our participants will be released from the prison, and then they can join us as a guest and to share the stories. So for the moment, we're waiting for the next round to start. Round 3 will start very soon, and you guys, we're gonna have also very interesting guests joining us today. And this event will run whole day. We have the qualifiers today, stage 1, 118 teams. Only 2 finalists will be in the last day. So that's going to be quite a tough day for many of the people who are taking part in it. And I mentioned earlier, a lot of people who are supporting the event. So now you can see another team. They are getting ready. They have the chat boards open, and they have a little chat. According to the regulations, the players are not recommended to play chess games between the rounds because sometimes you might click the wrong button and go somewhere else. So we can see these players now, they are very much focused. They have open board and they are just waiting the game to start. All right, that's a beautiful view. We can maybe see some of the views from the female participants. We can just take a look at any of the female participants, or we can switch to the next camera so we can have the full picture of the participants. So some of these players, it can be a very good chance to be on camera because their family can see this event. This event will be recorded and will be on YouTube for the years, and they can check at any moment they want. Yeah, so let's see what will be next. I think we are going to get another footage. We're gonna get another video to see the chess participants. So we can talk a little bit about the fair play because I saw in the YouTube chat that there was some thoughts about the fair play. So to talk a little bit about that, we can see now this team. Is it Mongolia? I think it's Mongolia on the screen. One of the, or maybe I'm wrong. I wish I studied better at school, the flex. Okay, all right. If I'm wrong, just let me know in the chat. They will be very useful. But what I can see right now is very nice footage that the player has this tea and the pots on the side, so they are having these moments of enjoying the project very much to have the quality time. They are checking the games. Have they already started? I will just go through it. No, they have not started yet, so we're waiting games to start. But I started to talk about the fair play measures, and I'll go through that. So the tournament is happening on chess.com. This is the platform where we have a very nice team who are detecting something is going wrong. So we have chess.com fair play data for checking the games, and we also have FIDE screen tool data provided by Professor Regan. That's also the tool that FIDE is using to check the games. And we also have the video evidence from the arbiters on Zoom calls. So there is a lot of Zoom calls right now, a lot of arbiters, and they're observing the situation. And also there are arbiters or some people just allocated in the playing venue to observe the whole situation. And right now we can see this team also just waiting for the start of the game. And we might have the next game starting in about 3 minutes. So we can talk a little bit about why chess, why this project has started. It actually is an amazing project. Very much happy to be part of this one. And during the pandemic time, chess was such a big thing for everyone, such a great help for everyone to play chess online and to be to spend some quality time to compete at the tournaments and win the prizes for the professionals. But a lot of people who didn't know chess before, they started to play chess because that was one of the few sports and the games that you could get. You could play during pandemic time. So chess is actually a very good tool to develop your memory, to also develop your thinking skills and concentration skills. This is also the team, like it's an individual sport. You are actually fighting for yourself in a normal tournament, but it's a team competition, and it's also very good to build up the strong team. We're hoping that this tournament will be the motivation for many inmates to then to play chess, to keep playing chess, to have more in their lives to happening. And here we have another team right now on our screen. There with the back, so you cannot see the faces. Some of the prisons have this policy not to show the faces, which makes a lot of sense to me. And some of the prisons are fine to have the faces of the players on the screen. And of course, each of the participants can have their own decision to show the face or not to show the face on camera. So in this one, we cannot really know who is this. I checked, it's a Kyrgyzstan flag. Thank you so much. I was struggling so much all day to understand what was the flag. I appreciate that. Thank you. This is also teamwork that we're having here. It was the flag of Kyrgyzstan. Awesome. Thank you very much. Okay, great. The games will start after a short break. We can see the players. You guys on this video, if we zoom a little bit here, we can see that there is a Wi-Fi modem very close to the computer, and the the cable. So this team, this country, this prison organized a very good internet, seems like. So internet can be the issue in some games, as we can see. So it's good, and now we are switching to the next prison. And here we can see the players are analyzing, and in the middle, is this a router? No, it's too big for router. I think it's just processor. So they are bringing all these heavy equipments. Right. We can see very nice chat between the players. Once again, we have the prizes for the winners. All the participants will get the certificates that they took a part in this competition. And then the winners, the prize winners, will get the diplomas, and the winners will get chess sets. The partner of the event, the gift of chess, will send 500 chess sets to the winners. And there we have the first move. Let's get the chessboard on the screen and start to analyze the game, as the players have already started. So the first game that I will check will be actually I wanted to check the Mongolia, but we have now more teams actually joining. So we're gonna start with Iran versus India, and we'll go forward to the next one. Oh, this is a bit weird opening. We don't see this very often. I thought it was E4 E5, but it's actually D4 D5, D4 D5, and 4 nights opening. I don't even know what's the name of this opening, because this is the first time I'm seeing it. I have a feeling that they wanted to play E4 and then to play the 4 nights opening, but here we have. That's just my thought. So white already castled fast in the start. I'm sure many of these players who are training, they have been told that they have to control the center. They have to develop the pieces, and then they have to castle. So white has already castled. Black is now on the way to castle. But this is interesting. So black played G6 and white also played G3. I don't know why played this one, but probably white was just afraid that something will happen on this diagonal, and that's why it was some kind of prevention to it. Knight to G5. White needs to have a plan. White needs to have a plan. Without a plan, it will be hard to play next moves. So for now, I don't really see the plan for white. This last moves, knight here, pawn here, and the queen here, it doesn't show any plan for white. So bishop goes here, knight goes. Oh no, this knight is hanging. This is a free knight. Ah, that's a blunder. That's a blunder. You can just take it. This E4 E5, nice opening for left-handers. True. Yeah, true. Something was wrong with the opening. Anyway, white lost a knight, but not only knight, but also the rook is trapped here. So black will capture this rook, and that will mean that black is already having extra rook on the board. And okay, this game which we have on the board, I don't think on the screen, I don't think they have started yet, because we can see them chatting and we can see them having the starting setup. So this is not the video. We're looking for Iran versus India. This is the game that we are focusing right now. Some of the games are starting early, some of the games are starting a bit late. That makes a lot of sense, because there can be some connection issues, or maybe they have just a break. But actually they have to start at the same time. Today, 7 rounds to go. Now we have the third round, and black is having very nice position. Knight will centralize and will get on F3 and will start to attack the king. When the knight is on the king side, we're gonna have then queen also joining the party, and white king might be checkmated. So let's see how black will finalize this game. It's already winning. Black has extra rook. For the moment, this rook is not really taking part in the game, but when the pieces are off the board, black will for sure have winning position with extra material. Black is doing amazing now, giving a check, attacking h2 pawn. This is the weakness. Another knight can also join the party and attack the pawn and the bishop, or black can just capture the pawn first. So we have knight to g4. Now bishop can go on f4 to attack the queen. That's the opportunity, but it will not change the fact that black still have the extra piece, extra rook. So some of people might complain that rook is also a piece, but I also agree with that. So a knight attacks the bishop. Bishop now withdraws back and attacks the queen. It is quite worth it to attack all the pieces of your opponents. You're winning a lot of tempos with that, and it's always crucial to attack your opponent's king. So the moves that is attacking the opponent's king are very useful. So queen goes here. Now the thing is that this queen can't really get into the game that easily. Maybe something like this, queen here and queen there to attack the pawn, or maybe just go with this queen somewhere safe and then start to capture the pawn. Oh, okay, and the knight is not hanging here. So, okay, let's see. White captures this knight and protects the white's knight. There is a tactic. Guys, this is a question to you. This is early morning for me and probably for some of you. Just tell me what happens after king takes on f3. The bar dropped down because that's a bad move and it is black to move and black is winning. So the first who writes in the chat will get the thumb up from me. But you guys have to do it very fast because we have to go back in the game. I'm sure that this is not happening. It's just a very bad move. All right, waiting for the answer in the chat. Maybe I already get one answer. Maybe I already get the answer. But you guys give me the full answer, okay? What happens after king takes on f3? All right, knight to h2 is an answer, and that is true. This is the fork, as two pieces are hanging at the same time, and black is winning. Now let's get back into the game. Hopefully this did not happen, so let's see. It happened. It just happened. Oh no! That was a commentator's course. That's how they're calling. Yeah, okay. I take the blame. So the king f3 was the worst move here. It has happened, and black saw that knight h2 and king g2 happened, and black won the piece. And now this is pretty much game over, as black now is attacking the bishop, and there will be the rook lift and checkmate in 2 moves. White cannot stop that happening. Only way to stop that is actually just to play bishop e2 to control this, and black will take this bishop with the queen. It happened. Yeah, it happened. It happened. Not our fault. Not our fault. We're not taking this blame. Okay, so this is the India versus Iran. G4 has happened. White saw the threat of the checkmate, and that's why g4 happened to control the h5 square, but the bishop is hanging now with a check. The pawn is hanging, and this bishop is also hanging. So we're going to have a game over very soon. In this one, there's a checkmate in 2 moves, and I'm sure black has already pre-moved this one. Black has already pre-moved rook to h5, and we're going to have a game over soon. There we go, rook to h5. Checkmate in 1, and that happened. All right, let's move forward. We have seen nice fork in this game. So in the first game, India won. In the second game, where is the queen? There's always queen missing from every game. So let's see what happens. We had a trade, and then queen to b6. Unfortunately, that's the blunder. That's the bad move. Black wanted to attack the knight, but there is not pawn. The pawn is missing from b2. Usually we have a pawn here and queen goes on b6 safely, but this one is just a queen blunder. So white just captured the queen, and now we are expecting next moves to be played rather fast here for black, but seems like really heavy position. The bishop is hanging. There's also pin here. The knight can get activated. Those are very nice squares for knights, and it's gonna be just very difficult to guard the game. So, well, this can be good training. This can be good training. I have heard so many stories from inmates when they took part in this competition. They saw that actually there is huge room for improvement for every individual in chess. You can just train, you can get ready for the tournament, and for the next edition, you can be way stronger than this one. And there was what I really liked about this event after the interviews with the inmates. They were asking, in the end, some of them were asking if we're gonna have this competition next year as well. So they wanted to prepare for the next edition. And I'm sure that many of these players who played last year and the first edition are now competing in this one, and they are well experienced already. All right, 50 countries, guys, right now are connected in one system, in one tournament, in one Zoom call, and they are competing for the World Chess Championship title in 3 groups, men, women, and the junior groups. In the end of 13th of October, we're gonna have new world champions, and hopefully that will be just a new start, a fresh start for many of the inmates and the participants of this event. All right, talking about this game, white has extra queen and the bishop or knight, and white can just build up this battery and start to attack the king and start to checkmate. What white is doing actually is also very smart. White has the rook, which has not been taken part into the game, and white wants to now attack the weakness on e7. Black is guarding, but there is one very strong move, and guys, give a try here. How white can win more material in this game? If you were white, what would you play? White to move. And how would you play here after rook to it guarded the pawn e7, but that didn't guard the whole chain of the pawns. All right, I did not see the answer in the chat. I will just show you guys. G3. Okay, G3 using this pin is very smart. I like that. I was actually referring to take this pawn here, and there is a pin, so if you take the knight, take the rook. But what you suggested with G3, it's also winning a pawn, the F pawn. That's also a nice move. However, in the game, something else has been chosen, and we have here, let's go back a little bit. We have here queen to e4, activating the queen, and black is now on the move. Queen e6 is a threat, and there will be a check. So the black's king will struggle now, as white's pieces are going to go forward and checkmate. Okay, so waiting for the move from black here, and that's a5. This is just a passing move. Black could not do much in this position, as the check or the capture the pawn on f4 is inevitable. So another piece is gone right now. And if the black decides to trade the bishops, then this king will be just alone there. Yeah, knight e6 is still possible, but we see here bishop takes d6, which is also a great move. And after pawn takes, there is a checkmate. Wow, bishop takes d6 was a really strong move. So white kept the knight here on h5, f5 to control g7 square, and this was a checkmate. So this game has ended. Well done here. We have a very nice game by India. Won another game. This is 2-0 so far, and I can see that last board is also done. What is this a checkmate? The false mate? Is it a false mate? In my language, in Georgian, I think that's from this Russian language. We are calling this kids checkmate. Like very, very easy one. Whoa, I've never seen in practice that this is happening. Tell me what's the name of this checkmate in your own language. Maybe you can translate it to English. This checkmate has its own names in many languages. So this makes India already winning the match against Iran. So the result is 3-0 so far, and the last game is in progress. And here we have extra bishop for the player from Iran. And it's not so hard. It's not so hard to convert this one. The bishop is controlling the pawn. The easiest way is to play this one and to play this one and go for the pawn. Any trade will be just good for white because white has more material. When you have more material, you can just trade the pieces. If we have the reactions on camera, if they win. Oh, we had some cases. We had some emotions actually for the other editions, not for losses but for victories. I remember that one of the teams, they were celebrating, they were hugging. It was the last game, and the game has been ended, and they started to hug, and we couldn't hear them, but it was some emotions. It's scholars mate. Okay, apologies for that. Okay, I'm gonna show you the false mate. I should know this. I should know it. We don't have it in practice that often. This is false mate. That happens in 2 moves. This is checkmate. And what we have seen, that was the scholars mate. You guys are right. This is scholars mate. Yeah, with the queen and the bishop. This is the first thing that every chess player learns. When they are starting to play chess, they are learning the pieces, the names of the pieces, and then they are learning this pattern of checkmate. Yeah, everyone has this information. I think I've never delivered checkmate, scholars checkmate ever in my life, or probably I did, but I don't remember that. This checkmate in 2 moves with the G pawn going forward and then F pawn going forward. That's the false mate. Yeah. So what happened in this game is we traded the bishops, light square bishops, and now white has a lot of extra pawns. Now this pawn will be a queen. After this pawn, then white will try to checkmate. What white has to be careful here is not to stalemate black's king, but there is this pawn here on the board, which gives good hope to white there will be no stalemate. And this is Team Mongolia. This is Team Mongolia. I know this flag, and I can remember somehow this. They had these shirts too, of the logo of the tournament. Just for freedom, you can see, guys, this is the blueprint t-shirts, and on that there is a logo of the event. For more information, if you want to know more about this tournament, you can just type in Google, in internet, Chess for Freedom, and you're gonna get a lot of information about the event if you're curious. But I can also give you some of the details. This is the 3rd edition, and we have 50 countries joining right now for this competition, 118 teams. And we have a checkmate on the board in 1 move. All right, queen to g2, gonna be the checkmate, and we are expecting that to happen in any second, which will make Iran to win 1 game against 3. So 3-1, India 1 wins this match. I see that other games have been also ended. So, but there is one person still playing. We have to check who is this person. We have to check. Let me check here. So this match is done. And here we have India against Kazakhstan. Board 3 has not started yet. Oh, what is this hat? Like, I don't know, what is this hat? For I've seen this kind of hat for sailors, but not, I don't know, it's probably some sort of uniform of some country. The other event has already just done. Let me check the Mongolia. So the Mongolia versus India, one has been done as well. And Iran against Mongolia has been done, and Mongolia won on the 3 boards. There is still 1 board pending, so we're gonna see that game later on. And Kazakhstan against India 2, we have in that case India winning 3-0, and we have 1 game still to start. And the last game was India versus Iran. We have seen this already. All right, guys. I think it's time now to take a short break for me, but for you, you're gonna see some of the videos about this event. You're gonna know more about the tournament. You're gonna hear some of the stories of the participants of the event. So don't go anywhere, because we have more games to go, and we also have very interesting interview ahead of us. So see you soon.
Inmates call me Dr. K. I'm teaching chess in the Cook County Department of Correction. We currently have over 150 inmates on a weekly basis taking the chess classes, and almost in every single division in Department of Correction. We started the chess program at Cook County Department of Correction in 2012 to bring a different way of thinking to a group of inmates.
Playing chess teaches you different strategies to be more patient. It's complex, but it all plays a part with the way of life.
Every time I play, I learn something new. And I think the chess class here in Cook County that Dr. K has going is something very good for the detainees that's here.
It's a strategy game that I would have never learned in the world. It would have took me some time to sit down and just be patient, and I ain't had it at first. So sitting here in these classes that they have is actually helping us with ourselves.
We also introduced the online chess play right from the jail. Inmates are able to play online with any other people around the world. The latest addition to the program is family online matches. Inmates can correspond with their own families, with their own kids. And the idea is that through the chess, they can redevelop their own connections with families.
I have time to interact and connect with my family.
I'm able to play online with my kids. I'm able to learn new moves from other opponents that's sitting around me. I'm able to pick up new strategies that I can maybe basically put into my lifespan.
They enjoy this time. Those 2 hours that they play, they talk about different issues, they talk about their everyday life, and they use chess as a tool.
I play my kids online once a month, and I'm able to see my wife and my kids. My wife brings all my kids for me to play. It's actually helping me think a lot, you know. It's operating my brain, a part of my brain that I wasn't using.
Most of the kids have never played chess before. It's my job to teach them, and then I give them to their dads, and their dads teach them about both the game, and they teach them things about life, how chess impacts their life, how to think forward, and think ahead of the game.
It feels nice to play with my dad in type of games like this.
I love chess.
this is fun to do.
I'm trying to teach inmates when they play chess, they all should be looking for themselves like kings. They're making decisions like kings. They should be feeling like kings during the chess game. And the most important, everyone should feel, I can win. I can be a winner today.
I want to thank Chef Dart for putting the program together, making it accessible for us, allowing us to have it, for the vision he had, the thought, consideration. Thanks.
Mitt navn er Nils Leil Finstad. Jeg er fengselsleder i Oslo fengsel. Et fengsel med høyt sikkerhetsnivå som ligger midt i Oslo på Grønland. Norges Sjakkforbund hadde vel en slags lansering, hvor da prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn ble presentert. Og vi ønsket å delta på dette, og ble veldig inspirert og motivert til å dra sjakk lenger i Oslo fengsel, fra at det ble spilt på ulike avdelinger, til å gjøre det til noe større, og sette det litt mer i system, da. For vi har sett at det er populært, veldig populært. Sjakk er et godt virkemiddel til å starte en dialog, for eksempel, mellom ansatte og innsatte, eller mellom innsatte. Det kan være at sjakk kan være en innfallsport til en god samtale.
Det er ganske mange som spiller sjakk, da. Og det kommer nye spillere hele tiden. Det er det som er også gøy, å spille sjakk i fengsel. Nye innsatte, nye spillere.
Jeg spiller ikke så mye ute, men det er noe som blomstrer inne. Egentlig spiller kanskje 4-5 partier om dagen.
Nå er vi i arbeidsdriften i Oslo fengsel. Primært trevareproduksjon. Det lages veldig mye forskjellig, også sjakkbord. Det ene står her. I tillegg så har vi ganske nylig laget litt sånn prototyp på et litt annet type sjakkbrett, litt mer eksklusivt i mahogni. Det er mange muligheter i Oslo fengsel for produksjon. Det har vel kanskje fått litt ekstra vind i seilene nå. Dette har vi gjort en stund, i hvert fall disse sjakkbordene og brett. Men igjen, prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn har trigget oss på flere måter, også her i arbeidsdriften.
Man føler seg at man er ikke i fengsel, da, faktisk. Og tiden går veldig fort når man er i et sjakkspill. Ja.
Always excited to see you guys out here playing chess and loving the game of chess.
Like most players, the first time Tony Ballard picked up the game of chess was as a youngster.
I got what they call a chess bite, where you just fall in love with the game of chess. You think about it all day, every day. You can't wait to get back to the game and play.
The next time he seriously picked up the game, he was in the El Dorado Correctional Facility.
And so we'd yell across the run, and I would lose a lot. And being competitive, I hated losing. So what I did was I secretly started going to the library or checking out library books, learning strategies, middle game, opening, end game strategies, and I was applying that to my opponents over the chessboard, unbeknownst to them. And there was a gentleman that he was my nemesis when it comes to playing chess, and so I wanted to beat him, and what I started doing was I started taping my chessboard up above my ceiling in my cell. And as I lay there at night, I'd imagine what moves he took to beat me and come out the next day and try to refute those moves. and I start kicking their butt. I start having a good time. I start having a lot of fun. And so, you know, over the time, you know, everyone began to know me as the chess guy.
While the game of chess was changing his reputation inside the walls, his entire life would change during a phone call with his brother in New York.
He said, "So you think you're a good chess player, huh?" I said, "Yeah, I am." So he clicked over and he called Russell, who is just like phenomenal, you know. And we met for the first time. We started playing chess, and for too long, I wasn't even talking to my brother anymore on the phone. It was just me and Russell. You know, we were just playing each other on chess. I set my board up.
Tony would say, pawn to e4. I would say pawn to e5. And we would spend hours playing the game of chess because for me, it was an opportunity, once again, to connect with somebody, to enjoy a game of chess, and to really, it was a friendship more than anything. In the early stages, we developed a friendship. But as we played chess, we also talked. And the more we talked, we realized that we shared a very similar passion for using the game of chess.
And what they talked about included how Russell created a nonprofit organization that gives away chess sets to students in New York and migrants in Africa, and how both believe the game of chess can help others in the game of life.
I got in a whole lot of trouble in my lifetime, and one of the main questions a lot of people asked me was, "What were you thinking?" And the truth of the matter was, I wasn't thinking at all. And so when I started developing my chess game and start having a lot of success there, I start realizing that I am a thinker and that I can use these thinking strategies to better my situation, to better myself. And so I started applying these skills. I became a guinea pig in my own experiment to see if the skills that I was using on the chessboard would translate into success in my personal life. Those skills are critical thinking, abstract thinking, decision making, and problem solving skills. And yeah, I started having success.
He began to understand that chess can be used as a cognitive rehabilitation tool for those incarcerated to try to change their life. So when I was telling him that I was using chess to change the lives of the kids in New York City, he said, "I think chess can change the lives of those that are incarcerated." And I said, "Oh my goodness, I think you're onto something." So we partnered and we founded the prison outreach portion of the Get to Chess, which is a 501c3. We're a federally recognized charity in New York City. And Tony came on board and he began to share his authentic story about how chess changed his life. And it really resonated with so many people out there.
And the one person out there that could open the possibilities of reaching more prisons and more residents, Kansas Secretary of Corrections, Jeff Zamuda. And it so happened that he was touring the facility where Ballard lived.
I gave him a strong elevator pitch about the idea. And next thing I know, Captain Owen called me to the side. He told me what the thoughts of Jeff Zamuda was and the potential idea of maybe going throughout the state with this. And so I was like, yes.
You get a lot of ideas from folks as you're out and about, and I'm open to new ideas and new ways to maybe engage our population and maybe provide activities that are of interest to them. So I was open to it, and it sounded feasible. I asked him to send me some information, and he did, and then it just kind of took off from there.
Where it has taken off includes, obviously, all 9 facilities in Kansas, as we recently completed a statewide tournament led by Ballard, who was escorted by Captain Kevin Oneth, a 32-year veteran with KDOC.
I was a little bit hesitant at first, kind of questioning whether it was going to work, and then as I went to each facility and kind of seen the changes and seen the different responses from residents, I got more and more excited. And it's actually, the last one is kind of heartbreaking that's finally ending, because it actually has been pretty rewarding for me.
And the reason for this survey is to gauge your likelihood to be impulsive. What chess does, it removes you from that impulsive nature, that impulsive behavior, into more responsive, more decisive behavior. And playing chess over a period of time helps you develop that habit.
But when he talks about what chess has done for him and the engagement and what he sees that can do for members of the population, that has a deeper level of meaning and maybe resonates more with our population than if I'm standing up there, or perhaps even Kevin is up there talking about it. Tony, I think, tells his story, what it means to him, and really the message from Tony is, hey, this may help you, and this may be an opportunity for you to change. And I think that's powerful, especially coming from someone who's walking in all of our residents' shoes.
It's helping me to understand, like, I can use this and I can use this to help
me move better in life, especially when I get out. I can move better and start thinking more before I do anything, you know.
And chess is like, when it comes to like learning the cognitive skills that you can utilize, you get the like jobs, scenarios, dealing with people, scenarios. You just get comfortable in your skin on what move to make when you're dealing with these obstacles or adversities in your life, you know what I mean?
It makes me feel good to be able to use chess as a way to strategize and get my thinking in order.
In total, the Prison Outreach for the Gift of Chess has gifted more than 100,000 residents across 32 states and 300 facilities, as well as numerous prisons in Africa, all thanks to one friendship between Makovsky and Ballard.
On our first trip to Winfield, Captain Oneth asked me, he said, "You think that it was gonna get this big?" And I told him, yeah, I did. You know, I really did. I had that confidence, I had that hope, I had that persistence, and just that passion that I wanted to do. And not only that, I had backing, I had support, and I had the resources. You know, Russell Makovsky has been very instrumental in my life. He's poured into me rehabilitation. And, yeah, he's been a good friend, you know what I'm saying? Like, he believes in my vision, and he has the resources to help me, you know, do it. And it's my guy, man.
Ballard's endgame with KDOC. After he's paroled in 2025, he'll continue his job as the Director of Prison Outreach for the Gift of Chess.
Being that chess has provided me with such a grand opportunity as this, I want to be able to spend the rest of my life giving this opportunity back to others. This is my vehicle, this is the tool that I use, and so I've come to understand that chess is more than a game. It's a cognitive rehabilitation tool that can be used to change lives.
First of all, I'm excited about what's been done so far. We've seen it grow and grow and grow, the participation level and the excitement and the enthusiasm in our facilities. So I'm really excited about that. We're going to have that statewide competition at the end of June, which is going to be really, really cool. I'm excited to see what comes of that. And then I think having that under our belt is really that opportunity to have conversations with other entities, some of my peers, see if they're interested in doing something like that. And there'll be some interest. There'll be some interest by other states. My peers are just like me. They're looking for ways to engage the population, and any kind of positive activity that moves people towards positive change. There'll be some people interested, and we're all about that.
Welcome back, everyone. We have seen a very interesting video and some of the stories from the prisons from around the world. We're starting next game, and we are soon going to have the guest joining us. So before we have the games on, I would like to remind everyone that we do have 50 countries, 180 teams, and 3 groups for female, for male, and for junior. And we have already a game on the board. Let's now take a look at the chess game. So, what is happening in this one? This is the game India versus Mongolia. Those 2 teams are, I think, level. They have won equally the games. They are both very strong. We have Team Mongolia winning the 2021 the first edition, and then we have Team India, which is on the other side from the chess country, so we have these 2 strong teams now. This might be decisive between these two teams in this group. We're gonna have two winners in each group, and not more than that. So it's quite tough. Let's see how the thing's gonna go. Now it's going so well for whites. The rook takes on e6 will win the queen as the king, and the queen will hang on the same time. So let's see how white will capture this pawn. Maybe knight will capture, but rook captures here is the strongest move. There is also the check, and there's a check and the check here also possible. So let's now take a look what is the choice of whites. We are still not seeing the move here. White is considering here to take with a pawn, with a rook, or to take with the knight, or maybe there's also queen takes the pawn, maybe even stronger in this position to keep the queen on the board and to attack the pawn together with the queen. So the position seems to be winning here. White decided to capture the pawn with the rook and simply to win the queen. After knight takes the queen, here we're gonna have the winning position. So now everything just falls apart. There can be some checks also on the board, and seems like on this board, Team India will take the lead. I'll just take a look on the other board to have the picture what is happening in this game. Here we have Mongolia having struggles here again versus India, and Indian player have here the extra piece. Two bishops versus knight. It is indeed winning position now. The bishop is hanging. Probably bishop can just simply go back, or maybe rook can get in here and support the bishop and attack the pawn. Black decided to get this bishop here. Probably bishop here was a better move, but this is also a possibility here. You can always come back on e5 and that gets on d6 with the bishop. Let's see what will be the choice of the move here. For black, it went for rook to f7 to guard the 7th rank, just like that. This is also a possibility. This is winning, so it means that Team India is taking a lead. And now let's move to the next one. This is third board. India plays with white pieces, Mongolia plays with black pieces, and this is more balanced position. Right now, bishop takes the rook, but white has very strong move. You guys, I'm gonna give you some time to go ahead and think here the move. Very likely this is winning. It takes some time to calculate the full line, but that was the possibility. So if you are hurry right now, and if you write me the move, I'll still read it out, or I can show you right away by myself. It was not rook to e2, the move that I was referring. It was different move, and now it's another chance for white to still play the move that is winning a material and probably already the game. So white to move, give a try and think here the best move for white. You can see the engine bar goes up, and here we have it. Indian board 3 just finds the best move here. This bishop takes the pawn, attacks the pawn on g7, and there is a checkmate coming up in one move. So we have pawn push. If the knight moves away and attacks the queen, there is always queen to d3 to target the black's king again. So instead of this, black just went for g6 to avoid a check, and there is another bishop g5 move. We can see this red mark here. Probably there is a miswin. So here white could actually take the pawn here again, and then take this pawn, give a check, and capture this knight. This is completely winning position. After that, white can just transfer the rook on h file or on the g file, and this is game over. Instead, bishop to g5 is a normal move to attack the knights, and if you just guard with the queen, there will be more attack on f6. So you have to guard with the bishop in this case, and it's still quite nice position for white, as white is having an extra pawn on the king side. So then after bishop to e7, maybe white can just take this knight and think of move like h4, h5 to just undermine this king, that it is not safe here on g8. So this game is very interesting, and it makes this match even more exciting. So some of the games I can see that has been already done, and some of them are still in progress. So let's move to the perhaps the next game. I will just choose. We have here more moves in this game, and something happened actually. You can take a look. Knight went on h5, attacking the queen. Queen goes on h4, and we have c5. Not the greatest move, as the pawn on, the rook on d8 will be hanging, and now we have this trade of the rook and the bishop, and white won the exchange. So okay, this position is definitely winning. Now it's the question how to win. d5 is the way to win this game, after taking here, just to take and to attack everything on the d file. That's the first thing to do. You can also just open up the position and to take the pawn here right away and attack the queen and the rook. That's the second way to win this position. And there's also another way here. So the rook to e3. Where this rook goes, I don't exactly know where the rook goes. Perhaps on f3 or maybe on d3. But white felt like it was time to activate the rook. So we have here the pawn capturing the pawn. Maybe now it's time to attack this pawn in the center and finally to control the d file. So let's see what will be the choice of white. I'm not sure where this rook is going. Now this rook comes back on e2, and this gives a little counterplay here to black. Black is holding the pawn on d4. It was not the best choice in this position, as you can see, according to the engine. Perhaps something like bishop going back and just to control this pawn from the side. To have this bishop on g7 would also guard the pawn and rook e3. What's wrong with this rook? Probably it was a mouse sleep. Probably this rook was going here. But the good thing is that after taking here, you can take... Oh no, there's no good thing about this position. It's just getting worse and worse. And then black can take here. Oi, what is happening? What is happening? Okay, let's see how the game continues. After rook e3, that's a blunder. Black has not captured yet. This is the current position. Let's see. Wow. So India is leading this match against Mongolia, but Mongolia can have a good chance. Rook to e3, and oh no, we received a move, and we have bishop e3, and that's okay move. That's okay. Bishop e7. That's okay move because the queen is hanging and the rook is hanging. But there was not necessarily... No, queen d4 is a blunder. Oh no, we have some blunders here in this game. Let's see what's happening. And after all, here black has extra piece. The knight on h5 is an extra, and this is a very good chance to just equalize the match. We have to check the third board right away. So the first board has ended. India won beautifully this one. The second game, again, India won with 2 extra queens. And then we have the last board. This game has ended in a draw. As we can see here, the repetition. And the game 3 is in progress. So that means that whatever happens in this game, Team India 2 has already won the competition. The match here, not the competition. It's too early. It's just the next round. It's round 4 actually, so it's not the end yet. We can we shall have more 3 games. So wow, that was a bit upsetting, I think, for Team Mongolia, because even this game is winning, even there was a beautiful combination. Seems like Team India is quite strong to deal with. So the next match is Kazakhstan against Iran, and we can see Iran won on the first board, and then Kazakhstan won on the third board. There was a lot of things happening in this game. And the last board, let me just check this one. We are looking for the last board, Iran against Kazakhstan. And here we have Kazakhstan winning the last board. So it means that Kazakhstan is leading 2-1, and the last board is this one. And here we have a blunder happening, and I think it's a very, very good time to have a first guest for this show, FIDE Management Board Deputy Chair Dana Riznice-Ozola. She's joining me for this event, and she is the force of the event. She's the power of this event, and she knows a lot of details about the event. She'll join us in a few seconds, and we can ask some of the very interesting questions, and we can have the answers to all our questions. And here we have hello.
Hi, good morning, Keti.
Hello, Dana.
Hi, good morning, Keti, and all the spectators.
For the moment, I cannot hear you. I don't know if the viewers can hear you.
Just a sec.
Okay, let's take a... Let's take a moment. We will
What
have,
about now?
We will have Dana Riznice-Ozola joining us very soon, and will give us all the details about Chess for Freedom.
Can you hear me now, Keti?
So we can hear. Oh, it's only me who cannot hear. Oh no, it's only me who cannot hear. Oh, okay. I think we need to fix that. It's only me who cannot hear you. All right. We're going to fix this this detail soon.
Can you hear me now or not yet?
Okay. All right. Let's just go ahead. I will have the first question to you, Dana. Please tell us about this tournament. How the idea came here. This is the third edition, but if you please tell us how the things progressed from the first edition until now.
Yes, it was almost 3 years ago when together with the Cook County Sheriff's Office and Michael Rahal, we had this idea that let's make an intercontinental online chess championship for the prisoners, and before that, just to find out what the interest is and inform all the institutions and potential participants, we organized a demonstration match with 4 countries participating, and also a very great conference where the existing experiences were exchanged. Brazil, Italy, Spain, some of other countries have been very active in this program, and they had already some empirical knowledge about how chess can reduce the anxiety, depression rates, stress rates while the person is still in the prison, and how motivational it can be for that moment, and how helpful it can be for that moment when they leave the imprisonment. So with these great experiences in the pocket, we wanted to make this story expand. So later on in autumn, in the International Day for Prisoners, by the way, that's 13th of October, when our finals will take place, we held our first Intercontinental Chess Championship back in 2021. More than 20 countries participated. Last year, we already increased that to 41 countries. This year, it's 50 countries 118 teams with 28 women and 12 youth teams participating. I'm very excited. And me, myself, I'm also now on the way to one of the prisons. There are 3 teams participating from Latvia. So I'm going to Riga Central prison. We will have Jelgava and also one women's prison. So I'm taking their uniforms, their T-shirts to them. They're very nervous. I think they have not been sleeping the whole night through, because yesterday we had our last training and our presentation about the chess history, and they were asking me, so how to deal with stress? Normally chess reduces their stress, but now, because right before the event, the inmates, the officials, everybody is so stressed, but everybody is also even more so excited because, yeah, you know, by the time all the authorities and officials are also becoming great fans of their players, and they're rooting for them honestly and heavily. You'll see a lot of national flags in the rooms. You'll see a lot of cheering. You will see also, you know, great sorrow for the failure, because it is like a real championship, like a real tournament. So much excitement, so many emotions are there, and you know, and this is the celebration of chess, and this is, you know, the event that actually gives them huge motivation already. You would see in many institutions that they keep their discipline strong, they eat well, they go into the fitness, they get rid of their bad habits just to be ready as the great sportsmen representing their country.
Wow, that's so amazing. We can say you're on the way to prison, as you mentioned, and you can see it's a rainy day there. So I wish the best of your team. We know that Latvian team is one of the very strong, well-trained team. And is that true that you had also some training matches before the tournament within other country?
Yes. We have organized trainings for our inmates among themselves, and also a few days ago, actually, we organized a match between the prisoners and the National Defense Forces with our army. So that was very special for our inmates, that you know, they could test their strengths with real soldiers. So, but besides that, I think it's also very important to tell them about the chess world, not only to teach them chess moves, but tell who the current champions are, what is the history of chess, how chess has evolved, you know, how the rules of the game have changed, about the role of women in chess, and they've been very excited about that. That's also, you know, part of education. It's not just the moves, it is also, you know, additional knowledge that make them smarter, make them more intelligent, or probably make them more pleasant companions of any debate or small talk in the future. Yes, and I think also this is a very special event for their families. I hope that they all are following on the YouTube, because Keti, with your great commentaries, we can follow the games. We can see also some insights in those chess stories that have taken place around the world, and I hope this is also a nice celebration for them.
Indeed, this is a very special event, and a lot of people are right now so happy for the opportunity that they are given a chance. I've heard that I've got the information that the inmates and the army had some match before the tournament, some training match. Can you please tell us about that, T?
Yes. Recently, I was playing in the NATO championship with several other soldiers. Me, myself, I'm also a soldier since the beginning of this year. And 5 of the army soldiers agreed to play against our inmates. So 2 prisons were playing against the soldiers, so tested their forces. Still, the stronger brain is currently in the army. They won the match, but I think it was very useful for our inmates. Just not to get too much high-minded, have motivation to train, but also a very good training, because they understood that the game needs to be played till the very end, and there would be no give ups or easy games. But also it was very inspirational for them because that is another demonstration that chess is an equal game. When we sit there, no matter what your background is, we are two chess players, two opponents equally, strong and having the same chances starting from the beginning and the first move.
This is truly amazing, and chess is sort of part of a lot of social projects, including the chess for freedom, chess for prisoners, and we have more and more tournaments. I don't know, you have been visited prisons in other countries, in USA, in Mexico, and more. And can you please tell us how inmates were welcoming the chess project? What was their reaction with that?
Each and every of the prisoners who go in for chess program, but not only them, also the officials, they see the changes in their lives when chess comes into it. Because first of all, it's a nice entertainment, but even more so, they see that this is the way how they can structure their minds. They can learn the cause and the consequences, and
I can say you are approaching the prison right now to join your team, the Latvian team. We wish the best of luck. We wish the best of luck to you and to your team. We know that you are bringing the T-shirt for your team and to support your team. It was so nice to have you on the broadcast. It's very nice to hear these stories. Thank you very much, Dana Rizenzi-Azola, and best of the luck to your team. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, it was so nice to hear such an incredible stories and some inside information about the project itself that is happening only 3 years, and we already have 50 countries joining in one Zoom for the chessboards. 118 teams. Right now we can see that more and more teams are joining. So what we learned right now was that Dana Rizenzi-Azola was bringing the T-shirt and the power to support the team. She is the FIDE Management Board Deputy Chair and also the supervisor of this event, and the person who has visited a lot of countries, prisons, including Mexico, USA, Serbia, and Latvia. She's giving the classes, chess lessons to the prisoners in Latvia, and very soon today we can see team from Latvia, women team joining this event I'm playing. I would also like to mention once again that my colleagues will join later on. So today it will be all the day chess broadcast here on this channel. So Almira Skripchenko and Michael Rahal will be joining me today. You guys, this is the qualifiers, very important day, 118 teams, and tomorrow we're gonna have less and less teams, and the final day, day 13, we're gonna have only 2 teams competing for the title and another 2 teams competing for the 3rd place. So exciting to see and hear the stories. We're now back to the chessboards. Later on today, we're gonna have another guest too. Another guest will join me in about 15 minutes. Before that, we have some time to take a look at the chess part of the commentary. So the games has been ended here, and we don't have any big changes. Team India won the match against Mongolia, and we can see now some of the participants are just celebrating the victory. Very likely, every win from now on will bring a lot of very important points to the players. And we have today 7 rounds in this group categories, and tomorrow we're gonna have 9 rounds. So from now on, every result will actually matter. So to going forward, let's do this. We can take a look at Team Kazakhstan against Iran 1. Here we have Iran winning first and second board. The third board, we have Team Kazakhstan checkmating, White King, and Team 4 also win by the Kazakhstan team. So that makes the match even, and it's 2-2 between these 2 teams. So it's not very often happening that we have a tie. Usually it's one of the teams winning with a big margin. In the fourth round, the games have been already ended. We're waiting for the next round to start in a few minutes. And as I mentioned, the very special guest will join me, and we have so much to ask, so much to talk about this project. So we're gonna have heard a lot of other stories from the upcoming guests. So right now we can see the players are getting ready for the next round to start. We have only these 2 players here. Probably they are divided into some rooms, and we can see only two players now. So there's also the teams where the players are just sitting side by side, and there are some teams where the players are sitting back by back. So this is a choice of the organizers, local organizers, and this is also approved by the arbiters. So the next game will start in a few minutes. Round 5, final rounds, guys, ahead of us. So this is very important. And now we'll take a very short break. You guys gonna see the videos, and I will be back shortly with some game analysis. So don't go anywhere. We're gonna see more chess, and we're gonna have more guests at this show.
So today, the Gift of Chess, in coordination with Exodus, has come together to put on this mini chess tournament for its community members, and to just sort of launch what we hope to be a fruitful partnership. For me personally, this means a lot, because in events like this where we show that we're more than our past, we're more than our trauma, and just the transformative effect chess can have on healing, I think is just really powerful, and it's just so incredible to see the turnout from today, and to see what I always knew, the impact of chess. Happy to be here, happy to be part of this initiative, and looking forward to see how we continue this and build upon this in the future.
First of all, tell us how you are doing. I'm doing well, thank you. I feel really good. Thanks a lot. My name is Khatuna Kurdadze. I'm 54. And you are a world champion. I'm a world champion. Let's make it clear, she is a world chess champion from the number 5 female penitentiary facility. The success story of convicted women became known a few days ago. The national anthem of Georgia was played in the USA and the women were celebrated as world champions. Congratulations again to the team from Georgia. They are the winners of the first Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for prisoners. When they play your anthem in America to honor your achievement, you get emotional. I can't describe what it's like. You have to feel it. The Georgian team of convicted women defeated 43 teams from 31 countries at the International Online Chess Championship and became the world champions for the first time in history. I did not expect this. I could not even imagine that we would qualify for the finals. We played 11 rounds in the semi-finals and needed to gain 2 points in each. We managed to score much more. I was in my office when I received the call. I was told that we had become champions. Of course, I invited the ladies over. They came with radiant faces, looks of bliss and happy smiles. It was a very emotional moment. The prisoners had been preparing for the championship for several months. To test their skills, they competed with each other regardless of age and gender. Prior to the championship, the women defeated the men and won the internal competition. This is how the 4 convicted women made it to the international tournament. Khatuna is a member of the winning team. She is a world champion. Chess has been a part of her life since childhood. As a school-age girl, she even became a champion of the Soviet Union. She is one of the winners, but the only one for whom participating in the World Championship was difficult and highly emotional. When you are heartbroken, when you are a prisoner at this facility, and when you are also ill, it is a miracle of God to get the opportunity to participate in the tournament and become a world champion. There is no other way to explain it. Khatuna has been fighting cancer for 8 years. She learned about new metastatic lesions a couple of months ago, and a couple of days before the finals of the World Championship, she had her 25th round of chemotherapy. I wasn't sure if I could participate in the tournament. If I did not play, our team would be short 1 board, and they would lose 1 point in each round. So I gathered my strengths. Making it to the finals was a significant incentive for me. You do not consider your diagnosis a verdict, do you? I don't. Cancer is just a diagnosis, not a verdict. I have been fighting it already for 8 years. It fights me and I fight it. I do not have cancer. Cancer has me, and I'm gonna win. She fights not only a severe disease, but also the routine of the penitentiary facility. She spares no effort to make each day different, to learn more and to teach others. I teach mathematics. That's my profession. Several prisoners expressed their desire to study, so I give lessons to 3 students. I'm helping 1 student with physics. I was also teaching chemistry to 1 prisoner. In my free time, I knit. I'm quite good at it. I knit with knitting needles and a crochet hook. I also work with beads. There are 4 more years left before leaving the penitentiary facility, but the title of world champion makes her stronger now. God has said that a leaf does not fall without his will, so perhaps I was meant to become a world champion. And where else would I have had the chance? I'm serving my sentence. I love you very much. Thank you so much for this interesting interview. I would hug you if there was no COVID. So let's finish this way. Thank you.
Everyone deserves a second chance. That's what we believe at Indian Oil. Instead of being held hostage to past mistakes, we believe that prison inmates can become productive members of society. Our esteemed chairman, Mr. Srikanth Madhav Vaidya, had visited Chanchalguda prison at Hyderabad and saw sports as a means to elevate the lives of the inmates. With this belief, Indian Oil's Parivartan, Prison to Pride, was launched on August 15, 2021 under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebration. The initiative reflects Indian Oil's core value, care, to help prison inmates and juveniles build a better life through sports coaching by Indian Oil's sportspersons, including international badminton players Abhin Shyam Gupta, S. Arun Vishnu, Yasil Ismail, Grandmaster and Indian women chess team coach Abhijit Kunte, women Grandmaster Padmini Raut, international tennis player Rashmi Chakravarti, renowned carom player Ramesh Babu and Srinivas, and international hockey player Kamlesh Parihar. Across 4 phases, more than 2,900 inmates were provided with sports coaching from 52 prisons across 28 state and 8 union territories under the initiative. Basketball, badminton, chess, volleyball, tennis, table tennis, kho-kho, and carom were identified as sports that need mental as well as physical agility, giving an opportunity to excel to hundreds of prisoners so far. Indian Oil has commissioned retail outlets in prison premises, catering to public. 30 of these retail outlets employ ex- and serving prison inmates as customer attendants, providing excellent service and living a life of dignity. Parivartan celebrated a moment of triumph when the initiative was recognized by World Chess Federation FIDE during prestigious Chess Olympiad 2022 at Chennai. Parivartan's Katak team played an exhibition match with Chicago under Chess for Freedom initiative. In fact, inmates from Yerwada prison Pune won bronze medal in Intercontinental Chess for Freedom, an online chess championship for prisoners from 46 countries, and the latest in the series, launched this 26th January, is perhaps the best of them all. Indian Oil presents Nai Disha, Smile for Juvenile program for the mental and physical developments of kids across India's 3 largest juvenile facilities. Apart from coaching, equipment and kits are also provided to participants, with care at the core of all our endeavors. The journey to a better tomorrow goes on. Parivartan, Prison to Pride, helps us re-energize lives as we live our motto of being the energy of India.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the 3rd Intercontinental Chess Online Championship for prisoners, and we are having the day 1 here, the qualifiers, where 50 countries, 118 teams now are competing for the best 2 spots. And tomorrow we're going to have another day of the qualifiers, and the 13th of October, we're going to have the finals. So we have a lot of games in progress. 5th round will start very soon. We already had the first guest who told us so many information about Latvian team and also about the project in general. And now we're having another guest, and I am pleased to introduce you Steve Maruvo from Malawi. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Fine, very fine, sure.
Let me introduce you to our viewers. Steve is an inmate who will be liberated soon, and you are the captain of Malawi team. Almost finished your serve in a jail at Maulo prison in Malawi, and now you are the captain of the team which is taking part of for this Chess for Freedom, and you're working with Susan Naman Avale, who is the founder of Devas Chess Academy and the global head of the chess gift, who will give the winners the chess sets. The first question to you is that when you will be liberated from the prison, will you still continue to work for chess?
Yeah, sure. That's my idea. First of all, I'm Maruo Stephen. I was convicted for 5 years. I'm almost finishing my sentence. I'm remaining with only 4 months. Yeah, 4 months to go. So, you know, the game of chess, you always think what to do, the next move. Yeah, so when I go out, I'm thinking maybe to join Susan, maybe to work hand in hand with Susan.
Right. That's oh, we lost Steve for the moment. We're hoping to get him back on the connection because we want to hear so much from Steve. So do we have you back, Steve? Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. We lost you for the moment. Can I ask you how you started to play chess? When you started to play chess? All right.
Yeah,
Steve, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure. It seems there is some blockage of network.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It's happening. So my question is how you started to play chess, when you started to play chess. Oh no, we are having the sort of issue with the connection. Steve, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So can you hear my question? I have so many questions to Steve to ask. Hopefully we're gonna have him back and we can talk about his team. And Steve, if you can hear me, maybe you can tell us how you started to play chess. When was the first time you played chess? Who taught you chess? And all these details, just to tell us about yourself.
New inmates joining also the club. At first we used to play an ordinary chess, a locally made chess, like these pieces, you see, like these pieces. We used to play like these pieces. Sometimes we don't have pieces, so we are using stones. Yeah, we are using stones, like this type of boards, you see. Yeah,
Yes.
so at least nowadays we are having, because of the coming in of Susan, we are having the good ones. Yeah, so we should thank Susan for coming in. You know, in prisons, in Malawi prisons, it's dangerous. But you can imagine a lady bringing this type of boards in prisons. It's not easy. It's not easy.
Wow.
Even our own people are failing to come and see us in prison. But this lady Susan is able to bring us the boards, those nice boards there. So I think she's a genius, I can say like that. So you can see how improvement is there. At Maula, at Lilongwe Central Prison, we have got 2. We have got the young offenders, and then we have got the main inmates prison. So we managed to introduce even chess to the young offenders, but they're not even participating in this intercontinental chess competition. So for your information, I'm also thanking Susan for what she did by bringing in this chess this chess competition to our prisons here in Malawi.
Well, that's indeed a great thing to hear. And now you have a chess, and everyone has the opportunity to train. Can you please tell us a little bit about the club that you have established, perhaps with Susan, for the inmates? How often do you have the trainings there?
Yeah, the trainings it's not easy, but we normally try our own best to make it, at least to train every day. As I told you, when she introduced us those nice boards, we always put those mats on the ground because we don't have chairs. It's terrible. It's terrible in Malawi prisons because we don't have resources. So, but we always try our own best so that we can always train. We can always train, and then we can also teach others so that they should think chess thinking. You know, chess players, they're great thinkers. So we are always trying to teach others so that they can also be good chess players. In case or to avoid them also discussing criminal issues, you know. So we take them to chess. We take them to chess to think of the next step, the next move. You see, you lose a piece, you lose a queen, you make sure you get another queen. That's the chess. So we apply that one to human life. Yeah, I lost my job. I lost my job because of a pangolin, but I can always do better after prison sentence. So that's how chess teaches us.
Right. Thank you so much for saying that, Steve. Are you going to, when you release from the prison, are you going to go back sometimes there to help the chess club which you established there to improve and to have the trainings and to have the chances to play maybe tournaments?
Yeah, sure. I'll always do that. Yeah, I'll always do that because I'll be a free man. This is a chess for freedom. You know, chess for freedom. So I will be free by that time. So I will be able to come to prison because it will be easy for me. I was already here as an inmate, so it will be very easy for me. Even the bosses here, the officers, they know me. It will be a different story with Susan. Susan, she's a lady. I'm a man, an inmate also, a former inmate. So it will be very easy for me to come in as an ambassador for chess in Malawi prisons. Yeah, but I'll be looking forward maybe to other internationally. I know international, so that we can have some resources, so that we can always help our inmates here to build up, you know, to push forward because they are lacking a lot of things there. So I'll be able to help them, Sure, that's what I will be doing.
That's so nice to hear. I've been asked, Steve, before this several times, but I think it was a connection issues. Tell us, please, when you started to play chess, who taught you to play chess, and how you got connected to chess world?
Yes, I started learning to play chess long time at school because during our times at secondary school, we used to have a teacher of chess. So they used to teach us chess, but I wasn't a good player. I tried to push when I came here in prison. There is a guy of mine and a cellmate guy whom we are sleeping together. His name is Stephen Nkoma. He's also participating in this competition. It's a good one. So he's a good teacher of myself. So he always encouraged me to play, how to push the pieces, how to make this and that, you know. Yeah, so because of that, I become very interested. I become very connected to chess. And because of the coming of Susan, we have pushed a lot.
Wow, that's amazing. Sure. We saw Susan is there actually right now and helping everyone. Maybe she can join us to wave us to say hi. It's always good to see her for sure. Hello, Susan. Yeah. Hello. How the things are going there?
Hello, it's going on very well. So we're busy trying to set up. As you know, the tournament will be starting, I think, soon. So our players are in good form. Maybe I can just come back to say hello. Maybe I can just go back to say hello. So we are so excited. But this is our first time to take part in this. You know, I know when I attended the conference, it was like a job. I didn't even know where to start from. And so it's excited that, you know, this is a reality and it will happen and everyone is excited. And the officials are also excited. So thank you very much. And Steve, you know, has been captaining the team and everything. So far, so good. I'm very excited.
Oh, that is amazing. Good luck, everyone on the who is on the background. I wish you to enjoy to win the games. But you guys, you have such a vibe right now. It's like it's so positive energy there. Thank you so much, Steve and Susan, to create this for the participants.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. Bye bye. So we have with us Steve Maruvo.
Thank you.
From thank you, Steve, from Malawi. And we had the full team here on the background. And of course, Susan Namagali, who is the founder of Dozen Chess Academy and who is the big supporter of the Chess for Freedom in Malawi. She's also the global head of the chess. The Gift of Chess, who is the official partner of this event. And you guys, they will send the gifts 500 chess sets to the prisons, to the winners. So that is indeed amazing gift to the prisoners. We heard from Steve that they had no chess sets, chess boards, and they were using the stones or very old chess sets, and now they have brand new chess pieces. And that can be also the gift to the other participants too, from around the world. They will have the chess sets they can train before the tournament. It is very important to train before the tournament and to have very good team spirit. We saw that is happening in Malawi team. It was really amazing to see Steve, who is for the moment inmate, but in 4 months he will be free man, as he said, and he will keep supporting chess and the team that they have established in the Malawi prison. So there was quite amazing to see these stories, and you guys are gonna have a lot of stories coming to you today when later on my colleagues Almira and Michael will join us. So please keep the eye to this event, or later on you can also always rewatch this video to hear some of the amazing stories of the people, of the participants of the event. So now it's time to get chess board back and talk a little bit about the chess. In the end of the day, we're gonna have some of the teams qualifying to the next stage, to the second stage tomorrow, and then later on, after that, 10 teams will compete for the gold medals in 3 groups, and we have male, female, and junior teams. As we heard from Steve, they have established the academy for the youth inmates, and perhaps next year they will have the chance to join the event. For this year, they could not join for some reasons. All right, let's now talk about the chess part. So we had here Team India being the leaders in the segment, and this is one of the games. India playing against the Iran, if I'm not mistaken, in this round. And let's take a look what is happening here. You can see that White has an extra rook. India too is leading on this board, and another board has already ended with a beautiful checkmate. I believe this was a nice sequence here. We had to take a look at this one. So this was a normal position here where White has pair of bishop versus 2 knights, and then Black decided to weaken the king with pushing the pawn forward, pawn g4, 5, and then White plays h4. Very smart move. White wants to open up the h file and target the Black's king. And here we had a blunder. So then White captured first the piece, and then just team up queen and the rook on the h file. And here we had the checkmate. So this game has ended, and now we have another game in progress. And here white is having extra rook and the knight and a lot of pawns. So we can just assume that India will win in this game as well. The other two games will also run. So the game that is in progress, the matches in progress, is Mongolia against Iran 1. So here we have Mongolia leading on this board. And we have the information that the group 1, the in the female competition, we already have some results. So let me read it out to you guys. So let's see who are the teams who will go to the next stage. So those going to be Philippines and Mongolia in the first group. So let's see the second board in this group, and here we have black winning, and this is Mongolia once again. They are favorite of this group for sure, because we can see how well they are playing on the board. We can see them on the screen right now, so focused. They are so focused. They also have the t-shirts, which is they have the tournament t-shirt, so it's quite well organized event for them. And in the end of the day, they are the champions already. Mongolia was the champion of the first edition of the men in 2021. So once you know how does it feel to be champion, then you want to be champion every year. So they all were prepared. I hope that this tournament, this title brings the freedom to them as well. So now we might have blunder. We might have a blunder. There is this check here, so maybe white can play something like this to win the rook back, but black has way too many extra material. So let's see how this game will end. And meanwhile, we have the other game finished already, and on this board, Mongolia won. We can see here that white has a lot of extra material, so black just decided to resign over here. And the last board in this match is in progress, and we can see that black is winning. So a lot of extra material here after queens are traded here. Black has extra rook and the knight, and it will not be so hard to convert. So what I have seen, guys, I can freely say that Mongolia is heavily favored in this match. So let's once again go ahead and try to check it out what is happening here. After this move, black has not made any more move. So black is probably just waiting for the team to end. Like, there's no rush to end the game. You can use as much time as possible, as not as possible as you have, obviously, on the clock. But it clearly shows that white is winning. Black has only one king. White is on the way to promote the queen. There is slight chance that there will be a stalemate, and that's why white has to be just a bit careful. Less than 2 minutes on the clock. The game, if the player is not making a move, the game will end soon. So yeah, we don't know what's the situation right now. Sometimes it also happens that the player thinks that he resigned. And another thing is, like, when you play online chess, when it's the first time for you that you are joining the platform, like any platform, it's also very hard to find the resign button. But like, for real, I'm not joking. I myself was struggling very much to find a resign button to like the other platform that I was playing for the first time. So this might be the possibilities why black is not moving here, but for sure, white is 100% winning in that game. So moving forward, here we have rook versus 2 bishops. Usually 2 bishops are better, but those pawns are way stronger. and they are just going forward to the queen. White is stopping that pawn now, and the bishop will is targeted now, and another pawn will be pushed. So let's see how Black will finalize this game. Still, there is a chance before the game is done. There is a chance of some blunders. There's a chance of some disconnection or just flagging. So we're gonna keep the eye on this game. Now Black is threatening to check to promote the pawn in one move, and here we have the bishop stopping. Both bishops are just stopping the pawns. So it is still quite a difficult position to handle. So now the plan is to somehow distract one of the bishops from those squares, maybe to attack right away this bishop and to threaten to capture and then to promote. But this last move, I'm not so sure. If you play this one and promote, then White's pawn also gets quite tricky, and White might struggle to stop this pawn. So we need to be very careful here with White. Okay, rook goes to a7, and you can see that this is a little bit inaccuracy here. You can see the white bar goes a little bit up, so that gives some chances to White, but this move was not the most precise one. Oh, there is a blunder. This is a blunder, and you guys, and this is also a blunder. Oh no. Oh no, okay. I wanted to mention that this is a blunder because after rook gets in here, Black is capturing the bishop and promotes the pawn with a check. So we had this move. Oh no. And then takes, and now White can just bring the king close and push the pawn. This can end in a draw. This can end in a draw, and seems like this board has been saved from the player from Iran. And you can see some more teams right now on the camera. You can see the participants are having a little chat after the game. Of course, they are chatting. This is Kyrgyzstan, as I can recognize the flag. Rook to g1 is an inaccuracy. It's a blunder indeed, because it allows White to promote the pawn. And oh no, but I like this move too. This is also a very smart move to cover this file here. This is also a nice move. But there is a small problem with that move. Let's see what... It's a nice game. It is a very nice game indeed. Very sharp, very fighting. And just imagine, this is a one game, guys. The other three has been done, and now whole team just supports you. They're watching to this game. This is a blunder. It's a bad move, and we have to figure it out why this is a blunder. Perhaps something like rook to f8. It's winning for Black, it says. But not sure why this is so winning. If you go here, then White will just promote the pawn. So anyway, we had this check. King gets closer to the pawn. And now it's time to promote the pawn, give up this pawn, and control the d file. So this is the way Black can equalize the game and capture this one. And to play rook versus bishop, it is usually a draw, but you never know how the game gonna go. So here we have queen. Do you guys think that he will see this sequence of giving up the pawn and then to control the pawn? He has to. Oh no, this is a turn of tables. Now it's White who is having the winning position. And queen versus rook is actually winning for White. Black has to keep the queen, rook to close to king, but this king is cutted, and White will bring the king closer and will start to give some checks. All right, so let's take a look what is happening here. In this game, how White can convert. It seems like Black is a bit too passive here, and it's possible to win the rook or to checkmate. So the next move, black is struggling. If you go here, that's a checkmate. If you go here, that's a checkmate. And if you go farther, then you will lose a rook. So that is the question that black is asking. King to b1 or king to a2 is the possibility there to be played. All right, let's check we had a check. And perhaps another check. Here white has to be a little bit careful not to stalemate. All right. Queen to a3. If check, the king goes here, and this is a stalemate. Okay, I'm gonna just demonstrate this. If king goes here, this is a stalemate. So we don't want to miss the chance. Oh, this is happening. This is happening, and this is a stalemate. Wow, will black see that? If black sees that, it's a draw. If black sees that, it's a draw. If black moves the rook away, that's losing. Okay. Wow, this is so much tense. This is... He sees that. He was taking some time and he sees that, and this is amazing move, the greatest move. And here Team Mongolia draws the game. What an incredible technique here. Wow, bro, it was amazing. The whole game was amazing, played from both sides. So what a save we had here. So let's go through to the results, and we can see them chatting. We can see them smiling. They deserve to celebrate nicely after winning this match. So Mongolia won the first board, on the third board, and on the fourth board, and made a draw on the third board. So that's quite convincing here. 3.5 to half. The game was amazing, and now we can see they are chatting, they are analyzing. I think that's about the last game. We don't have the microphone, so we don't really can hear them what they are talking, and obviously we don't understand. I don't understand the language, so I couldn't even understand what they are talking about. But yeah, anyway, that was very nice. Well done. Indeed, well done. So the other matches has already finished as well. Yeah, the round 5 is down, officially down, because we do have all the rounds ending. So maybe I will just let you guys know the results here. Kazakhstan against India won. We do have Kazakhstan actually winning 2.5 to 1.5. And we have India 2 versus Iran 2. We have India 2 leading. I don't see 2 games in that much, so this is not the final result. And now we are waiting for another games to start. And meanwhile, we can maybe take a look at the view of the videos from different prisons that we have, and maybe you can find something very interesting in there. So guys, once again, I would like to remind you that we have 50 countries connected right now. At this moment, 118 teams. We have still the board. I think they're still struggling with the connection, or maybe they are analyzing. We never know. But Chess for Freedom, actually, this project gives the opportunity and the rights to people for learning new things, to teaching each other and share the knowledge that they have. We have heard the interview of one of the inmates who said that the person that he is sharing the cell was teaching him chess. So and we're hoping that this tournament and this social project will help them for self-development and to motivate themselves to have better future, and to join the chess community, to play more chess. And it is free for everyone to play chess online. It is free for everyone to play chess at their local clubs, and you can get very much addicted to the chess game, as it requires so much components for improving, and then you see the result, and that's something that what motivates you further. So guys, I see the remaining games has just appeared on my screen. So if we have more games, I will just show you. Maybe this is just a test game. Chess can also help. Chess can also help to decrease some symptoms like depression and stress and anxiety for the prisoners that they have to spend years and years in one area. So that's quite tough situation. So we are very happy to introduce chess to prisoners who are fighting for those symptoms. And one of the interviews that I had with the prisoners are that the time is flying so fast when they are training, when he's analyzing the chess game. And a lot of people, a lot of prisons, they need the chess books. So you guys, if you are interested to help people who really need, and chess can be the tool to help, you can maybe collect some of the books and somehow send to them, to prisons, to the prisons in your city or in your country. So that can be very good and useful for the prisoners. And we also heard that some of the prisons, they don't have a chess set, and they were playing chess on the old board with the stones on it. To talk a little bit about the prizes, we have some time before the next round starts, round 6. We have the prizes for all the participants. They will get the certificate to be part of the World Championship, and the winners, the prize winners, will get the diplomas. And then we also have 500 chess sets sending from all the way from Malawi to the winners. And we also have one of the most exciting prize for everyone, for all the chess players, and I'm sure also for not chess players, but for chess fans, the master classes from one of the best known chess players and a chess authors and a chess coach, Arthur Yusupov. So a lot of things. And besides that, we can see that now inmates and the participants of these events are having very nice time, team spirit, and a day when they can just focus on the competition and be a team player. In many of these prisons, we know that there are local officials right now supporting the players. So we had earlier the interview from Dana Rezinta Oswald, who was actually on the way to the prison in a rainy day, and she found a time for us to tell us some of the information. And she said that the team, Latvian team, and that she was training, they were a little bit stressed, and she was going there to support them. And she was going there also to bring the t-shirt, so they will have the same t-shirt, which for sure gives some feeling that you are part of the team, and it's ended a great spirit. All right, guys. So we have this game still running. The king is on a run. So this king probably will be checkmated very soon. And here we have, this game has ended already and white won. This is Mongolia versus Kazakhstan board 4. Okay, what is this game actually? Is this their round 5? We don't know yet. Some of the games actually might be just boarded, and maybe they are playing right now, because we had a situation when we had only 3 games started, or maybe we had 2 games started. So maybe they are playing now at some point. So this is, of course, a good opportunity for everyone to not to miss the game, but to play all the rounds. So now let's see this game. Oh, we're again doing the same. The games are switching one by one. All right. So now let's take a look maybe at the camera in one of the cameras that we have the footage. So we can check out the next game. Today we have 7 rounds, and 2 teams will qualify to the next stage. We learned that women's group has already finished, and we have 2 qualifiers, Philippines and Mongolia. And then we're gonna have 2 more qualifiers from the men section and 2 more qualifiers to the youth section. And you guys, this is not the end. We're gonna have second part of a day, and from 11 a.m. Central European time, we're gonna have more groups starting the tournament. So that's it. And we have a little bit time, I think, to talk about the winners of the previous events. So in 2021, we had 31 countries, and the winner in the men's section was Mongolia, and in women's section was Georgia. And we learned that after winning this title, Georgian women were released from the prison before the terms, and right now they are holding the world champions titles. And the second edition in 2022, we had 46 countries, and now additionally we had the youth category, and in that category, Team Serbia won. And in man category, we had Philippines winning the event, and we had in women category Mongolia. So Mongolia have won in men and women tournament, so they're clearly the favorite, and also the games that we are seeing here. Let's see what 2023 will bring us. So we are looking forward to start the next round very soon. And also later on, we're gonna have some of the guests joining to my colleagues to hear some more stories. We had earlier Inmate from Malawi, and we saw such a nice emotion, such a nice atmosphere, so positive atmosphere, and that was created there. That's very nice to see that chess is helping people so nicely. You guys, I'm taking now a very short break, and we'll be back right at the start of the next round. And meanwhile, you're gonna see the videos once again. So don't go anywhere. We're gonna see the final 2 rounds now, and we're gonna know 2 qualifiers to tomorrow's day.
Inmates call me Dr. K. I'm teaching chess in the Cook County Department of Correction. We currently have over 150 inmates on a weekly basis taking the chess classes, and almost in every single division in Department of Correction. We started the chess program at Cook County Department of Correction in 2012 to bring a different way of thinking to a group of inmates.
Playing chess teaches you different strategies to be more patient. It's complex, but it all plays a part with the way of life.
Every time I play, I learn something new. And I think the chess class here in Cook County that Dr. K has going is something very good for the detainees that's here.
It's a strategy game that I would have never learned in the world. It would have took me some time to sit down and just be patient, and I ain't had it at first. So sitting here in these classes that they have is actually helping us with ourselves.
We also introduced the online chess play right from the jail. Inmates are able to play online with any other people around the world. The latest addition to the program is family online matches. Inmates can correspond with their own families, with their own kids. And the idea is that through the chess, they can redevelop their own connections with families.
I had time to interact and connect with my family.
I'm able to play online with my kids. I'm able to learn new moves from other opponents that's sitting around me. I'm able to pick up new strategies that I can maybe basically put into my lifespan.
They enjoy this time. Those 2 hours that they play, they talk about different issues, they talk about their everyday life, and they use chess as a tool.
I play my kids online once a month, and I'm able to see my wife and my kids. My wife brings all my kids for me to play. It's actually helping me think a lot, you know. It's operating my brain, a part of my brain that I wasn't using.
Most of the kids have never played chess before. It's my job to teach them, and then I give them to their dads, and their dads teach them about both the game, and they teach them things about life, how chess impacts their life, how to think forward, and think ahead of the game.
It feels nice to play with my dad in type of games like this.
I love chess. This is fun to do.
I'm trying to teach inmates when they play chess, they all should be looking for themselves like kings. They're making decisions like kings. They should be feeling like kings during the chess game. And the most important, everyone should feel, I can win. I can be a winner today.
I want to thank Chef Dart for putting the program together, making it accessible for us, allowing us to have it, for the vision he had, the thought, consideration. Thanks.
Mitt navn er Nils Leiel Finstad. Jeg er fengselsleder i Oslo fengsel. Et fengsel med høyt sikkerhetsnivå som ligger midt i Oslo på Grønland. Norges Sjakkforbund hadde vel en slags lansering, hvor da prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn ble presentert. Og vi ønsket å delta på dette, og ble veldig inspirert og motivert til å dra sjakk lenger i Oslo fengsel, fra at det ble spilt på ulike avdelinger, til å gjøre det til noe større, og sette det litt mer i system, da. For vi har sett at det er populært, veldig populært. Sjakk er et godt virkemiddel til å starte en dialog, for eksempel, mellom ansatte og innsatte, eller mellom innsatte. Det kan være at sjakk kan være en innfallsport til en god samtale.
Det er ganske mange som spiller sjakk, da. Og det kommer nye spillere hele tiden. Det er det som er også så gøy. Å spille sjakk i fengsel. Nye innsatte, nye spillere.
Jeg spiller ikke så mye ute, men det er noe som blomstrer inne. Egentlig spiller kanskje 4-5 partier om dagen.
Nå er vi i arbeidsdriften i Oslo fengsel, primært trevareproduksjon. Det lages veldig mye forskjellig, også sjakkbord. Det ene står her. I tillegg så har vi ganske nylig laget litt sånn prototyp på et litt annet type sjakkbrett, litt mer eksklusivt i mahogni. Det er mange muligheter i Oslo fengsel for produksjon. Det har vel kanskje fått litt ekstra vind i seilene nå. Dette har vi gjort en stund, i hvert fall disse sjakkbordene og brett. Men igjen, prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn har trigget oss på flere måter, også her i arbeidsdriften.
Man føler seg at man er ikke i fengsel, da, faktisk. Og tiden går veldig fort når man er i et sjakkspill. Ja.
Always excited to see you guys out here playing chess and loving the game of chess.
Like most players, the first time Tony Ballard picked up the game of chess was as a youngster.
I got what they call a chess bite, where you just fall in love with the game of chess. You think about it all day, every day. You can't wait to get back to the game and play.
The next time he seriously picked up the game, he was in the El Dorado Correctional Facility.
And so we'd yell across the run, and I would lose a lot. And being competitive, I hated losing. So what I did was I secretly started going to the library or checking out library books, learning strategies, middle game, opening, end game strategies, and I was applying that to my opponents over the chessboard, unbeknownst to them. And there was a gentleman that he was my nemesis when it comes to playing chess, and so I wanted to beat him, and what I started doing was I started taping my chessboard up above my ceiling in my cell. And as I lay there at night, I'd imagine what moves he took to beat me and come out the next day and try to refute those moves. And I start kicking their butt. I start having a good time. I start having a lot of fun. And so, you know, over the time, you know, everyone began to know me as the chess guy.
While the game of chess was changing his reputation inside the walls, his entire life would change during a phone call with his brother in New York.
He said, "So you think you're a good chess player, huh?" I said, "Yeah, I am." So he clicked over and he called Russell, who is just like phenomenal, you know. And we met for the first time. We started playing chess, and for too long, I wasn't even talking to my brother anymore on the phone. It was just me and Russell. You know, we were just playing each other on chess. I set my board up.
Tony would say pawn to e4. I would say pawn to e5. And we would spend hours playing the game of chess because for me, it was an opportunity once again to connect with somebody, to enjoy a game of chess, and to really, it was a friendship more than anything. In the early stages, we developed a friendship. But as we played chess, we also talked. And the more we talked, we realized that we shared a very similar passion for using the game of chess.
And what they talked about included how Russell created a nonprofit organization that gives away chess sets to students in New York and migrants in Africa, and how both believe the game of chess can help others in the game of life.
I got in a whole lot of trouble in my lifetime, and one of the main questions a lot of people asked me was, "What were you thinking?" And the truth of the matter was, I wasn't thinking at all. And so when I started developing my chess game and start having a lot of success there, I start realizing that I am a thinker and that I can use these thinking strategies to better my situation, to better myself. And so I started applying these skills. I became a guinea pig in my own experiment to see if the skills that I was using on the chessboard would translate into success in my personal life. Those skills are critical thinking, abstract thinking, decision making, and problem solving skills. And yeah, I started having success.
He began to understand that chess can be used as a cognitive rehabilitation tool for those incarcerated to try to change their life. So when I was telling him that I was using chess to change the lives of the kids in New York City, he said, "I think chess can change the lives of those that are incarcerated." And I said, "Oh my goodness, I think you're onto something." So we partnered and we founded the prison outreach portion of the Get to Chess, which is a 501c3. We're a federally recognized charity in New York City. And Tony came on board and he began to share his authentic story about how chess changed his life. And it really resonated with so many people out there.
And the one person out there that could open the possibilities of reaching more prisons and more residents, Kansas Secretary of Corrections, Jeff Samuda. And it so happened that he was touring the facility where Ballard lived.
I gave him a strong elevator pitch about the idea. And next thing I know, Captain Owen called me to the side. He told me what the thoughts of Jeff Samuda was and the potential idea of maybe going throughout the state with this. And so I was like, yes.
You get a lot of ideas from folks as you're out and about, and I'm open to new ideas and new ways to maybe engage our population and maybe provide activities that are of interest to them. So I was open to it, and it sounded feasible. I asked him to send me some information, and he did, and then it just kind of took off from there.
Where it has taken off includes, obviously, all 9 facilities in Kansas, as we recently completed a statewide tournament led by Ballard, who was escorted by Captain Kevin Oneth, a 32-year veteran with KDOC.
I was a little bit hesitant at first, kind of questioning whether it was going to work, and then as I went to each facility and kind of seen the changes and seen the different responses from residents, I got more and more excited. And it's actually, the last one is kind of heartbreaking that it's finally ending, because it actually has been pretty rewarding for me.
The reason for this survey is to gauge your likelihood to be impulsive. What chess does, it removes you from that impulsive nature, that impulsive behavior, into more responsive, more decisive behavior. And playing chess over a period of time helps you develop that habit.
But when he talks about what chess has done for him and the engagement and what he sees that can do for members of the population, that has a deeper level of meaning and maybe resonates more with our population than if I'm standing up there, or perhaps even Kevin is up there talking about it. Tony, I think, tells his story, what it means to him, and really the message from Tony is, hey, this may help you, and this may be an opportunity for you to change. And I think that's powerful, especially coming from someone who's walking in all of our residents' shoes.
It's helping me to understand, like, I can use this and I can use this to help me move better in life, especially when I get out. I can move better and start thinking more before I do anything, you know.
And chess is like, when it comes to like learning the cognitive skills that you can utilize, you get the like jobs, scenarios, dealing with people, scenarios. You just get comfortable in your skin on what move to make when you're dealing with these obstacles or adversities in your life, you know what I mean?
It makes me feel good to be able to use chess as a way to strategize and get my thinking in order.
In total, the Prison Outreach for the Gift of Chess has gifted more than 100,000 residents across 32 states and 300 facilities, as well as numerous prisons in Africa, all thanks to one friendship between Makovsky and Ballard.
On our first trip to Winfield, Captain Oneth asked me, he said, "You think that it was going to get this big?" And I told him, yeah, I did. You know, I really did. I had that confidence, I had that hope, I had that persistence, and just that passion that I wanted to do. And not only that, I had backing, I had support, and I had the resources. You know, Russell Makovsky has been very instrumental in my life. He's poured into me rehabilitation. And, yeah, he's been a good friend, you know what I'm saying? Like, he believes in my vision, and he has the resources to help me, you know, do it. And it's my guy, man.
Ballard's endgame with KDOC. After he's paroled in 2025, he'll continue his job as the Director of Prison Outreach for the Gift of Chess.
Being that chess has provided me with such a grand opportunity as this, I want to be able to spend the rest of my life giving this opportunity back to others. This is my vehicle, this is the tool that I use, and so I've come to understand that chess is more than a game. It's a cognitive rehabilitation tool that can be used to change lives.
First of all, I'm excited about what's been done so far. We've seen it grow and grow and grow, the participation level and the excitement and the enthusiasm in our facilities. So I'm really excited about that. We're going to have that statewide competition at the end of June, which is going to be really, really cool. I'm excited to see what comes of that. And then I think having that under our belt is really that opportunity to have conversations with other entities, some of my peers, see if they're interested in doing something like that. And there'll be some interest. There'll be some interest by other states. My peers are just like me. They're looking for ways to engage the population, and any kind of positive activity that moves people towards positive change. There'll be some people interested, and we're all about that.
What an incredible story we have heard, that chess can change the life for better for some people, and then these people will help others as well. This is something that this project Chess for Freedom is bringing right now. At this point, we have 50 countries from around the world. Some of the countries even have several teams in the competition, and we do have 118 teams. Those are the chances that the inmates in different prisons are having to compete and to fight for the title. But even if they are not the winners, obviously. They cannot be the winners, all of them, but to join the process, to learn, to teach others, to share this information, and then to play together as a team is something very unique about Chess for Freedom. And we have heard already from two people that they will be still be engaged to teach chess, to be part of the chess after their parole. And when they will leave the prison, they can come back as a free man and then help the others who needs the help. So this is indeed the amazing story how chess can change a life for better for many people. That was the one of the tools during the pandemic time when we were locked down. But the Chess for Freedom, the event for prisoners is another good example how chess can change it for better. You guys, I'm waiting for the next round to start. The round 6 will start soon, and we already have the qualifiers, qualifiers in the youth and the female categories. So in the youth categories, we have Philippines and Mongolia. Philippines and Mongolia is the female in the female section, and India and Mongolia is in the youth section. And we can see that also Mongolia is dominating in the male groups. So we can see that they are well trained. They took it at its best level, and it will be so nice to hear from the representatives of Mongolia how they are actually dealing with the whole situation, how they are teaching, how they are training. I would not be surprised if they have some sort of like lessons and the classes throughout the whole year. Once again, who just joined us for this event, we do have some nice prizes for the winners, and for all the participants, they will get the certificates that they were part of the World Chess Championship for inmates. And then we have also the diplomas for the prize winners, and we have 500 chess sets for the winners that will be sent all the way from Malawi to the winners. And the last prize, and also the great prize, is the masterclass with Grandmaster Arthur Yusupov, which can be so useful for the participants of this event. They are observing all the chess information. They are learning so fast the new moves, new theory in chess, and we can see that inmates are so active to teach the other inmates inside the prison. That actually creates teams stronger and stronger. All right, waiting for the next round to start. So far, we don't see the games yet. So we are just waiting for the start of the 6th round. It's gonna be 7 rounds today, and then in the end of the day, we're gonna know the 2 qualifiers to the next stage. You guys, today, later on at 11 p.m., we're gonna have more teams joining, and then in the end, in the evening, we're gonna have even more teams joining to the competition. Tomorrow will be the 2nd stage, and tomorrow we're gonna have 9 rounds, but only 10 teams to go further. The time control is 10 minutes plus 5 seconds. So far, we have not seen any dramatic scenarios. So we have not seen the flagging or loss on time. So far, all we have seen is quite nice quality of chess. All right. Let's see what this round will bring to us. There was questions about the fair play measurements. You guys, we have here 3 components of the fair play measurements. The first component is the chess.com play data. They are checking and scanning the games. The second one is FIDE scanning tool data provided by Professor Regan. And the third tool is the visual evidence from the arbiters which are in the Zoom call, and you can imagine how many teams are there and how hard work is for the arbiters to observe the whole situation and also to give some recommendations how to be connected to the game, how to reconnect if there's some disconnection, and so on and so on. So we are shouting out to our team of the arbiters. They are doing an amazing job to run this tournament smoothly for the people who are not playing chess often. So some of them, this might be the first time when they are joining the chess competition. Some of them might play it before, but on the chessboard, and when you play online, it's way different. So we have a lot of new things for these people, for our participants. And I would like to just shout out quickly our team of the arbiters, international arbiter Nebojša Baralic, who is the chief arbiter of the event, and he controls everything. And we also have international arbiter Sabrina Desan Vente, the deputy chief arbiter, and we have the team of international arbiters who are observing the whole situation. Anna Srebnic, we have Sean. We have Sean, the press arbiter. We have David Hayter, the arbiter. We have also international master Thomas Guillember, and we have international arbiter Tanya Karali, who is checking the fair play, who is a fair play officer. And we do have also the appeals committee in case if there is something that needs to be appealed. We also have the appeals committee, and David Hider is the appeals committee member. Sava Stensovic is also appeals committee member, and so far there have been no any major issues with the tournament, and we are still waiting for the next round. Now let's maybe just check the videos, how the players are doing, when the games will start. We might see some of the participants already getting ready for the next round. I will be very soon joined by my colleague Almira Skripchenko, who will take over from that point and will host the events and will analyze the games as well. But for now, we need the chess games, and I don't see any chess games yet. So we might have just a bit of delay for the next round to start. And the moment we have the games on the board, I will let you guys know. Well, the Chess for Freedom, this event is happening for the third time, and it gives the right to inmates to learn and to teach each other, and that can also help them to be self-motivated and to plan in the future. I love this parts when a lot of our in interviews mentioned that chess help them to think. So they understand, they learned that they can think. They were just not thinking, and they were making the wrong decision. And now at this point, chess is helping them to gain a lot of skills, including developing the memory, including logical thinking, and also it gives a lot of motivation to everyone when you are competing in the chess tournaments, and when you are getting ready for the next competition, you are very much motivated, and in the end you see the success of your hard work. So that's also a very nice component of the chess. And we're hoping that chess game will help them to decrease the symptoms which are quite common for the prisoners, and that can be the depression and stress and anxiety. So we're hoping that chess can help them for better. All right, now let's take a look at the video of some of the participants so we can check out what's happening. And meanwhile, we can get some of the updates when the game can start. All right, waiting for the updates. Oh, just me. The players. We need the players. We're demanding the players. Let's get someone. Okay. So all right. So I just got the information that this group stage has also completed, and we have Mongolia and Philippines qualified. So that means, guys, that we have some of the teams dominating, and this is Mongolia and Philippines, and we also have India on the side, who are going forward to the next stage. All right. So now I think we will just take a very short break to get final results of day, and then I will come back here to give you the final updates of the teams who qualified for the second stage, which will happen tomorrow. So let's take a look at the videos, and I'll be back shortly. Chess for Freedom gave a chance to 4 women from Georgia to be released from the prison before its terms. The Georgian women took part in the competition and became the world chess champions back in 2021. This is a story when one day, one chess project changed the future for the better. Today, these 4 women are living their free lives and holding the meaningful title of World Chess Champions. We had a chance to visit Georgia to interview legendary chess player, 5 times World Women's Chess Champion Nona Gaprindashvili, who is an advocate of social projects for inmates, mainly Chess for Freedom. How important is the project Chess for Freedom for inmates?
I should say it's very important. First of all, chess played a great role for everyone during the pandemic when everything was just shut down. Chess was the only sport where we had all the competitions still happening. Just imagine how important it is for inmates to have an opportunity to be a part of the World Championship. 2 years ago, Georgian women won the championship. It's true that they have not had many years ahead of them in prison, but still, they have been released before their terms. It was surely a great gesture and appreciation. They now have very different lives than in prison. It's certainly important for inmates to have such opportunities, and chess gave them it all. The words you mentioned before, freedom, peace, socialization, that's all what this project brought to the participants. We all celebrated the victory together. I was there to award the women's team. You know, they were extremely happy, totally different people.
Could you remember that moment when Georgian women's team became the world champion?
I had an honor to give them the chess trophy. There were representatives from the Ministry of Justice, also representatives from the sports committee. Women have been awarded decent prizes. Later we had some dinner together and you know, the inmates were very happy. Absolutely different people were standing in front of me. This project is exactly what makes people turn the tables to good instead of bad. That's what happened, as today these 4 ladies have a normal life. This is exactly what I wish for each and every participant of the project. Chess gives these opportunities.
Do you think this title of world champion would help them to socialize after liberation?
Of course, I'm certain these ladies are doing a decent life. They changed. They have already served their terms in prison. Now the world championship title will help them to feel better.
What would you wish for the participants of Chess for Freedom 2023?
The fact that they are part of the project is already great. Only one team can win and in total there are only 3 prizes. But the most important is to be the part of the chess event, because chess can change their lives for the better. I wish they also have been released before their terms. This might be a fresh start of new lives for many of them. That's what I wish for them all.
Thank you so much.
We are taking part in every social project, including Chess for Freedom. This is the FIDE project, where in 2021 Georgian women became world champions. After this victory they got freedom from prison. That directly corresponds to the name of the project, Chess for Freedom. We are hoping our women's team will celebrate another victory and will become world champions again, as we have quite strong players.
How important is this project for inmates in prison, and if chess can help them in a way in the future?
Chess is a very popular sport. I often see young people playing chess online on their phones. People are playing chess everywhere, also in the prisons. Chess is a tool for socialization for inmates. I am certain inmates are playing chess and enjoying the process during their spare time. I hope chess will help them for freedom.
It's a game born over 1,500 years ago. A blend of risk and reward, strategy and skill. But now it's helping more and more players whose lives are far from black and white.
It's good for your mental health. It can be quite a dark place, isn't it? Just behind the door 23.5 hours a day. But I suppose if you've got something to concentrate on and, you know, something like this to come to and focus on, it's a good thing.
HMP Huel is home to more than 1,000 male inmates. The man in charge was keen to add his prison to a growing list of those playing chess.
When the men come into custody, to some extent, you know, they've lost everything. So how do you start to rebuild that? And there's no doubt in my mind that chess can be a part of that. And we've seen so many examples of where the men have just flourished and thrived.
Ralph, how long has this project been running?
So about 2 years now. We've really seen much more chess happening in the prison. During COVID, it was one of the activities that we felt the men could do, despite all the restrictions.
Find it therapeutic, just clears your mind for a bit. Obviously, have to concentrate on it. Jail, innit? You know what I'm saying? So, obviously, I haven't been sentenced to anything yet. So, you do think about like what's going to happen and that. You know what I mean? It's just it's nice to just get away from that.
Today's teacher is Portman, who is playing 9 men simultaneously. Carl volunteers his time playing in a number of prisons.
Oh, there's a long way to go. I play my best chess when up against it, that's for sure.
One UK charity also runs clubs and say they've seen a big rise in demand. Chess in schools and communities first began organising regular games for just 2 prisons in 2018. The following year, this doubled to 4, and then became 10 in 2020. And while their numbers froze during COVID restrictions, this year it has risen again to 16.
I started this about 10 years ago, and I just went to the occasional prison here and there. Some people played, some didn't. It's not only blossomed here, but right across the world. There's now a World Online Prison Championship, of which HMP Huel were represented as England.
This annual tournament saw prisoners here playing online, taking on inmates in the Philippines, Mongolia, Ecuador, and 42 other countries around the world. In total, 85 teams entered, more than double the number of the year before. HMP Huel's permission to play was granted by the Ministry of Justice, who say playing chess trains players to think before they act, while providing transferable skills that can help them find a job so they don't commit further crimes when released.
I felt like I was out there living a normal life, like, so apart from these clothes, obviously. But if you lose your way out there, in here doing this, it can make you feel like you're normal, you know, and you're not a criminal.
Matt Graveling, BBC News.
I couldn't hear anyone, so there was a bit
really?
of problem.
So you just have to go on no matter what. It's like a sinking ship.
Yeah. Well, we're like right now, and I was just chatting with my colleague, International Master and Women Grandmaster Almira Skripchenko, who will take over from here, and she will host the event and she will commentate the event. Welcome, Almira. I think our viewers can now see you and hear you.
Hello, Keti. Thank you so much. You're my hero, because I don't know how you managed to go through this event. At the beginning, it started all over the globe, and especially at 6 in the morning for you. How was it? How were the first rounds?
It was fantastic, Almira. We had for me what was the key point was the interviews. The first interview of Dana Rezenzozola, who was on the way to prison. She was there to bring the t-shirts to the teammates. She was there to support her team, Latvian team, and she said that they were a bit nervous, so she was going there to support. It was like very nice, and we walked with her in a rainy day in Latvia. And then the second interview was from Africa, actually, and we had inmates, Steve Maruvo, who was actually for the moment inmate, but in 4 months he would be a free man, and he was the captain of the team right now in Malawi, and later on he plans to come back and to help the others to improve chess. And Almira, they shared an amazing story that instead of chess pieces they had stones or some like broken pieces, and right now they had normal pieces, and it is actually amazing that Gift of Chess, who is the official partner of this event, they will provide 500 chess boards to the teams that needs.
Yes, this is such a wonderful initiative, and actually the more I read about it, the more I want to get involved in this project. This is just the small part that we do, and we are attracting a lot of media attention to the event, but I hope that it will grow even more in the future, because it has such an impact, concrete impact for me on human lives. And I've seen that it was developed in so many countries, of course, and which started as a single initiative, maybe like in each country around the world, now got global. And this is what we are doing here, I think.
Indeed, we have 50 countries, 118 teams, and that's incredible. And only 3 days of the tournament, so it's a lot of chess games. It's quite hard to focus on all of them, but we also have the live view, so we can see what's going on in the prisons. Almira, myself and Michael, who will join later, Michael Rahal, we were involved with the project from the very beginning, from the first year, and this is the third year. For you, this is the first edition, right? Can you please tell us, like, what's your expectations? What is your emotions to be part of it?
Well, actually, I used to get very emotional about things, so I was reading quite a lot in the months which preceded the tournament. And as I said, that more I read, and especially like there were some historical testimonies, but also the testimonies from every person involved who went to prisons, gave simul's lessons, and I will be interviewing the guests, of course, and they will share this experience. What touched me the most was once again that this was very concrete, because chess is the world of ideas, and I lived in it since I was 5, and I was always living in the clouds, and it was all about the beautiful games, of course, winning tournaments. And like here, we give the opportunity also to the teams to represent their countries and to win the tournaments, so a lot of elements are involved. But I always asked myself, but how the game could be an example, and how can it be used as a tool, in order to bring something, well, the community is closer, of course, in order to become a universal language. And I have the feeling here that it really becomes a universal language for everyone. And it makes me very happy.
It is indeed. Another very touching moment for everyone who's working on this project is that Georgian women team, who became the world champions in 2021, they have been released from the prison before their terms, and this title was one of the things that people who are making the decisions, such decisions, they actually said, like, okay, yeah, we are ready to do it. We're ready to let them live the life outside the prison, and nowadays they are having their normal life, and they are having this title as well, the World Championship title. So somehow the project Chess for Freedom brought these 4 ladies to freedom as well.
Yes, and not only this is used as an educational tool, but also a rehabilitative tool. And I think this once again demonstrates how important it is, because you pick up the game. As I've learned from the project at the beginning, there in so many countries, for example, there were examples that people just started to play chess only when they learned the game in the prison, and this touched me a lot. And they liked the game so much, it changed, of course, their environment. It brought some, well, the intellectual stimulation, of course, the joy of the game, but it also brought, I think, the dimension of the pure contemplation. Sometimes it gives you the possibility, when you lose yourself in the complexity of the game, it gives you the possibility to forget about everything, like we do when we played. I forget that the world exists, that my kids exist, and I think about my strategies.
Yes, it is what is happening. Sometimes you don't feel what's going around. You don't know where you are. You're just on the chessboard playing with the chess, but you don't even forgetting sometimes who's your opponent. And this is what chess brings alongside with the other skills. The concentration, the thinking skills, and also the memory is so important. Almira, to tell you what we have been through in the first parts of the day. So we have here a very interesting scenario. In the youth category, we have India and Mongolia. In the female category, we have Philippines and Mongolia. And in the male category, Mongolia and Philippines. Those are the qualifiers. So we have these same countries dominating. What do you think about this?
Well, actually, also from a lot of documents that I've read, first of all, which came across is that Mongolia started this project in the country a while ago, before it became an international and intercontinental online tournaments for all. So they have a very strong chess tradition, and their program Chess in Prisons, actually shown that it helps the detainees and like to develop a social life. But the one thing is that they're incredibly strong. So the level, yes, of their team is very high. I think if I remember correctly, so they won the first edition. And their women's team won the second edition. So it just confirms that maybe they're hiring also trainers. I know that some teams are also following a program where they get trained, and prepared for this tournament. And and of course you talked about India, and these are the emerging, I cannot even say the emerging countries on the chess scene, because now we have so many talents that came from these countries that we no longer doubt that probably the next world champion will be from India or from one of the countries which support the development of chess programs in schools and all other social programs like this.
Yeah, indeed. And here we have the results. We have 3 categories, 3 groups, and we have Mongolia and Philippines as well among them. I have to confess here for the first time, actually, Almira, while I was hosting the closing ceremony 2021, when Mongolia won, and there was the moment of the anthem. And I announced the anthem, and then suddenly inmates stood up, put their hand on their hearts, and they had these faces like they were crying, and I was crying too. And I was thinking, like, you have to talk, like I have to go back and host the show. But this project got you so emotional. It project just gets you inside them, like just dragging with emotionally into that. So these kind of things are just very heartwarming, and also the fact that we can see them, how they are playing, how they are supporting as a team, the t-shirts that they are having with the flag. This is also, we have this emotional factor here also plays a big time.
But not only this, but I think this is such a unique opportunity for the players to represent their countries as a team. There's a unique sense of camaraderie, and like when I think about our team competitions, the chess, of course, is an individual game, and you're all alone. This feeling of being alone is actually sometimes very terrifying. And when you're playing with a team, and what we have here, it's a team competition, it's such a great opportunity for them also to bond around the chess game. And it's this huge pride, when you're winning a tournament, and then you're saying, I was looking, I didn't see a French team, but I was thinking, okay, I would sing the Marseillaise together actually with them. I don't know so many anthems, but I could try.
Yes, that's interesting. We have 50 countries, and for sure there are the list of the countries who wanted to join, but there is some sort of like elements that they have to deal with. The internet connection might be one of the big issue for this event. Sometimes they are not on time to connect. But yourself, Almira, you just strolled back like one day ago from the chess competition, team competition, European Club Cup, and you are the captain of Monaco team, right?
Yes.
So here we can see also the captains at this competition, and after the game we can see the players are talking to each other and analyzing. As a captain, as experienced captain, because you're the team Monaco for years and years, how important it is to have a team spirit and to have this moment of 4 or 5 people together to fight for the next game.
Well, the team spirit is always very important. Of course, we can see that, like in team sports, it's one of the key factors, like football, rugby, and in chess, sometimes it's not so easy to follow the game of your fellow teammate because you're so concentrated and absorbed by your own game. So it's actually in chess that's the role of the captain, that he plays the 4 games at the same time. And he looks over the shoulders and he's saying, okay. And but I think in chess it's also very important that you feel supported, that once again that you are not alone. And while like in live tournaments, the captain can say, okay, here your teammate is probably worse. Like he cannot say this directly, but he say you cannot accept a draw, or you have to play on. I think this feeling that well, everyone is playing all gives you a lot of strength. And what I actually wanted to know, I wanted to ask if I will have a chance to interview captains in this tournament, like what were the advices they actually gave to the team members. Sometimes I'm very strict. I'm saying, okay, today like everyone is playing for the win no matter what, so they don't even have a chance, you know, to think about anything during the game. It's like, okay,
Yes,
you
yes.
have to play till the end.
Yeah. That's the work of the team captain as well, to guide the team and to let them know what is necessary to do. That's indeed very interesting. You will have some guests today alongside with the videos and the chess games. So I wish you best of the luck. I hope you will enjoy the project. I will leave you now and I will join tomorrow once again to see more actions. But now I have to say goodbye to our viewers and all the best, Almira.
Oh my God, so now I'm on my own. Can't you? You know, it's very good to have commentary together. It's like we are playing also a chess game together. The specifics of chess commentary is not so easy, like is quite different. So I want to have an opponent. So now you're leaving me alone. Thank you so much. I'm trying to do my best.
All right. Bye, Almira.
So today, the Gift of Chess in coordination with Exodus has come together to put on this mini chess tournament for its community members and to just sort of launch what we hope to be a fruitful partnership. For me personally, this means a lot because in events like this where we show that we're more than our past, we're more than our trauma, and just the transformative effect chess can have on healing, I think is just really powerful, and it's just so incredible to see the turnout from today and to see what I always knew, the impact of chess. Happy to be here, happy to be part of this initiative, and looking forward to see how we continue this and build upon this in the future.
First of all, tell us how you are doing. I'm doing well, thank you. I feel really good. Thanks a lot. My name is Khatuna Kurdadze. I'm 54. And you are a world champion. I'm a world champion. Let's make it clear, she is a world chess champion from the number 5 female penitentiary facility. The success story of convicted women became known a few days ago. The national anthem of Georgia was played in the USA and the women were celebrated as world champions. Congratulations again to the team from Georgia. They are the winners of the first Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for prisoners. When they play your anthem in America to honor your achievement, you get emotional. I can't describe what it's like. You have to feel it. The Georgian team of convicted women defeated 43 teams from 31 countries at the International Online Chess Championship and became the world champions for the first time in history. I did not expect this. I could not even imagine that we would qualify for the finals. We played 11 rounds in the semi-finals and needed to gain 2 points in each. We managed to score much more. I was in my office when I received the call. I was told that we had become champions. Of course, I invited the ladies over. They came with radiant faces, looks of bliss and happy smiles. It was a very emotional moment. The prisoners had been preparing for the championship for several months. To test their skills, they competed with each other regardless of age and gender. Prior to the championship, the women defeated the men and won the internal competition. This is how the 4 convicted women made it to the international tournament. Hatuna is a member of the winning team. She is a world champion. Chess has been a part of her life since childhood. As a school-age girl, she even became a champion of the Soviet Union. She is one of the winners, but the only one for whom participating in the World Championship was difficult and highly emotional. When you are heartbroken, when you are a prisoner at this facility, and when you are also ill, it is a miracle of God to get the opportunity to participate in the tournament and become a world champion. There is no other way to explain it. Hatuna has been fighting cancer for 8 years. She learned about new metastatic lesions a couple of months ago, and a couple of days before the finals of the World Championship, she had her 25th round of chemotherapy. I wasn't sure if I could participate in the tournament. If I did not play, our team would be short 1 board, and they would lose 1 point in each round. So I gathered my strengths. Making it to the finals was a significant incentive for me. You do not consider your diagnosis a verdict, do you? I don't. Cancer is just a diagnosis, not a verdict. I have been fighting it already for 8 years. It fights me and I fight it. I do not have cancer. Cancer has me, and I'm gonna win. She fights not only a severe disease, but also the routine of the penitentiary facility. She spares no effort to make each day different, to learn more and to teach others. I teach mathematics. That's my profession. Several prisoners expressed their desire to study, so I give lessons to 3 students. I'm helping 1 student with physics. I was also teaching chemistry to 1 prisoner. In my free time, I knit. I'm quite good at it. I knit with knitting needles and a crochet hook. I also work with beads. There are 4 more years left before leaving the penitentiary facility, but the title of world champion makes her stronger now. God has said that a leaf does not fall without His will, so perhaps I was meant to become a world champion. And where else would I have had the chance? I'm serving my sentence. I love you very much. Thank you so much for this interesting interview. I would hug you if there was no COVID. So let's finish this way. Thank you.
Everyone deserves a second chance. That's what we believe at Indian Oil. Instead of being held hostage to past mistakes, we believe that prison inmates can become productive members of society. Our esteemed chairman, Mr. Srikant Madhav Vaidya, had visited Chanchalguda prison at Hyderabad and saw sports as a means to elevate the lives of the inmates. With this belief, Indian Oil's Parivartan, Prison to Pride, was launched on August 15, 2021 under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebration. The initiative reflects Indian Oil's core value, care, to help prison inmates and juveniles build a better life through sports coaching by Indian Oil's sportspersons, including international badminton players Abhin Shyam Gupta, S. Arun Vishnu, Yasil Ismail, Grandmaster and Indian women chess team coach Abhijit Kunte, women Grandmaster Padmini Raut, international tennis player Rashmi Chakravarti, renowned carom player Ramesh Babu and Srinivas, and international hockey player Kamlesh Parihar. Across 4 phases, more than 2,900 inmates were provided with sports coaching from 52 prisons across 28 state and 8 union territories under the initiative. Basketball, badminton, chess, volleyball, tennis, table tennis, kho-kho, and carom were identified as sports that need mental as well as physical agility, giving an opportunity to excel to hundreds of prisoners so far. Indian Oil has commissioned retail outlets in prison premises, catering to public. 30 of these retail outlets employ ex- and serving prison inmates as customer attendants, providing excellent service and living a life of dignity. Parivartan celebrated a moment of triumph when the initiative was recognized by World Chess Federation (FIDE) during prestigious Chess Olympiad 2022 at Chennai. Parivartan's Cuttack team played an exhibition match with Chicago under Chess for Freedom initiative. In fact, inmates from Yerwada prison, Pune, won bronze medal in Intercontinental Chess for Freedom, an online chess championship for prisoners from 46 countries. And the latest in the series, launched this 26th January, is perhaps the best of them all. Indian Oil presents Nai Disha, Smile for Juvenile program for the mental and physical developments of kids across India's 3 largest juvenile facilities. Apart from coaching, equipment and kits are also provided to participants, with care at the core of all our endeavors. The journey to a better tomorrow goes on. Parivartan, Prison to Pride, helps us re-energize lives as we live our motto of being the energy of India.
Chess for Freedom gave a chance to 4 women from Georgia to be released from the prison before its terms. The Georgian women took part in the competition and became the world chess champions back in 2021. This is a story when one day, one chess project changed the future for the better. Today, these 4 women are living their free lives and holding the meaningful title of world chess champions. We had a chance to visit Georgia to interview legendary chess player, 5 times world women's chess champion Nana Gaprindashvili, who is an advocate of social projects for inmates, mainly Chess for Freedom. How important is the project Chess for Freedom for inmates?
I should say it's very important. First of all, chess played a great role for everyone during the pandemic when everything was just shut down. Chess was the only sport where we had all the competitions still happening. Just imagine how important it is for inmates to have an opportunity to be a part of the World Championship. 2 years ago, Georgian women won the championship. It's true that they have not had many years ahead of them in prison, but still, they have been released before their terms. It was surely a great gesture and appreciation. They now have very different lives than in prison. It's certainly important for inmates to have such opportunities, and chess gave them it all. The words you mentioned before, freedom, peace, socialization, that's all what this project brought to the participants. We all celebrated the victory together. I was there to award the women's team. You know, they were extremely happy, totally different people.
Could you remember that moment when Georgian women's team became the world champion?
I had an honor to give them the chess trophy. There were representatives from the Ministry of Justice, also representatives from the sports committee. Women have been awarded decent prizes. Later we had some dinner together, and you know, the inmates were very happy. Absolutely different people were standing in front of me. This project is exactly what makes people turn the tables to good instead of bad. That's what happened, as today these 4 ladies have a normal life. This is exactly what I wish for each and every participant of the project. Chess gives these opportunities.
Do you think this title of world champion would help them to socialize after liberation?
Of course, I'm certain these ladies are doing a decent life. They changed. They have already served their terms in prison. Now the world championship title will help them to feel better.
What would you wish for the participants of Chess for Freedom 2023?
The fact that they are part of the project is already great. Only one team can win, and in total there are only 3 prizes. But the most important is to be the part of the chess event, because chess can change their lives for the better. I wish they also have been released before their terms. This might be a fresh start of new lives for many of them. That's what I wish for them all.
Thank you so much.
We are taking part in every social project, including Chess for Freedom. This is the FIDE project, where in 2021 Georgian women became world champions. After this victory they got freedom from prison. That directly corresponds to the name of the project, Chess for Freedom. We are hoping our women's team will celebrate another victory and will become world champions again, as we have quite strong players.
How important is this project for inmates in prison, and if chess can help them in a way in the future?
Chess is a very popular sport. I often see young people playing chess online on their phones. People are playing chess everywhere, also in the prisons. Chess is a tool for socialization for inmates. I am certain inmates are playing chess and enjoying the process during their spare time. I hope chess will help them for freedom.
It's a game born over 1,500 years ago. A blend of risk and reward, strategy and skill. But now it's helping more and more players whose lives are far from black and white.
It's good for your mental health. It can be quite a dark place, isn't it? Just behind the door 23.5 hours a day. But I suppose if you've got something to concentrate on, and you know, something like this to come to and focus on, it's a good thing.
HMP Huel is home to more than 1,000 male inmates. The man in charge was keen to add his prison to a growing list of those playing chess.
When the men come into custody, to some extent, you know, they've lost everything. So how do you start to rebuild that? And there's no doubt in my mind that chess can be a part of that. And we've seen so many examples of where the men have just flourished and thrived.
Ralph, how long has this project been running?
So about 2 years now. We've really seen much more chess happening in the prison. During COVID, it was one of the activities that we felt the men could do, despite all the restrictions.
Find it therapeutic, just clears your mind for a bit. Obviously, you have to concentrate on it. Jail, innit? You know what I'm saying? So, obviously, I haven't been sentenced to anything yet, so you do think about like what's going to happen and that. You know what I mean? It's nice to just get away from that.
Today's teacher is Portman, who is playing 9 men simultaneously. Carl volunteers his time playing in a number of prisons.
Oh, there's a long way to go. I play my best chess when up against it, that's for sure.
One UK charity also runs clubs and say they've seen a big rise in demand. Chess in schools and communities first began organising regular games for just 2 prisons in 2018. The following year this doubled to 4 and then became 10 in 2020. And while their numbers froze during COVID restrictions, this year it has risen again to 16.
I started this about 10 years ago and I just went to the occasional prison here and there. Some people played, some didn't. It's not only blossomed here, but right across the world. There's now a World Online Prison Championship, of which HMP Huel were represented as England.
This annual tournament saw prisoners here playing online, taking on inmates in the Philippines, Mongolia, Ecuador, and 42 other countries around the world. In total, 85 teams entered, more than double the number of the year before. HMP Huel's permission to play was granted by the Ministry of Justice, who say playing chess trains players to think before they act, while providing transferable skills that can help them find a job so they don't commit further crimes when released.
I felt like I was out there living a normal life, like, so apart from these clothes, obviously. But if you lose your way out there, in here doing this, it can make you feel like you're normal, you know, and you're not a criminal.
Matt Graveling, BBC News.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 3rd Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for prisoners. This is such a unique event. So the first half was commentated by Keti Tsatsalashvili, my colleague, and she did such a wonderful job. So I'm coming to reinforce the team, International Master Almira Skripchenko. This is the first time that I'm participating in this project, and well, I was stunned by the work that has been done to promote this event, and especially to promote chess in prisons and to bring the game to such a special environment. So let's first of all have a look at the welcoming video of the FIDE president, Arkady Dvorkovich.
Dear colleagues, it's my honor and pleasure to address you today on behalf of FIDE, the International Chess Federation, as we celebrate the opening of the 3rd Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for prisoners. When we started organizing online chess events for people in prison in May 2021, we had just 4 participating countries. In October that year, we held the 1st Intercontinental Online Chess Championship, featuring 43 teams from 31 countries. In May of this year, we reached a significant milestone in Chicago when we organized the inaugural Chess for Freedom conference. Over 40 experts joined us to discuss programs and initiatives aimed at introducing chess to inmates. Now, more than 2 years after the launch of the project, I am pleased that we are here to celebrate the start of the 3rd Intercontinental Championship. In this online event, we have a total of around 120 teams, including more than 20 female and 18 youth teams from 50 countries across the world. This is another big step forward to getting more people involved in chess. I would like to thank everyone, the people who instigated this idea, the national chess federations, arbiters, state authorities, and of course the players who are taking part in this event. Let me finish with one message which I hope you will find useful. Nobody wants to end up in prison, but we all make mistakes and we have to live with the consequences. Nevertheless, we all possess the inherent right to a better life and a second chance, another chance. Your participation in this event is a proof of that. Chess can help in living a better life. It teaches us skills which are relevant for a good life, such as patience, order, focus, fighting even when things are tough, finding a solution in a difficult position. But chess is also a tool that can bring us together and can prove to be a gateway to another, better world. With this in mind, I wish you luck and success, and I truly hope that chess will be useful to you as it has proven to be to millions around the world who enjoy playing it.
Thank you, Arkady Vladimirovich. Chess can teach us a lot of things indeed. And one of the things, for example, that I personally had a lot of difficulties to allow myself is to make a mistake. And so, well, this is it. There's always a second chance. So let's welcome the FIDE Management Board Deputy Chair Dana Reznitsa-Ozola, and she will make her speech and share her experience.
I'm deeply honored to be with you today at this unique chess event, the third Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for prisoners. Chess transcends boundaries and has the power to change lives. I think we all know that. It is a game of strategy, intellect, and endless possibilities. And it has the potential to inspire transformation and redemption. And I believe that this project, Chess for Freedom, helps that and helps to create your personal stories, your personal experiences that you will carry on after this tournament the rest of your life. And I hope that this event will also create some new ones. The stories go back long ago when we talk about chess in prisons. You might remember probably one with Claude Bloodgood. In 1970s, he was sentenced to death for the murder of his mother, a sentence later commuted to life in prison. During his time being behind the bars, Bloodgood became an avid chess player, dedicating thousands of hours to the game, playing with fellow inmates, guards, and even engaging in correspondence chess. His dedication was so remarkable that he qualified for the US Chess Championship, though, of course, circumstances prevented him from participating. Nevertheless, within the prison walls, he taught chess to thousands of inmates, authored a chess book, and was often interviewed by the media. So that was in the 70s, but many of the program participants already have created great experiences of establishing chess clubs when they go out, of inspiring other inmates to go in for chess, to be more intelligent, to be more dedicated, to be more concentrated, to get another reason in their lives. So I wish us all a lot of pleasure, a lot of excitement, a lot of adventure in this tournament, and new stories for us, for your lives and the future. There's one very important thing in chess world. We are equal and start of the same, something which many of us did not have in life to begin with. In this game, you have the opportunity to engage with fellow inmates, staff, and volunteers as equals, creating bridges that may not have been possible otherwise. So all of us have level playing field. All of us will have great opponents from all over the world these 2-3 days, and I hope that we will demonstrate great fair play, demonstrate great respect to the opponents, and great love and passion to this game.
Thank you, Dana. This was such an inspirational message, and well, what to say? I hope that I will be able also personally to do something, maybe after this tournament. And well, if you need me for courses or simultaneous exhibitions, you can find me in Paris. And now we are going to have a very important message from the Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart, who was at the region of the project in Chicago, USA. And then in 2021, FIDE has signed this collaboration, and they launched the Chess for Freedom program together with the Sheriff's Office.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart, and I'm here to welcome you to the third Intercontinental Online Chess Tournament for incarcerated individuals. As most of you know, chess is a marvelous sport, period. It gives you so many different tools, but particularly for individuals who are incarcerated, it gives them a sense of accomplishment. It gives them the ability to understand the need to think ahead, move by move, not just the immediate. And for us, over all these years, it has been a marvelous thing for our detainees. And I want to particularly thank my staff and the staff of FIDE for all of the work that you've done all of these years. It is truly you who have made this the success it is, and I expect it to be another wild success thanks to you. We are thrilled to have you all here with us today, and we are looking forward to a very successful tournament. As always, we would prefer to win, but at the end of the day, we want everyone to enjoy themselves and take away from this that you too can accomplish things if you put your mind to it. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you for such an inspirational message once again, and especially for everything that has been done since the launch of the regional programs in so many countries. As I've said, you know, I've been going through all these information. So there are so many countries involved in this tournament, as we said, 50 countries and 118 teams. But I wanted to tell you a bit more about the projects that have been done, for example, in so many countries like Serbia, Norway, Brazil. I have United States of America, Trinidad and Tobago, Canada, India, Philippines, Mongolia, Armenia, Latvia. And we just heard Dana Reznitsa-Ozola testify about this, Germany, Spain, and so many others. Yes, I actually have a little bit more. Malawi, Jersey, and England. Today, of course, I will be interviewing the manager of this program within the English Chess Federation, Carl Portman, who is such an interesting personality himself, who was inspired by the book written, I had this somewhere, yes. Well, himself, he wrote the book Chess Behind Bars, but he was inspired by the book The Green Grass, and that, well, it was a life testimony which made him give lessons in prisons and change lives. So let's have a look at the standings after the first, just a second, after the, let's have a look at our groups, because I cannot see it a bit in a bigger format. Let me have just a bigger format. So today we have 7 groups. So in the group 3, you will have Zimbabwe, Romania, Greece, Czech Republic, Serbia. I have everything which is frozen as well here. Netherlands and Slovenia too. Then in the group 4, we will have teams from Latvia, England 2, Malawi 1, Serbia 1, Switzerland, Czech Republic 2. The first team from Iran. In the group 5, we will have the second team of Serbia, Bulgaria, Spain, second team of Latvia. There are so many countries that have several teams involved in this championship. Norway 2, Ukraine 1. Then we'll have in the group 6, England, the first team from England, Portugal, Ireland, Jersey. So the Canal Islands, Poland. The second team from Iran, and Slovenia 1. I just wanted to say, of course, that we have 3 different competitions, which makes this tournament even more unique. So you have the men's competition, the women's competitions, and the youth competitions. So a lot of correctional facilities involved, and I know how difficult it has to be from the logistics points of view. That's why I'm getting very much I have a lot of emotions. So Ukraine 2 in the group number 7. Romania first team, Serbia third team, and they their program within the country is working very well. Georgia, Croatia, Italy, Norway 1, and Armenia. Well, this is a tough group. Then we have another group, the last group. Let's see. The women's group too. So Czech Republic, Romania, Serbia, England, Latvia, Georgia, Ukraine, and Zimbabwe. Well, I was thinking about the favorites in this group. Well, I would go with Georgia and Ukraine, but I think a lot of countries have sent their best teams. So let's have a look at the youth group. And today we have one youth group, the second group. So the teams from Montenegro, Czech Republic, Georgia, Serbia, Ghana, and Ukraine, which are participating. So which will be our next talking point? I think that we also have to talk about the format of the event. Please don't forget that each group is playing, it's a tournament where only two best teams qualify for the next stage. So the competition is actually quite tough, because I know myself that there is so much tension and you want to do well. But there are only two spots for the next stage. So they have to show their best, and the captains have to give the advices and to change their strategy during the tournament as well. I don't know if the games have started yet. I think that we will have to also talk a little bit about the countries which are participating. So I wanted to say that when the Norway Chess Federation started its program, the Chess and Society, the goal of this initiative was to bring chess activities to a large number of areas in the society, so including prisons, which I liked about this, that it transcended the chess world as well, because not only they were learning how to play chess, but they also, for example, in Oslo prison, they started to make the chess boards in the prison workshop. So they were learning different chess skills and other skills. And actually, I myself wanted to learn how to work and to craft wood. So I think this is such a unique experience. There are, of course, a lot of sponsors throughout the world which were driven by this initiative. And as we know that the sponsors for this event, the Gift of Chess, is donating the chess boards all over the world. So I think that the numbers are skyrocketing, and in this event they're going to donate 500 chess boards to different winners. This is a very noble initiative, and I hope that you can participate in it as well. For example, in Brazil, the numbers for me of people who are participating in this initiative are very high. Since they started the program in 2008, they assisted more than 13,000 prisoners. So, as I've said before, during these programs, some of the inmates, they pick up the game of chess for the first time. And this what makes all this beautiful. So not only the game of chess helps them to to discover a lot of new things about themselves. For me, it was very analytical, not only since I was a kid, but it helped me to understand a lot of things about my own character and bring me the beauty of the game. I wanted to name I just been told that the games started, so let's have a look at the games first, and then we will be able to watch events and the games directly, because we are here after all to watch the games. And let me have a look first at the women's competition. So here I have the game between the team from Czech Republic and Zimbabwe, and I have to say that white is here in dire straits, because look at this king. It's very vulnerable. There is a check right now on this king. The king cannot castle anymore. It has to go to d1 here. I think that's the only move. And white is not developed at all. So I think that black is completely winning here. Let's have a look at the next game. So it's a bit, I'm new to this. I'm just an apprentice. So here we have the second board. Oh my God, this is a check and white is completely winning here. So Zimbabwe team is going for a 2-0 for the moment in this match. The king is very vulnerable on e6 and white has a lot of pawns and the rook up. Please have a look at this position. Yes, rook d1 is an excellent move. The rooks are going to be exchanged, and when you have a positional advantage is one thing, but when you have the mathematical advantage, which you have some pieces more, it's very good to exchange. Oh my God, queen d7 is going to be a devastating blow here, because I think that black didn't see that the rook can be taken. So this position is completely winning. I have no access at the chess games here, so let's have a look at their third board. Zimbabwe team is winning here as well. So this match looks like very one-sided. And what is happening on the third board? Okay, let's have a look at the next match, Romania, Ukraine. Well, here black is winning, so the player from Romania is with white pieces. Ukraine is completely dominating on this board. As you can see, black is a queen up, and they are just opening all the diagonals, and they're going to win this game rather easy. What happened on the second board? So, Romania won by checkmate already. Okay, this is a surprise. You know, we know that you should not play f2, f3 in the opening quite quickly. So this was quite a blow for Ukrainian team. Let's have a look what is going on here. This is a hopeless position. So now white can take on d8, the rook on d8, and the Romanian team is going to be leading in this match. Okay, so now, no, that was the last, oh, knight of 7, sorry. I'm just a bit surprised by the position. This was the last move played by a player from Zimbabwe against Czech Republic. Knight of 7, threatening to take the rook on h8, but as you can see, white has an extra queen, and this is such a delicate position as well. So white is completely winning, threatening to maybe to give a check on f3 right now, and then bring in the queen in the action, or queen h5 is even better option, because now you're threatening queen f7 mate. I really like this one. Okay, and mate on the board. Queen f7. Okay, this was a perfect and elegant solution for this game. I liked it very much. So don't forget that the players don't have a lot of time. So they have 10 minutes at the start of the game, and they have 5 seconds, which are added after each move is played. Okay, here the Romanian team is dominating. So they're going to win at this game, and let's have a look at their force board. Okay, rook b1 was played, and after rook e1, rook takes e1. Oh my God, the player, he missed the mate, because this was the mating possibility. Rook takes e1, and that was mate. Instead, the player with the black pieces took on e1, but he still is winning, of course. So let's continue our tour of the boards. So England against Latvia. On the first board, England won. So let's have a look at the second board. Here, well, black pieces are completely dominating, and after knight c3 check, white does not have many options. So king c1 is the only move. White is still thinking, but as you can see, black has an extra piece here, and this is a decisive advantage. After king c1, black can take on e4, exchange a few pieces, and give knight queen c3 check on the next move. Let's see. So this is completely winning for black. Let's have a look on the next board here. This is an interesting game. Actually, it was rather balanced at the beginning, but now white has 3 extra pieces. So as you can see, 2 bishops and a knight, and black's got only 2 rooks and a queen. So it means that white has decisive advantage. So England is going to probably win this match. e5. Now you can simply take, and take with bishop e5. And this once again is a very decisive advantage. So let's move to another board. I mean, England won already on board 4 by checkmate, queen h2. This is also a very one-sided match. Let's okay, so this is it, and then let's move to the group 3. Sorry, I wanted to move ahead of my time as usual. So let's move to the youth group. Okay, but here I cannot see the games. Probably there were some technical problems. We have only the first board from Iran. And let's have a look at the group for men now. So we have Georgia playing against Croatia. This is already a very balanced game. As you can see, maybe black is slightly better because they piled all the heavy pieces on the F file. So let's say we can draw this arrow, and well, that's what I wanted to say. They were pressuring the F2 pawn, and the move that white has just made is a huge mistake, because F4 can be taken by all the pieces here. So you can take e takes F4 and win a piece. And even if you don't take this pawn, that everything is pinned right now. So white cannot take on e5 because the rook can take on f1, and this will be a whole extra rook. So the last move was a huge mistake for Georgian team, and if Croatian player will find e takes f4 and then f takes e3, he will win the game and will have an extra piece here. So what is next here? Unfortunately, I don't have the list of all the games for the moment. So let's have the top boards from Iran against Switzerland. Okay, here white is clearly winning. We have an extra queen. Black has only 1 piece for it, a bishop. Okay, the bishop is now attacking the queen. And as you can see, black is also very low on time. The player with white pieces has 9 minutes, and black has only 3 minutes. So queen a6 is a very good move, and black can play rook e7, but then you can take on f5 and take in all of the pawns. And look at this position. For example, if I play rook f7, queen g4, and white will make a simple move, black will make bishop b7, then white can even make a long castle and bring another rook into play. So this is a very nice idea. Please don't forget that you can castle long sometimes, and this can change the paradigm dramatically. Okay, so now, where are our games? I have to look at the first board between Slovenia and Portugal, and here black is completely lost because white has 2 extra bishops, and this last move has a huge threat, rook h8 mate, and you cannot parry it. The problem is that even if you play king h6, rook h8 is still going to mate you because the king cannot escape. It cannot go on g5, g6, or g7. So the last move, bishop f6, is a very strong one. So please remember this pattern. Whenever your bishop is on f7, you know, controlling, or if you even have another piece controlling this piece, so it's this square, so white won. We will have the results shortly for you. Okay, still don't have the game in the youth group, so unfortunately, we don't know what happened in this group. So there is one game which is still in play in the match between Romania and Ukraine. And have a look at this position. The black king came to a3. This is very rare because normally the king starts the game, of course, from the square e8. Sometimes it's castled and it's on g8, but now the black lonely king is on a2 and it's about to get mated. So you can give a check, king a3. Well, you can mate here, or you can mate on b3. So this game is about to be won by Romanian player. And well, I hope he's not getting nervous about it. But he played bishop d3. Okay, maybe he wants to bring the rook into play and to mate with a rook e2. This is also a very nice option. So he wants to play rook e2 and queen b2. Let's say if we will play bishop f7, then maybe rook e2, king b3, and something on b2. This is also a lot of nice options. Or maybe he wants to play rook b2, king a4, and queen a1. There are a lot of mating possibilities here, but the one thing is sure that there are no stalemate possibilities. So black king might not have a lot of squares available, but you still have a few pieces to move. So even if there is a stalemate situation, then you will have to move a piece. So the bishop, the pawn, so white will be able to move to mate anyway. Okay, so let's have a look at the things happening. We have the image now from the prison. Actually, like, since my screen is a bit small, I will have to make it a bit bigger. And let me just widen the screen because I cannot see anything. And I need to broaden my screen in order to see this image. Okay, you can see that the player is all alone in front of his screen and playing the last game for his team. This is the women's team, by the way. So the players are playing under the supervision of the staff. And actually what I've learned also while reading a lot about these programs is that sometimes the prison staff is joining the inmates and they play the tournaments together. and this is what makes us absolutely unique. And what do we know what prison that is? Because I don't have the description in our live feed. Okay, so let's have oops, sorry. I think that I've changed also the I cannot see the just a second. I have to I'm a bit of a catastrophe myself, so I cannot get the games on the board. Let me fix it. Okay, just a second. Watch events. So we are preparing for sorry, because I was trying to fix the the board, and I think that we will have a short break because I need to figure out how to deal with a few technical difficulties, and we will get back to you shortly in order to have all the games which we are having on right now. So now we will have a short break and we will get back to you in a few minutes. Just I will have to figure out how the boards work simultaneously. Thank you so much.
So today, the Gift of Chess in coordination with Exodus has come together to put on this mini chess tournament for its community members to just sort of launch what we hope to be a fruitful partnership. For me personally, this means a lot because in events like this where we show that we're more than our past, we're more than our trauma, and just the transformative effect chess can have on healing, I think is just really powerful, and it's just so incredible to see the turnout from today and to see what I always knew, the impact of chess. Happy to be here, happy to be part of this initiative, and looking forward to see how we continue this and build upon this in the future.
First of all, tell us how you are doing. I'm doing well, thank you. I feel really good. Thanks a lot. My name is Khatuna Kurdadze. I'm 54. And you are a world champion. I'm a world champion. Let's make it clear, she is a world chess champion from the number 5 female penitentiary facility. The success story of convicted women became known a few days ago. The national anthem of Georgia was played in the USA and the women were celebrated as world champions. Congratulations again to the team from Georgia. They are the winners of the first Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for prisoners. When they play your anthem in America to honor your achievement, you get emotional. I can't describe what it's like. You have to feel it. The Georgian team of convicted women defeated 43 teams from 31 countries at the International Online Chess Championship and became the world champions for the first time in history. I did not expect this. I could not even imagine that we would qualify for the finals. We played 11 rounds in the semi-finals and needed to gain 2 points in each. We managed to score much more. I was in my office when I received the call. I was told that we had become champions. Of course, I invited the ladies over. They came with radiant faces, looks of bliss and happy smiles. It was a very emotional moment. The prisoners had been preparing for the championship for several months. To test their skills, they competed with each other regardless of age and gender. Prior to the championship, the women defeated the men and won the internal competition. This is how the 4 convicted women made it to the international tournament. Khatuna is a member of the winning team. She is a world champion. Chess has been a part of her life since childhood. As a school-age girl, she even became a champion of the Soviet Union. She is one of the winners, but the only one for whom participating in the World Championship was difficult and highly emotional. When you are heartbroken, when you are a prisoner at this facility, and when you are also ill, it is a miracle of God to get the opportunity to participate in the tournament and become a world champion. There is no other way to explain it. Khatuna has been fighting cancer for 8 years. She learned about new metastatic lesions a couple of months ago, and a couple of days before the finals of the World Championship, she had her 25th round of chemotherapy. I wasn't sure if I could participate in the tournament. If I did not play, our team would be short 1 board, and they would lose 1 point in each round. So I gathered my strengths. Making it to the finals was a significant incentive for me. You do not consider your diagnosis a verdict, do you? I don't. Cancer is just a diagnosis, not a verdict. I have been fighting it already for 8 years. It fights me and I fight it. I do not have cancer. Cancer has me, and I'm gonna win. She fights not only a severe disease, but also the routine of the penitentiary facility. She spares no effort to make each day different, to learn more and to teach others. I teach mathematics. That's my profession. Several prisoners expressed their desire to study, so I give lessons to 3 students. I'm helping 1 student with physics. I was also teaching chemistry to 1 prisoner. In my free time, I knit. I'm quite good at it. I knit with knitting needles and a crochet hook. I also work with beads. There are 4 more years left before leaving the penitentiary facility, but the title of world champion makes her stronger now. God has said that a leaf does not fall without his will, so perhaps I was meant to become a world champion. And where else would I have had the chance? I'm serving my sentence. I love you very much. Thank you so much for this interesting interview. I would hug you if there was no COVID. So let's finish this way. Thank you.
Everyone deserves a second chance. That's what we believe at Indian Oil. Instead of being held hostage to past mistakes, we believe that prison inmates can become productive members of society. Our esteemed chairman, Mr. Srikant Madhav Vaidya, had visited Chanchalguda prison at Hyderabad and saw sports as a means to elevate the lives of the inmates. With this belief, Indian Oil's Parivartan, Prison to Pride, was launched on August 15, 2021 under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebration. The initiative reflects Indian Oil's core value, care, to help prison inmates and juveniles build a better life through sports coaching by Indian Oil's sportspersons, including international badminton players Abhin Shyam Gupta, S. Arun Vishnu, Yasil Ismail, Grandmaster and Indian Women Chess Team Coach Abhijit Kunte, Women Grandmaster Padmini Raut, international tennis player Rashmi Chakravarti, renowned carom player Ramesh Babu and Srinivas, and international hockey player Kamlesh Parihar. Across 4 phases, more than 2,900 inmates were provided with sports coaching from 52 prisons across 28 state and 8 union territories under the initiative. Basketball, badminton, chess, volleyball, tennis, table tennis, kho-kho, and carom were identified as sports that need mental as well as physical agility, giving an opportunity to excel to hundreds of prisoners so far. Indian Oil has commissioned retail outlets in prison premises, catering to public. 30 of these retail outlets employ ex- and serving prison inmates as customer attendants, providing excellent service and living a life of dignity. Parivartan celebrated a moment of triumph when the initiative was recognized by World Chess Federation FIDE during prestigious Chess Olympiad 2022 at Chennai. Parivartan's Cuttack team played an exhibition match with Chicago under Chess for Freedom initiative. In fact, inmates from Yerwada Prison, Pune won bronze medal in Intercontinental Chess for Freedom, an online chess championship for prisoners from 46 countries, and the latest in the series, launched this 26th January, is perhaps the best of them all. Indian Oil presents Nai Disha, Smile for Juvenile program for the mental and physical developments of kids across India's 3 largest juvenile facilities. Apart from coaching, equipment and kits are also provided to participants, with care at the core of all our endeavors. The journey to a better tomorrow goes on. Parivartan, Prison to Pride, helps us re-energize lives as we live our motto of being the energy of India.
Just one minute. Oh, hello. Welcome back. We had small technical difficulties, but I am here now with a guest. Welcome, Urs.
Welcome.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Urs, here you're the member of the Swiss Chess Federation, but you are also, of course, responsible for the social projects within that federation. So here we are covering the 3rd Intercontinental online chess event for prisoners. Please tell us about your own experience, because I know that you were at the beginning in one of the prisons.
Yes, I'm in a prison right now, so I'm supporting the team, the Swiss team, so I'm here. So everything went well. It was very exciting. All the prisoners are excited to play. They are a bit nervous, but and a bit stressed, but that's all fine.
Oh, so
perfect. Yes.
It's good to know that they're nervous and stressed as well, because when I play a chess tournament, like at the beginning at every game, no matter how much I play, I'm always nervous.
And I think the most difficult part is that they play against the time somehow. I think this is something they've never, let's say, trained in this extent. But I think that's good, a very good, let's say, exercise for them. And they like it. They had the first game now, all lost, but they were happy. They played against Iran, and they had some professionals or very good players there. Yes.
Well, we were discussing this with Keti Tsatsalashvili that, well, besides the sports element, there is, a lot of things that can bring joy into their lives. So tell us a little bit about how you got involved into this project and what do you do?
Yes, my role in the Swiss Federation is that I'm responsible for communication and social chess events. And we have just started this year with the social chess events. Our president of the Swiss Federation is also responsible for the social chess events at the FIDE. And we have just started. He was in Kenya, in a big camp for Flüchtlinge. I don't remember the words. And we have now chess for elderly, which we start. We have chess for prisoners. I think this is now the initiative which we go to, let's say, to implement in the next few years more. This is what we do.
I think that I've been asked that would it be possible to switch off the Zoom sound, because I think it affects the quality of our broadcast. I hope that we can still hear.
Do I need to do that?
I think that
in the background, you can hear them.
in the background. So I think that we will hear you better. And
I try to go at the play, but you can hear me better. It's better.
No, now it's getting even worse. Okay, let's check here.
Even worse.
Yes, now it's okay. Let's try here.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it seems better to me. So please tell me a little bit also about the emotions and testimonies that you receive while you meet people during those programs.
You mean now in this?
Okay, now we are losing you.
We try to find the prison. Okay.
Yes, I mean.
Sorry. Try to go back. I tried to go back. It's getting better now, or?
Yes. Let's stay where you are.
Okay.
Yes, because I think that when we are talking about the project and the programs and people involved, well, it's important also to hear the testimonies of the prisoners, of the inmates, how they feel about the program.
Yeah, they like it very much. I think one of them got sick this night, so he's not playing right now. There were originally 5 players, but they're all excited. And I think they all play a bit chess, but none of them played a tournament so far. So I think in their private life, they played against some friends, but not on let's say, not on a club level, joining some tournaments. So I think for them, it's a new exercise, a new experience. One of them told me that he played in the past the tournament in the prison, so just prisoners against prisoners from the same prison, and that they enjoy it. They have a garden chess field where they can play outside as well, and they trained for this tournament and try to prepare them as good as possible.
Yes.
And by the way, also the director of the prison likes it very much, enjoys, and says, well, that's a cool initiative. We will also write an article, and they said that's fine. They would like to support us in that, hopefully also in future, that we can do more of these chess tournaments in future.
Oh, yes, of course, this is such a wonderful initiative. So I thought that, if they will get better, maybe they can play against the prison staff or even against the director of the prison, and then that for good behavior, you know, that they they can get, if they win the game, they
at least some benefits.
Yes,
Yeah,
there should be some benefits always, because of course chess is teaching them now so many different skills. We are talking about transferable skills. So what is your opinion about it?
About what? About the skills they
can
get?
develop, yes, through the game of chess.
I think they learn a lot about how to win and how to lose. And I think how to lose is sometimes much more difficult, to keep calm and try to make sure that you are concentrated for the next match as well. I think they get a structure. That's also an important thing which chess can deliver to them, that they have I say this 64 fields, not more. It is a clear rules. There's almost no possibility to cheat, whatever. I think this is something they learn from chess, that rules are important and that they support and help to be fair and, let's say, to find the best way together. I think chess is a symbol for that for them.
And well, when I was thinking about this myself, I thought that, well, of course, it's such a difficult context when you're in a prison and you're almost reduced to a status of a child because you always have to obey. And I thought that chess brings you something where from the very start and in each game, you're responsible for all your moves. And in a way, if I can share this allegory, it's like, well, here no one can tell you what to do. And I think that chess for freedom symbolically also brings you that freedom of doing what you want on the board. And well, you are the creator of everything.
Yeah, and you mentioned only, you also have, it's not only the chance to do it, but you also need to do it. You take the responsibility for whatever you do. I think this is something in the prison they do not have anymore. Someone else is deciding for them. And in chess, they have to take their own decisions and to live with whatever they do. If it is good or bad, at the end of the day, it was their choice or their decision.
Yes, you're absolutely right, because it's very important not only to master your own emotions and actually to take this decision as rationally as you can. But then, of course, you have to live with the consequences of your decision, even though it's like on the chessboards or in life. And well, I think it's a very useful skill, and especially when used in youth programs, because we have a lot of juvenile facilities which are taking part in this event. So they will be ready to face a lot of difficult situations in life. And I loved what's been said, that this is sort of a rehearsal for them, and then when they will be ready to face the life choices.
Yes, and by the way, this is actually the next we would like to be able to do. When we were looking for a prison, we had also contact with a prison for young people, for I think 18, 20, something like this. And we could not manage this time, but we would like to manage it the next time, to have also teams from Switzerland playing with the young players. And I'm looking forward to that, because I also think that for them it's even more important. They are in an age where they find their way, and I think chess can give them a lot of, let's say, stability and tell them something or teach them something for their life.
And I also think that when we are talking on this about this tournament in particular, I know that all the teams came here fully prepared and full of ambitions. I also hope that this will be something also which will inspire them for the future projects. So to have this self-confidence boost, which for me is absolutely necessary, like in any field, any professional field in life.
Yes, yeah. These are the challenges we are facing day by day, and we have to feel comfortable with what we do to make sure that you reach the target. Yeah,
and
that's true.
Do you have some example that you can share with us? Maybe someone you met which touched you in particular.
I was not a prisoner, but I was very much impressed by the director. It's a lady which is leading the prison, and I was impressed by her, how she with motivation, and she immediately said, yes, we are going to do this. That's a perfect thing that people enjoy. And I think this was impressing me the most. I didn't have so much contact with the prisoners so far. I think this is something which will now happen during the day. I did not meet them before, so I just met them today the first time for the tournament.
First of all, it's very unusual that that was she, a director of the prison, so she had to take a lot of tough decisions herself.
In Switzerland, that's not so unusual. We have the best lady player, the best woman. We have Elena Georgescu. Her mother is also a director of a prison, which is even one of the toughest you can have in Switzerland. So yes, ladies can be very tough, and I think they also have then the senses out what is needed and what not. I think that's a good mix. to be honest.
Well, I think it's wonderful because like one of the historical figures that I admire the most is Simone Weil. And she has done so much for France, but more on a universal level as well. And one of her first positions where she was a magistrate, and she was taking care and trying to improve the penitentiary institution, especially the conditions where the inmates were staying, and introducing the libraries in prisons, and doing a lot of improvements in this environment. So this doesn't surprise me a lot. So I think that we need more women, the way they look at things, and that they try to improve this. So maybe this project is sort of a logical continuation of what she tried to achieve, because through chess, it's the access to culture, to beauty, and to pure contemplation.
Yes, I see it in the same way. Yeah? So we also for the preparation of this tournament, we had this discussion with several prisons, and some of them were not ready now for online games. They are now preparing all the rules. So they are, I think, yes, this is a development which is taking place in many of these prisons to make sure that these possibilities will be available for the future for the prisoners as well. Like the library or having the chance to play online chess and things like that.
Well,
yeah, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to see what the team is doing.
Thank you so much for sharing, for this insightful interview as well. I hope that I will be following this project more closely in the future. This is just my first try, but I feel completely adequate. And with myself, and I enjoy it very much. So I hope that it will bring joy to everyone taking part
me too. Thank
in
you
this event. Thank you, and good luck with everything.
Yes, thank you. See you. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so let's get back to our games, because we will have a lot of games played, of course, during this tournament, and a lot of guests as well. So I really want to ask them so many questions, but sometimes I feel that we don't have enough time. So let's watch this game, which I have on my screen. It's a game between Latvia and Norway. I hope that you can see it right now. And oh, just a second. I think that we have yes, I think that we need first to present the Chess for Freedom team, and then also to present the arbiters and the principal arbiter and the arbiters of this championship, and then we can get back to our games. So let's have a look at the team which will everything is already integrated in our visual. So on your screens or I will get it on my screen. As I told you, the original idea and the mastermind behind this project is international organizer Michael Rahal, because he was helping to implement this project in Chicago together with the Sheriff Dart. So his role is the official organizer of this Intercontinental online chess championship. Then we have quite a team of arbiters. The chief arbiter is Nebojša Baralić from Serbia, and I wanted to tell you that I know it because I was there. Nebojša was an and candidates and world championships. So he's a very, very tough arbiter, by the way. So he knows where to look. He supervises the chairs, the computers, and he knows the names of every participant in this event, I'm pretty sure. Then we have the deputy chief arbiter, Sabrina Dusan Vicente. A panel of arbiters, very experienced as well, assisting this event is Anna Srebnic, Sean Press, David Hayter, and Thomas Guillaume. So all of these arbiters are bearing the titles of international arbiters. And we also have the team of the fair play in this tournament, because they have to check if no one is assisted by a computer during this event. This is very important, of course. So Tanya Karali is supervising this. She's also an international arbiter. So the Zoom platform officer is Kema Garaeva, and she's the one who is supervising everything behind the scenes, like when we're doing the movie. And she's making sure that everything goes smoothly. But in my case, she didn't know that I have a huge potential for disaster. So just, it's not her, it's me. So, well, I'm taking all the responsibility for that. Then, of course, we have to mention our platform. The chess.com is providing us with the platform where you can play the games and where we can watch and comment games. So we also have an appeals committee, just in case if there is a difficult situation and if some of the players will not agree with something is happening on the board, then you can appeal to Dana Reznitsa-Ozola, and she will make a decision in this difficult situation, but you will have to accept it. Her ruling will be the final one. So now I think that we went through the organizing committee of this game, of this tournament. Let's head to the games. Let's put it on our screens, because now I am having such an interesting position. Is it back on the live feed? Yes, I cannot see the board. One of the best things of this initiative is also that through the game of chess in certain prisons, dads can play with their kids, and not only they can share the joy of meeting each other over the board, but they can also talk to each other and well, simply pick up on their daily lives, tell the stories of what's happening. And I think this is like a much broader perspective of what these projects and these initiatives can bring and how they can change the course of your daily life. So it has very direct consequences on the inmate's life as well. So I cannot see the boards anymore. I can see that the position is completely winning for the Ukrainian players against Bulgaria, and he just won the game. So I mentioned that Serbia had a long-lasting tradition of organizing the tournaments in the correctional facilities. So last year, I think they had several teams participating in this event, in the youth competition as well. And as we can see, there is a few teams participating this year as well. So in 2022, so the last year Intercontinental online championship for prisoners, the Serbian team actually won the youth event. So they celebrated a very important victory. But yes, I would love to have the games on screen so you can actually see the position on your screen. I cannot actually understand what is happening right now because I'm trying to watch in the games. Okay, let's see that. Okay, let's get back to the game between Latvia and Norway. The Norwegian player has a crucial advantage here, an extra piece on b5, and even though this is an endgame, when the queens are traded, but here Black has an extra pawn on e5, the bishop on b5, and this is just a matter of time when Black can promote this pawn. So you have to just keep on going to the square e1 in order to promote this pawn into a queen, and Black e4. So this is a very right move here, and Black will play e3 next, check. And at some point, White will have to give the rook for this pawn because this position is completely winning for Black. What is the score in this round? So Latvia won on board 4, Norway won on board 3, and Latvia won on board 1. So 2-1 for Latvia in this match, and Norway just equalized. Okay, so now I can see all the games are finished in this group, so 2-2. Okay, there are a few games are still in progress in the match between Malawi and Serbia. Serbia won on board, so Serbia second team, as you can see, won on board 3, and they won on board 4. So this is the game on board 1. And Black has an extra exchange. It means a rook for the knight. And Black, the Serbian player, is winning here as well. So you just have to be careful because the knight is a very dangerous piece. Sometimes, it can win the rook back. So, now I can take the pawn on b6 with check. Exchange then another pawn. So this position is a bit delicate. You have to be careful. Of course, Black is completely winning, but you have to be aware that the forks are everywhere. By the way, I have an advice for you. If you want to avoid the fork in your chess game, whenever you are facing a terrible knight, you have to put your king and the rook on a different color squares, so opposite color squares. So let's say your rook has to be on the dark square and your king has to be on the light square. Like this, you will never get a fork and lose your rook or a queen. Because I still remember when I was a kid, one of the first games that I played against this terrifying adult who had only the knight left, and I was a queen up. But then he forked me, and then I lost the game. He took my queen, and then. So this is the game which is playing on the board 2 of this match. Serbian players having white pieces. White has an exchange up. He just blundered the rook. If Black will see Queen C1, he will win the game. Okay, let's have a look. So will Black see this move? Queen C1, taking the rook, and game over, because then you will be able to take the pawn on C6, and Black has enough time. This is the critical moment of this game. Black has to see Queen C1. So 5 minutes to see Queen C1. Okay, let's have a look at the results of the first section, because I think we have them prepared. You have them on your screen right now. And I will try to check them, yes, of course, for you. So Mongolia is leading in the group 1 with 12 points, and followed by Philippines, the first team as well. They have 12 points, and well, just 1 point away, United Arab Emirates with 11 points. In the group 2, India 1 has, I'm completely blind, so I cannot see there if it's 13 points. Then followed by Mongolia 3 and Mongolia 2. In the women's group, in the first group, you have Philippines leading for the moment. And please remember that the format of the event is quite tough because only 2 teams are qualified for the next stage. So you have to finish in the top 2. So Philippines in the women's event are followed by a Mongolian team. And then you have the youth results on your right. And well, we have to get back to the games. As you can see, this game is still in progress. I think maybe it was frozen. A lot of interesting games in the match between Ukraine and Bulgaria. So this was already viewed. Round 4, so almost all the games are finished right now. Let me get back maybe to the youth competition if I can. Just a second. I will try to change the boards. And we will see if there are still a few games in progress. Okay, I have the games played in the youth events for the moment between... Oh, that's a very interesting game. So let's have a look at this. So we have Georgian team playing against Ghana. We will bring the board to you in a few seconds. And this game is actually tough. You have the position on your screens, and please have a look, because as you can see, the game is quite balanced. White has 2 bishops, black has 2 bishops, and this is for the first time that I can see the game which is well balanced for, of course, for both opponents. You don't have an advantage, such a big advantage here for any sides. And white just took on e4, which is probably is a mistake because it opened the e file, and now you have this pin on the king. So bishop d6 is actually, oh, okay, white just blundered the bishop on e4, but there was also a threat of taking the f4 pawn if the bishop would go away and opening everything. So queen e4 is a very logical reply, and now black is completely winning. So now black threatens once again to take on f4, but also to take on h1, and maybe white has to castle here just to do something. If the king didn't move before. Oh no, the king moved already on the move 13. As you can see, the king went to e2. So the white king cannot castle. This means that white has lost its right to castle, and this position is completely winning for the team Ghana. So let's have a look at their board 4, because the game is still in progress, and Georgia players having white pieces here. And look at this position. He has 2 queens on the board, 2 extra queens. So it's all about mate now. And of course, as I told you, there are no stalemate ideas in this position, because Black has a lot of pieces on the board, so 2 rooks. So now you just have to be careful and try to mate your opponent. So queen c6, but bishop c6. You always forget about those moves, you know, which can take back your pieces. It's very important. Oh my God, this is quite a turn of events. And Black didn't see it. Black played king before, but of course, players have to take their decisions under such pressure because they're playing with chess clocks. They have only 10 minutes for the game and 5 seconds, which gives them a small additional time after they're making the move. But I myself know that whenever I have 10 seconds, as you can see, the time is running very fast. You have to take a decision for your life and you make mistakes. I myself I was thinking that the best advice that I can give is just try to have at least 30 seconds on your clock, because okay, but Black played king before, then White played rook d6, rook d1, but now rook d1. And even if you can take this queen on c6, material advantage for White is still overwhelming. So it's game over. So even if you will play bishop c6 here, but Black played g4, g takes, and queen d6. So White won because first of all, Black lost on time. As you can see, it has no time left, but White position is completely winning here as well. So we still have this game in progress. Georgia is playing against Ghana, but the queens were exchanged. Okay, now the player with black pieces has an extra rook, but what an unusual pawn structure. You can see a3, b4, c3, d4, e3, f4, and g5, what we can call a pawn chain. And it's a very nice move, h6, because Black is trying to break this pawn chain. But you can also take on g5 in this way and break the pawn chain immediately. Here, Black also has an extra bishop, so the player, well, we can say that Black has a decisive advantage. So let's have a look at the score in this match. Ghana won on the first board, Georgia won on the third board, and Georgia won on board 4. So if the player from Ghana wins this game with Black, he will equalize the score and the match is going to be drawn. So this is a very, very important game for the team. The Black has to win this game. So e5, attacking the bishop on d6. You have to take on e5. Actually, that's what the player with White forgot, because he can take on e5 and you cannot take with this pawn because there was this beautiful pin on the king on f2. But this is not easy to spot when you have so little time. So the position is opened right now. I'm pretty sure that Black will win this game and draw the match. Let me have a look if there are a few games left which are still in progress. I think that this is the last game which is still in progress in this group and in this round. So bishop h4 check. And this, you know that the monarch is a very vulnerable piece. So now rook takes f5 check once again, and he does it. Where will he go? King e4. So he started the march towards the center. But now it will be very easy to mate this king because doesn't have a lot of squares left. So d3 is taken. You have only e3 square which is left for you. So that's the only square which is free for the king. So rook f5, f5 goes to f8. It's a very natural move because the rook was attacked. But I was thinking of a more easier way to mate his king. Because now rook e8. So rook e8. This finishes the game. So let's see if oh, he played rook f8. No, rook d8 was mate. This was such a mistake because the rook controlled the f file, and it was very important to take away all the squares. So now the king went to f3 and escaped the mate once again. So please be careful even till the end, because there are a lot of defensive resources in chess, and the computers proved us that the more we analyze, the more we know that you have to be concentrated till the very end, because one mistake and then you can turn the winning position into a losing one. And we saw during this tournament that this is always possible. So let me have a look at maybe at some games which were played. So this was won by checkmate by Georgia against Serbia. It is a beautiful checkmate. So as you can see that the king cannot escape. Oh, this was won by checkmate as well. So it's not so usual for us to see a lot of these checkmate positions and patterns. So I actually like showing them because, as you can see, the knight supports the queen here. So black cannot take it. And this is a very beautiful checkmate on f7. So please be careful not to get mated with this combination of pieces. Knight on e5. Usually you have bishop on b3 looking on f7. So here what happened? Oh, black won by checkmate here as well, but look at this lonely king. So bishop f4 checkmate. The queen controls all the squares here and all the squares here as well, so the king cannot escape. This is a very beautiful checkmate indeed. And well, you don't have any pieces left to protect the king. I wouldn't want to be in this situation myself. So let's get back to this game. What happened? So now we have this position. King h7. And the game is still in progress. As you can see, well, this bishop is hanging. White has to do something about it. So let's have a look at the actual position. So king h7, white will have to take on f8 because this bishop is hanging, and then the rook will take on f8. Okay, rook takes f8, check. Okay, black is getting very close to the victory. And as we know that this game is very important because the player from Ghana needs to win this game in order to draw the match for his team. So rook e6 check has to be played. You need to exchange the last rook standing for white, and then the game is going to be easy. Okay, king h6, attacking the rook. 3 minutes for black and 1 minute for white. Okay, now you have to give checks, rook e6, or you can exchange, of course, the rook. This is a good move as well. So rook takes f5, king takes f5, and well, in this position, white is hopeless. We'll have to wait for the game to finish. Bishop d3 is a very good move, check. So the king has to go on f4, g4, or e5. There are a few squares available for the moment. So this was another square chosen by white. And king e5, attacking the rook, so be careful. The rook is hanging, and if you lose this rook, you might not actually win the game, because the king will go to and take all the pawns, capture all the pawns on the queen side. So rook d8, this move is excellent. You have to keep all your pieces on the board. So this might be the moment where you can bring also your king into play, because it's a very useful piece when the queens are traded. This is such a thriller, because you never know what is ahead of you. Okay, king d6, the king is going towards those pawns, so king c7, king b7, king a7, you will have to protect those. And be careful, of course. Okay, I'm actually curious of how this game is going to develop. Let's see. Black is still thinking, and while you might think when you are looking at this board and say, like, what is he thinking about? It is so easy. I think that he actually feels the pressure that he needs to win this game, and he wants to be sure that everything he sees and everything he calculates is actually precise. But okay, b5 is a very interesting move, because now even if you take on c6, then black can take on e4 and create a pass pawn. So okay, that's actually what happened. So now black can take on e4. And b5 is played. Okay, we are getting closer to black's victory here. a3. This was a very interesting idea. So white cannot stop this pawn from promoting, and actually we might see it on the board. b6, king b6, a2, and we will see the queen appearing on the board. King b7, the lonely king cannot do much against the rook, the bishop, and the queen. Okay, queen has just appeared on the board. So, okay, now you have to mate your opponent. And how can you do so? Maybe you can give a check. Okay, queen b1 check is also nice. So now maybe queen b8 check here. Taking a lot of squares away from white's king, queen b8. Okay, queen c1 is also good, because after d6, now you can take the pawn on c3 with check. But here, really, you have to be careful. Okay, queen c8 mate. Even bishop b5 is mate as well, but queen c8 is mate. So you have to see a few of those moves, and game is going to be over. One last move has to be made in this game, and bishop b5. So it's a beautiful mate on the board. And let's have a look if all the games are finished in this group. I think that all the games are finished. So maybe we can have a look at the other groups right now. Let me just check it. So I have one game in progress in the women's section. Okay. So we still have one game in progress in the women's section. I will try to improve myself, of course, not in order to change everything on my screen. So you have Czech Republic playing against Serbia, and white has an extra rook here. But actually with only 14 seconds left. It's not so easy to win this position because the knight is jumping. I would have put it on e6 and the king is a little bit too far. As you can remember, players get 5 extra seconds after you complete each move, but be careful, 2 seconds left. Now you have to make a move. Oh my God, this is such a tragedy because white was completely winning in this position, but she failed to make a move and she lost on time. This is clearly tragic. So let me see how this affected the overall situation in the match. So Serbia won on board 1, on board 3, 2, and 4. So this was like a 4-0. But here they clearly had such a good chance, like to win the game. And what happened in the match between Romania and Zimbabwe? So here a checkmate is on the board. So Romanian player won with white. Here we have the player from Zimbabwe who won with white. Checkmate is on the board once again. Here 2 queens are on the board, and we have a very beautiful checkmate once again. So the king, of course, cannot escape. So 2-1, and Romania won this match, and well, complete domination of black pieces here, and white is checkmated once again. Round 4, we will have Latvia against Ukraine, which didn't start yet. What happened in the match between England and Ukraine? This is a tough match. So as I can see, Ukraine won on board 1. No, England won on board 1 with black pieces. And have a look at this checkmate. Bishop e5 checkmate, protecting the rook on c3. The king cannot take the rook here because the bishop is protecting this rook and the king cannot escape. So the bishop on e5 protects the pawn on e4. The mate in the center of the board is quite a rare occasion. So please enjoy it for aesthetical reasons. The aesthetical reasons sometimes are even more important to me than the result in itself, because we all think about the beautiful combinations and beautiful moves, and it brings us a completely different sort of pleasure, because only which you can achieve with a game of chess. So Ukraine lost. Okay, so what happened here? England lost on board 1 here, and the player got mated on g2 once again. So 1-1. And what happened on the board 3? Here the English player won with white pieces, and look at this king on a3. This is also a very rare occasion to get mated on a3. So 2-1 for England, and actually England won this match. So 3-1. White player lost on time, of course, but the position is lost as well because black just promoted on e1. So after bishop takes c1, queen takes c1, the position is completely hopeless, because then you can, after king b2, well, you can play queen d2, of course, and pick up this rook. But I think you can also bring the knight into play and mate on e2. So this is also hopeless. So this was a tough match for the Ukrainian team, actually. So we will see the standings when they're going to be ready. So we will see how are the teams advancing during this event, and especially after the third round. So now the teams are getting ready for the 4th round, and we have the games in progress. So let's have a look at this position. Yes, we will have a quick look at those positions, and we will announce I will announce a short break. We will have a short break after this these few games that we are going to analyze. Queen d5, please be careful that now queen f7 is a huge threat, so you have to exchange the queens. White was threatening mate and black has traded the queen. So this position is about equal right now. Let's have a look at the third board. It's quite unusual because you have the g4 pawn, which normally you do not move very often, especially in the opening phase. So bishop g5 is a very good move. Now, pinning this knight, the knight cannot go because then you can take the queen on d8. And also it cannot go because you will mate on f7. So black is in dire straits here. Let's have a look at the board 3. What is happening here? Queen h4 can be played right now. g4 was the last move, so queen h4 check is devastating here because there is nothing you can do. Well, if you play king f1, then queen f2 mate, of course, but the only move that you can make here is actually king e2, but this position is also hopeless for white. Please be careful, don't do those moves, especially very early in the opening, because you will have to deal actually with the consequences very soon. So, and here e4, e5, the game's just started, and c3, a very unusual move, especially in a tournament practice. So knight f6 attacking the pawn on e4. No, that was my suggestion. Of course, it's not the good move in this position. And d3 was played, protecting this pawn. So Czech Republic, England, the game just started. So still in the opening phase, but what I don't like is this move f3, because it weakens the king once again, and you really have to be careful with this. And the knight is on the rim here. I really think that black is much better here, and the central pawn is gone. That's one of the most important factors in this position. So white is threatening to take on e6, but once again f3 was played. I think that black is better here, and oh, white is completely winning here. So after queen h5, there are a lot of threats, and you can even play f4 and open the position. So let's have a quick break. We will show a lot of interesting videos once again, which are featuring our sponsors and also the winners of the previous event. So if you didn't know like how the events were held from the very start, and we will feature Georgian team who won the event in the inaugural edition. And also our sponsor, the Gift of Chess, and you will learn more about their initiative and why they started it.
Inmates call me Dr. K. I'm teaching chess in the Cook County Department of Correction. We currently have over 150 inmates on a weekly basis taking the chess classes, and almost in every single division in Department of Correction. We started the chess program at Cook County Department of Correction in 2012 to bring a different way of thinking to a group of inmates.
Playing chess teaches you different strategies to be more patient. It's complex, but it all plays a part with the way of life.
Every time I play, I learn something new. And I think the chess class here in Cook County that Dr. K has going is something very good for the detainees that's here.
It's a strategy game that I would have never learned in the world. It would have took me some time to sit down and just be patient, and I ain't had it at first. So sitting here in these classes that they have is actually helping us with ourselves.
We also introduced the online chess play right from the jail. Inmates are able to play online with any other people around the world. The latest addition to the program is family online matches. Inmates can correspond with their own families, with their own kids. And the idea is that through the chess, they can redevelop their own connections with families.
I had time to interact and connect with my family.
I'm able to play online with my kids. I'm able to learn new moves from other opponents that's sitting around me. I'm able to pick up new strategies that I can maybe basically put into my lifespan.
They enjoy this time. Those 2 hours that they play, they talk about different issues, they talk about their everyday life, and they use chess as a tool.
I play my kids online once a month, and I'm able to see my wife and my kids. My wife brings all my kids for me to play. It's actually helping me think a lot, you know. It's operating my brain, a part of my brain that I wasn't using.
Most of the kids have never played chess before. It's my job to teach them, and then I give them to their dads, and their dads teach them about both the game, and they teach them things about life, how chess impacts their life, how to think forward, and think ahead of the game.
It feels nice to play with my dad in type of games like this.
I love chess. This is fun to do.
I'm trying to teach inmates when they play chess, they all should be looking for themselves like kings. They're making decisions like kings. They should be feeling like kings during the chess game. And the most important, everyone should feel, I can win. I can be a winner today.
I want to thank Chef Dart for putting the program together, making it accessible for us, allowing us to have it, for the vision he had, the thought, consideration. Thanks.
Mitt navn Nils Leil Finstad. Jeg fengselsleder i Oslo fengsel. Et fengsel med høyt sikkerhetsnivå som ligger midt i Oslo på Grønland. Norges Sjakkforbund hadde vel en slags lansering, hvor da prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn ble presentert. Og vi ønsket å delta på dette, og ble veldig inspirert og motivert til å dra sjakk lenger i Oslo fengsel, fra at det ble spilt på ulike avdelinger, til å gjøre det til noe større, og sette det litt mer i system, da. For vi har sett at det er populært, veldig populært. Sjakk er et godt virkemiddel til å starte en dialog, for eksempel, mellom ansatte og innsatte, eller mellom innsatte. Det kan være at sjakk kan være en innfallsport til en god samtale.
Det er ganske mange som spiller sjakk, da. Og det kommer nye spillere hele tiden. Det er det som er også så gøy. Å spille sjakk i fengsel. Nye innsatte, nye spillere.
Jeg spiller ikke så mye ute, men det er noe som blomstrer inne. Egentlig spiller kanskje 4-5 partier om dagen.
Nå er vi i arbeidsdriften i Oslo fengsel. Primært trevareproduksjon. Det lages veldig mye forskjellig, også sjakkbord. Det ene står her. I tillegg så har vi ganske nylig laget litt sånn prototyp på et litt annet type sjakkbrett, litt mer eksklusivt i mahogni. Det er mange muligheter i Oslo fengsel for produksjon. Det har vel kanskje fått litt ekstra vind i seilene nå. Dette har vi gjort en stund, i hvert fall disse sjakkbordene og brett. Men igjen, prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn har trigget oss på flere måter, også her i arbeidsdriften.
Man føler seg at man er ikke i fengsel, da, faktisk. Og tiden går veldig fort når man er i et sjakkspill. Ja.
Always excited to see you guys out here playing chess and loving the game of chess.
Like most players, the first time Tony Ballard picked up the game of chess was as a youngster.
I got what they call a chess bite, where you just fall in love with the game of chess. You think about it all day, every day. You can't wait to get back to the game and play.
The next time he seriously picked up the game, he was in the El Dorado Correctional Facility.
And so we'd yell across the run, and I would lose a lot. And being competitive, I hated losing. So what I did was I secretly started going to the library or checking out library books, learning strategies, middle game, opening, end game strategies, and I was applying that to my opponents over the chessboard, unbeknownst to them. And there was a gentleman that he was my nemesis when it comes to playing chess, and so I wanted to beat him, and what I started doing was I started taping my chessboard up above my ceiling in my cell. And as I lay there at night, I'd imagine what moves he took to beat me and come out the next day and try to refute those moves. And I start kicking their butt. I start having a good time. I start having a lot of fun. And so, you know, over the time, you know, everyone began to know me as the chess guy.
While the game of chess was changing his reputation inside the walls, his entire life would change during a phone call with his brother in New York.
He said, "So you think you're a good chess player, huh?" I said, "Yeah, I am." So he clicked over and he called Russell, who is just like phenomenal, you know. And we met for the first time. We started playing chess, and for too long, I wasn't even talking to my brother anymore on the phone. It was just me and Russell. You know, we were just playing each other on chess. I set my board up.
Tony would say, pawn to e4. I would say pawn to e5. And we would spend hours playing the game of chess, because for me, it was an opportunity once again to connect with somebody, to enjoy a game of chess, and to really, it was a friendship more than anything. In the early stages, we developed a friendship. But as we played chess, we also talked. And the more we talked, we realized that we shared a very similar passion for using the game of chess.
And what they talked about included how Russell created a nonprofit organization that gives away chess sets to students in New York and migrants in Africa, and how both believe the game of chess can help others in the game of life.
I got in a whole lot of trouble in my lifetime, and one of the main questions a lot of people asked me was, "What were you thinking?" And the truth of the matter was, I wasn't thinking at all. And so when I started developing my chess game and started having a lot of success there, I started realizing that I am a thinker, and that I can use these thinking strategies to better my situation, to better myself. And so I started applying these skills. I became a guinea pig in my own experiment to see if the skills that I was using on the chessboard would translate into success in my personal life. Those skills are critical thinking, abstract thinking, decision making, and problem solving skills. And yeah, I started having success.
He began to understand that chess can be used as a cognitive rehabilitation tool for those incarcerated to try to change their life. So when I was telling him that I was using chess to change the lives of the kids in New York City, he said, "I think chess can change the lives of those that are incarcerated." And I said, "Oh my goodness, I think you're onto something." So we partnered and we founded the prison outreach portion of the Get to Chess, which is a 501c3. We're a federally recognized charity in New York City. And Tony came on board and he began to share his authentic story about how chess changed his life. And it really resonated with so many people out there.
And the one person out there that could open the possibilities of reaching more prisons and more residents, Kansas Secretary of Corrections, Jeff Samuda. And it so happened that he was touring the facility where Ballard lived.
I gave him a strong elevator pitch about the idea. And next thing I know, Captain Only called me to the side. He told me what the thoughts of Jeff Zamuda was and the potential idea of maybe going throughout the state with this. And so I was like, yes.
You get a lot of ideas from folks as you're out and about, and I'm open to new ideas and new ways to maybe engage our population and maybe provide activities that are of interest to them. So I was open to it, and it sounded feasible. I asked him to send me some information, and he did, and then it just kind of took off from there.
Where it has taken off includes, obviously, all 9 facilities in Kansas, as we recently completed a statewide tournament led by Ballard, who was escorted by Captain Kevin Oneth, a 32-year veteran with KDOC.
I was a little bit hesitant at first, kind of questioning whether it was going to work, and then as I went to each facility and kind of seen the changes and seen the different responses from residents, I got more and more excited. And it's actually, the last one is kind of heartbreaking that's finally ending, because it actually has been pretty rewarding for me.
And the reason for this survey is to gauge your likelihood to be impulsive. What chess does, it removes you from that impulsive nature, that impulsive behavior, into more responsive, more decisive behavior. And playing chess over a period of time helps you develop that habit.
But when he talks about what chess has done for him and the engagement and what he sees that can do for members of the population, that has a deeper level of meaning and maybe resonates more with our population than if I'm standing up there, or perhaps even Kevin is up there talking about it. Tony, I think, tells his story, what it means to him, and really the message from Tony is, hey, this may help you, and this may be an opportunity for you to change. And I think that's powerful, especially coming from someone who's walking in all of our residents' shoes.
It's helping me to understand, like, I can use this and I can use this to help me move better in life, especially when I get out. I can move better and start thinking more before I do anything, you know.
And chess is like, when it comes to like learning the cognitive skills that you can utilize, you get the like jobs, scenarios, dealing with people, scenarios. You just get comfortable in your skin on what move to make when you're dealing with these obstacles or adversities in your life, you know what I mean?
It makes me feel good to be able to use chess as a way to strategize and get my thinking in order.
In total, the Prison Outreach for the Gift of Chess has gifted more than 100,000 residents across 32 states and 300 facilities, as well as numerous prisons in Africa, all thanks to one friendship between Makovsky and Ballard.
On our first trip to Winfield, Captain Oneth asked me, he said, "You think that it was going to get this big?" And I told him, yeah, I did. You know, I really did. I had that confidence, I had that hope, I had that persistence, and just that passion that I wanted to do. And not only that, I had backing, I had support, and I had the resources. You know, Russell Makovsky has been very instrumental in my life. He's poured into me rehabilitation. And, yeah, he's been a good friend, you know what I'm saying? Like, he believes in my vision, and he has the resources to help me, you know, do it. And it's my guy, man.
Ballard's endgame with KDOC. After he's paroled in 2025, he'll continue his job as the Director of Prison Outreach for the Gift of Chess.
Being that chess has provided me with such a grand opportunity as this, I want to be able to spend the rest of my life giving this opportunity back to others. This is my vehicle, this is the tool that I use, and so I've come to understand that chess is more than a game. It's a cognitive rehabilitation tool that can be used to change lives.
First of all, I'm excited about what's been done so far. We've seen it grow and grow and grow, the participation level and the excitement and the enthusiasm in our facilities. So I'm really excited about that. We're going to have that statewide competition at the end of June, which is going to be really, really cool. I'm excited to see what comes of that. And then I think having that under our belt is really that opportunity to have conversations with other entities, some of my peers, see if they're interested in doing something like that. And there'll be some interest. there'll be some interest by other states. My peers are just like me. They're looking for ways to engage the population, and any kind of positive activity that moves people towards positive change. There'll be some people interested, and we're all about that.
Welcome back to our chess marathon, because we are covering today a very special event, the third Intercontinental online chess tournament for prisoners. And what a marathon it has been for the commentators. Keti Tsatsalashvili started at 6 in the morning, but this means that we have an international event featuring 118 teams from 50 countries. So some of them start very early. Right now you have the position on your board in the game between Norway and Croatia, but this is also a marathon for the players, because they are separated in different groups, and only 2 teams from each group can be qualified for the next stage. So today we have the preliminary rounds. They are fighting like lions, but, well, in chess, you have to win. And this event is a part of a project, well, Chess for Freedom program. So it's very important. It was signed between FIDE, the International Chess Federation, and the Cook County Sheriff's Office in Chicago, USA, because they created originally a very interesting program in the first county jail. So which used the game of chess in order to well, improve their, first of all, daily life, but also to well, the game of chess also was used in order to develop certain skills, bring joy, of course, and this project got so important that the International Chess Federation recognized for its social value. So in 2021, they signed a cooperation agreement, and this gave the birth to this tournament, which we're witnessing now. So that's already its 3rd edition. Which I find interesting that in the 1st edition there were only women's and men's groups, and starting from the 2nd edition the youth groups were introduced, and I think that this is a clear sign from the society that this program is working, and chess can be used as an educational tool in order to well, to develop certain skills, of course, but also as a rehabilitative tool. I have no idea. And it actually helps the inmates to reintegrate their lives when they're out, and I think that this is one of the most important aspects. So it boosts their self-confidence. Well, especially in this event, we've seen such a spirit of camaraderie. You have on our live feed also images from the prisons where you can see that players are facing their opponents on the computers, because the event, of course, is played online. But while I was reading a lot of documents preparing for this event, I came across a very interesting story which made my heart melt, but which also made me laugh a lot, because it was a story about a passion about game of chess, but which someone found in the prison. And he had well, a friend who we was playing against each other every day, but then the pandemics came, and they no longer have chess pieces and chess boards because of the social distancing, which were a condition at that time for everyone. So they decided, they asked each other, and so they were in the cells which were not so far away, and also when they were meeting, they decided to play chess game blindfold. So it means with no pieces at all, no boards. They were just looking, staring at the ceilings, and they were announcing the moves. And I also like the well, the images that they use for example, for D4, they were shouting out dinosaur 4, and and they were continuing the game, and it brought them so much pleasure while during this difficult period where they couldn't do much. And there was another spectator who joined because he loved chess, and at the moment he didn't understand what they were doing. He said, like, what you were doing? He said, but we are playing a game of chess blindly. So he said, oh, maybe I can follow you. So at the end, you can imagine the pictures that well, two players are playing the game, the third player is watching them, but well, there are no pieces, no boards, and they're shouting out moves, within the context of the prison. It made me laugh so much because it brought so much joy while I was reading this story. And then the other guy comes and he says, but what the hell are you doing? And the third guy says, well, I'm watching those two guys playing a game of chess. And this is, I think, describes everything about how chess can unite people all over around the world, but also how it can be used in order to achieve this sort of intellectual stimulation and to bring joy into daily life whenever things are not so easy. So I wanted to share this to you. Whenever I think about this scene, I am always laughing now. And well, let's have a look at the games. I no longer know what I am supposed to do here anyway. As you can see, there are a lot of chaos in my life. So this is the game between Norway and Croatia from the men's group. Okay. That's a tough one because not easy to assess because as you can see, black is an exchange up, but white has 2 pawns and a bishop for this exchange. So, but this is rather balanced. This is quite a tough one. So let's see what happens. What happened in this match? So Romania against Serbia. Oh my God, these pawns are frightening. So you have this chains of the pawns, and this position is quite tough for white because they're going to advance, of course. And well, I'm not sure if there is an easy solution here for white. Well, actually, it's always very difficult to give an advice while you're playing a game of chess because then, well, these are not my pieces, and I can give away a lot of them while analyzing, but the players feel a lot of pressure, especially as you know that the matches are played on 4 boards. So in order to win the match, you have to score 2.5 points at least. In case of 2-2, the match are drawns. F3, breaking the king's defenses. So black wants to take on G2. Yes, this is quite a difficult game for Romanian player here. Romania won on board 2 and Serbia won on board 1. So the match is tied for the moment. So let's have a look at the board 4. Okay, this is also a very curious position. Makes me smile because it looks unbalanced on the first glance, but on the other hand, let's see. Black has a queen, but white has 2 rooks for it, so like equal material here. But black has a rook, but white has a bishop and 3 pawns. Just like at the first glance, actually, this looks equal, but white king is sort of safe because he can use the black pawn here as a shield. Maybe, well, white can try to do something here, but this is a very interesting position. You have to be careful because if you will try to activate your rooks, then the queen can come into play, and black cannot capture the pawn on f3 because the bishop, of course, is protecting. Don't forget about those moves. So Queen h8 was played right now. And yes, rook b2 is a very nice move with the idea of giving rook b8 check and taking the queen on h8. So watch out, queen a5 check. That was black's idea, of course, but now I think that I can take this pawn on h3. And remember that black cannot take the pawn on f3 with check. So what else can you do here? King h3. This was a very good move. And, well, I think that white is a bit better, but knowing that the queen is such a dangerous piece and it can give checks, well, whatever the situation is on the chessboard. So let's have a look at the time. 1 minute 47 seconds for white. Okay. Queen a4, I think that black maybe threatens to sacrifice and maybe to give a perpetual. But here, oh no, but now maybe queen b8 doesn't work, because if you take here with the queen, so let's say rook takes, x takes, and then white can actually promote the pawn. So here, white is much better. So you shouldn't choose this this possibility, but simply go king d7. Okay, this is a very interesting game. We will have to watch to keep a close eye on this one. And another game attracted my eye. Please have a look at this position. So Norway 1 is playing against Croatia, and the pawn is already on a7, so the rook has to stay on a2 in order to avoid the promotion. But now another pawn runs towards the promotion square, so white is completely winning, but there are some stalemate ideas. Maybe he can use those at some point. No, he keeps his rook on a2, and g8 queen wins the game. Okay, so this was the last game in this match. So Norway won on board 1, Croatia won on board 2, Norway lost on board 3, and Croatia won. So 3-1 for Croatia. A very important win for Croatian team. Let's have a look at what is happening in the youth groups. So as you can see, Serbia just lost against Ghana, and 2 queens on the board, and white king just got mated. So let's look at the other board. So here you have the Serbian player who mated white quite easily here. Okay, the last rank is very important also to control it. So okay, now we have the games which are in progress between Serbia and Ukraine in the youth section. Actually, very interesting opening already. e4, c5, knight f3 was played, and then bishop b5, so there was Solima. But here, after a6, actually, I would suggest to take on c6 and to modify the pawn structure. So bishop c4 is quite unusual in this situation, because b5 can be played and black played b5. So if you will play bishop b3 here, then c4, winning a piece. So you have to be careful here. Let's have a look at the second board. White has a healthy extra pawn here, so which is here, and the king is quite safe. So I will say that white is of course much better, but you never know. After knight e4, let's say knight e4 here, if you will take, I will take, and then the bishop will look on h2. Well, everything seems possible here. Let's look at the third board in this match. What is happening here? But the bishop on e6 is on prise, so you have to take it. Bishop d6 was a huge mistake. So now, oh no, knight g6. Okay, attacking the rook. Okay, now you have the the luxury of taking the rook or the bishop. So now white has to take the bishop on e6 and win this very nice piece. Knight e7. Okay, I can understand why white was drawn to this idea, because after knight e7, knight takes e7, then you can take the rook on h7, but I think that this was more important to take the bishop on e6. Okay, bishop h7, white is still winning, but a lot of pieces are still on the board, and it's looking quite complicated. So let's have a look at the fourth part of this match. White has clearly done something wrong in the opening stage, because he is fighting for his life. Clearly, the rook is gone. There was a beautiful rook on h1. So now the bishop is hanging. Knight can take back and take back the bishop, but you have to be careful, because the queen then can get to g1, and that is what happened in this game. Maybe black is simply sacrificing this bishop on h1 in order to attack and mate his opponents. In the previous round, Ghana was playing Serbia in this youth section, so let's have a look at the women's section, the women's groups. So now we have one game which is still in progress, but which is completely winning, like for Latvia on the last board. Careful with the time, because as we've seen, when there are a few seconds left, sometimes players simply forget that they have to make a move in order to get the 5 seconds, which is added to each player after they complete the move. So this position is quite simple to win. It's a technical win. You just have to avoid stalemate ideas, and you need to bring your king. Your king in every position where you need to deliver a mate, you need the king. You need to bring your king. So here, as we can see, black is struggling because they're repeating the positions. Now you have to bring your king in order to help your queen to mate you. It seems to me that black is not aware that you cannot mate only with your queen, so you actually, well, you need your king, because you cannot deliver mate. Okay, now king e5, you have to play. This is rather complicated. So let's have a look. They drew this game. Oh no, because actually, you know that the computer detects automatically if the position was repeated 3 times. So even though the players are not aware of this rule, the game is drawn because black didn't make sufficient progress in order to win this game. And for me, this is quite a tragedy, especially for the player who had for the Latvian player. He was completely winning, but he didn't manage to use his extra queen. So let's have a look. Okay, here we are in the opening stage of the match. England engaged Romania. The knight is on the rim here. So bishop b5, you could have played b4 as well, meaning maybe not winning the knight, but chasing this knight away. Knight b7 was still possible, but this position is very good for white. An extra pawn on d5, so let's have a look here. Oh, this is a very interesting guest, especially from an opening perspective. I'm talking about the opening, of course, because this is the Petrov defense, but d4 was played, knight c6, d takes c5, knight e4, knight bishop d3, and knight c5. This is actually a very interesting opening. The position is rather balanced right now, so we will see how this game develops. I wanted to have a look at this game. This is the last game which is still in progress in the match between Georgia and Zimbabwe. So Georgian team won on board 1, Zimbabwe team won on board 2, and Zimbabwe won on board 4. So here, well, White has to win in order to draw the match. And let's have a look at the time. Oh, actually, if White wins, yes, the Zimbabwe team will win the match. So, this is quite an interesting result, because I think that the team from Zimbabwe was training for this event, and beating Georgian team is actually not easy. I know this because when France is playing against Georgia, we know that we're facing a very tough opponent. I think that this actually might be a sensation of this round. If the team from Zimbabwe beats Georgian team, oh, but I can see that they're also higher rated. For me, this is a very big surprise. Rook d6, queen a5, and black is still thinking, but now you can play queen h8 and pick up the rook on h3. So this will be game over, and so Georgia will lose this match. Queen h8 was played. It was the great move. So so let's have a look at this match. Czech Republic against Latvia. This is the fourth board. The match has just started. When you're using all these moves like h4 and a4, especially so early in the game, it has a lot of drawbacks, because it's weakening your position unnecessarily, and then at the end you will not know where to castle, because if you castle short, then the pawn on h4 will be hanging, and if you castle long, then you have a lot of squares which are quite weak. So now you can even take the pawn on e4, which will be quite a nice move, claiming that you have a very nice advantage. Let's have a look what is happening on board 2. Here, yes, queen f7 was tempting, but I'm not sure that this is the best move in this position, because I think that it was, well, maybe better to take one of those pieces on f5 or on a6. You see, you could have taken here and taken here, then taken with check, or you could also take the knight on a6 and destroy black's pawn structure and weakening the king. So I think that knight f7 was a very important mistake on this game. So let's go to the board 3. Okay, e5 was played in this game, and d4 after e5. I wanted to show you. So knight bc3, e5 was played, and d4, which actually gives me the opportunity to demonstrate the en passant rule. And actually, I think that this is the best move in this position. So the black pawn can actually take the white pawn, which is on d4, because it made this move d4 through the d3 square. So you have this possibility here after d4, and after c takes d3, c takes d3, bishop c5 check, you know, and Black has a very nice position and an extra pawn on e5. But what happened in the game after d4, Black actually played knight c6 and maybe forgot that he could have taken on d3. It's a very important resource that you have to remember about during your games. So what happens here still, Black is thinking. Okay, we have a very interesting position on the board, on the first board of this match. So please have a look that both the knight and the bishop are attacking this pawn. So White's move was king f1 because I don't know how it happened, but Black managed to take on f2, and after king f1, maybe Black could have taken the knight on e5, gave the bishop, but okay, they're clearly winning here. White's king is weak and you can no longer castle, but Black decided to play h5. So of course I can take on f7, but I will have to calculate what happens after queen f6. Let's say knight f7, queen f6, and if I take on h8, this is such an interesting variation because now the bishop actually can go away and to give a check, but do I have a square? Even if I go here, bishop e3 check, White has this defensive resource they protect from this check, and White is still winning here. But this is not obvious at all. So actually, if I would have this game myself, I could take on g4, h takes g4, and win the piece on f2. This is the simplest solution, and very often you should, whenever you're hesitating, how do you make the choice in the chess game? And very often the same strategy is applied well in life. It's you have to understand the notion of risk-reward, of course, and well, what are the risks that you are taking and what it can bring you. So here I would go for this. You know, you have a healthy extra piece, and you know, your king is pretty safe. There are not a lot of things which will be involved after this move, but after knight f7, the risks which are taken are much greater. So of course, if you can see mate, and if you see that that's a clear mate on the board, then go for it. But sometimes, you know, we're humans and we make mistakes. It happened to me on several occasions, and I lost a completely winning position. So this is the sort of a cautionary tale, which is a bit ironic. Okay, let's have a look at this position. Czech Republic against Latvia on the last board. What was the last move? The last move was knight d4, because here Black could have taken the rook on e3. That's why knight d4 is probably a mistake. So now White can save this vulnerable rook on a3, but nevertheless, well, White is a piece up, but Black has a few pawns and a nice knight on d4, so maybe this is rather balanced. So I would like to remind you that we are watching the women's event. So those are the groups. I can see that England won against Romania, but on this board we still have a few things to follow. So Georgia against Ukraine. A lot of matches are in progress. G5 was played. G4 is the threat. Be careful, winning a piece. Knight G5. Well, you have to be careful with your pieces. What was interesting, I wanted to show you that White couldn't play e5 because then the bishop would have taken on f3, because you want to get rid of this knight and to mate on f7, but unfortunately this was not possible in this situation. So what happens here? Oh, this is, for the moment, the bishops got exchanged on a6. So this position is maybe a bit better for white, but still not so easy. Maybe after queen b3, attacking both pawns, well, black can play queen c8, defending everything. So it's rather balanced. So maybe knight c3 is also possible, but then I don't like knight c6 and coming to d4. Okay, this position is rather balanced. Let's leave it at that. So now we were looking at the board 3. The board 1, that was the case, and okay, this is the board 3. What was the last move? So e5 was played. Okay, black played e6 first and e5, attacking the center. This is a very interesting idea on a first glance, but then you're losing a tempo. So maybe white can simply develop the knight on f3, protect the pawn on d4, and it's very important to finish the development while you're playing a chess game. First, well, you have to develop your pieces. Then king safety, of course, it's very important. So you have to castle, and only then, well, you should develop some other complicated strategies, launch an attack, and white played here knight f3. This is a very good move. So as you can see, white has a lot of, well, quite an advance in the development, especially so they can castle next. So black has to be careful here. Let me have a look now at this match, this position. So Zimbabwe against Serbia. White is clearly better, if not winning, for the moment. So you have these two powerful bishops, well, an extra pawn, of course, and yeah, this is quite an advantage for me. So let's have a look here. Knight c7 was threatening the rook, the king, the rook, the king, the queen. I forgot all my Greek. So knight e8 was played, and this is a very strong move, even though that black can still take on d2. I'm not forced to give my queen for those pieces, so I can simply play king f1. So knight e8. Well, white has an extra queen here. And yes, let's go to the board 2. Okay, this looks like completely winning because black has lost the king side pieces here. The rook is gone, the knight is gone, and all the pawns are gone. So you can play, of course, queen g8, but you might also play d4 and then develop your bishop on g5 with some devastating attack on the black's king. So here white is clearly winning. Okay, what games do we have left here? Okay, here I saw, do you remember we were talking, no, this was actually the analysis, but the actual game after h5 developed in a very interesting way. So g3, I think that this is a mistake because after h4, you could have taken the knight, of course, on g4, but here black could have taken the knight on a5 once again. But they decided to launch a very straightforward attack. So here, please have a look. You could have taken the knight on g4. It was for grabs. It's a delicious knight, but white decided to take on h4. And then after queen h4, d4, here, like, the position looks already very dangerous. So you could have taken on f7, I think. So it seems to me that after this move, black is attacking the knight on e5. Even though if you take on f7, maybe I can even castle. Let's say knight f7. I think that could be, of course, there's queen h3 check, but I just wanted to try this crazy move, castle here, and to know if it was possible. But then I wanted to show you that you always have to be aware of these checks, you know, possibility of, for example, of knight e5, and then, okay, this position is a bit crazy, so you shouldn't castle. How did black proceed after d6, knight g4, bishop g4? Okay, and here black is completely winning. This is a very dramatic game because the advantage changed sides almost on every move. So you have to calculate all the sacrifices, but after knight c3, queen h3, maybe you should have taken the queen immediately in this situation. But okay, queen h3 does not lose this opportunity. Checks. Black forgot to take the queen. Oh my god, this is such a dramatic game. My heart cannot take this. I mean, as a captain, I can only imagine the captain's heart, the Czech Republic captain's heart, because I think, you know, that's they didn't tell me, but I think that the medical team should be on the premises as well, because this is very difficult. So rook h5, e5. As I told you, it changes at every half a move. So it's b6. Black doesn't take the queen, e6. So now f takes e6. Okay. Actually, even here, it is still possible to play bishop e2, and you can protect your queen. So after bishop e6, let's have a look if black will end up taking this queen on d1 and winning the game. Rook e5. I think that they're going for the mate all the time. So I think that we have our next guest ready for the interview. Carl, do you hear me?
Hello, Almira. Yes, I do.
Yes, hello. So let's. I will tell that we are ready to make the interview, and then we will have a small break because it's there are so many questions that I want to ask you, so I don't want to miss this opportunity. Carl, first of all, well, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, and you're doing very well, I might say, because you're new into it, so well done. Brilliant work.
Thank you so much. Well, I'm trying to hide it, but of course, as the players, I'm very nervous. And well, I wanted to ask you about your personal involvement into this program, because it started years and years before, because well, I read a little bit your story. So first of all, you were very much inspired by the book written by John Healy. Please tell me a little bit about this.
Well, his book was called The Grass Arena, and I saw a film about it many years ago, and really it inspired me to read that chess was the one thing that could actually rehabilitate this man who was going back and forward to prison, and it seemed to be just an endless cycle until he found the game of chess, and that it was that very game that liberated him. And from that moment, and actually it's been a decade of me doing this now, I want to do a similar thing and give something back to a community, the prison community, and see, you know, how many more John Healys there were out there, if you like. There are many people that want to, you know, improve their lives, and I knew that chess would be a fantastic vehicle for doing that. And it started from there. I wrote to the English Chess Federation, asked if I could become the manager of chess in prisons, and it began from there. And I just have a one-line remit, and that is to foster interest in prisons. It's just a simple line, but quite difficult to do. But that's how it started.
Well, I agree with you completely, because while reading about this program, I noticed that even though I didn't know much about it, already from my personal experience, that I've learned so many important details, and we are not drawn, you know, spontaneously to ask ourselves questions about like penitentiary institutions and the conditions. But I was already sensibilized to it by Simone Weil's stories I said before, so I knew a bit more. But chess for me was always a part of my life, so I thought that it also brings more than just rehabilitation, the beauty of the game, the intellectual stimulation, and I think that you are sharing this also in your book, Chess Behind Bars.
Absolutely, and I mean this platform here is obviously about the prisoners, and I've just got a couple of things here, Almira, if you wouldn't mind. I'd like to read that prisoners have actually written to me. I mean, I get hundreds of letters, but there are a couple of things here I'd quite like to share while I've got the opportunity, if you don't mind.
Oh, yes, it will bring me to tears probably, but I think that these are very concrete words. They
Yes.
are
Well, this is the
define us,
testimony. Yes. This is the reality. All these letters I get. I mean, a few lines here. You know, we talk about, can chess really help people when they leave prison? Everybody has an opinion on it. There's not much, you know, empirical data about it. But, you know, a man here writes to me last week saying, playing chess in prison will help my confidence when I'm released. Confident to interact better with other people and solve problems such as bill payments, job applications, and things like this. So, you know, chess is having a real impact on real issues about real lives, you know, calculating finance about how much you can or can't spend and paying those payments. All of those skills, the beauty of it is, Almira, as you know, it's instantly transferable. You don't have to wait. All the disciplines you learn playing chess, about thinking before you move, accepting consequences for your decisions, you can take those from the morning, walk out of prison, and they apply to life in the afternoon. But this is the one I wanted to just read a part of the letter, and I hope everybody online can hear it. A man wrote to me a few weeks ago and said, the anger management benefits about chess are awesome. Rarely in the early games, even with the most volatile inmates, have I witnessed the pieces scattered across the landing. After 5 minutes of huffing and puffing and fist clenching, even the angriest man realizes that he cannot take his anger out on his opponent. His ego is in turmoil, trying to blame his error on someone else. It's fascinating to watch. Slowly, though, acceptance creeps in. He has to own up to his own mistake in chess. His brain cannot allow him to resolve it with his fists. It doesn't compute. It isn't possible. His mind rapidly debates his options. There's only one solution. He has to set up the pieces and play again. More determined, more focused, than he won't make that mistake again. Inevitably, he will make another error, or I will, and yet this time the pieces don't get thrown as far. The learning curve has begun. Control of emotional, angry outbursts begins to do its work through chess. Over the days, weeks, months, even the years I've been in, the men become the most focused, calm, collective, and skilled players we've ever competed with. It is truly wonderful and inspirational. You cannot buy this experience. And of course, the bemused looks on the officers' faces is priceless. When 10 of the most unmanageable men in the prison are sat in complete silence, with heads down, planning 1, 2, 3, 4 moves ahead. These are just a few reasons why chess should be introduced in prisons. Now, Almira, when you get testimony like that, we understand why everybody's doing what they're doing and the power of the game.
I'm just speechless, because this is such a beautifully written text, and Well, I'm about, of course, I'm on the verge of crying, but it makes me, well, I really want to get more involved. So I hope that in the future I will be able to help. But all these little initiatives brought something so special and which is developing exponentially from what I heard now.
It's absolutely remarkable. I mean, I must mention FIDE. Every chess player has an opinion about their organization, and indeed FIDE, the biggest organization. But I tell you this, they've worked wonders with prisoners chess. Michael Rahal, Dana, other people, they've done. I couldn't have dreamt of this 10 years ago. The idea that there would be an online championship for the world, for everybody to see, that prisoners could represent their country, gain certification. It's just incredible. And the great thing about it, all of this work, it's a win-win. There's no bad news, is there? You can sell it to governments, institutions, and say, well, look, these letters, for example, are the result of what's happened. It really is data. So we're going to carry on. We're going to build more, get chess in prisons around the world, because I get letters from people saying all of the programs we have, all of the educational lessons don't even touch what chess can do for us in prisons, because as you know, chess covers mathematics, English, history, geography, art, religion. All of those come into one little 64 squared battlefield. And it's just remarkable to see the bars literally dissolve away when everybody's in a room playing. So please, Almira, get into a prison and give one of your simmels and keep the ball rolling.
I will, because actually what you describe is that's my personal feeling about the game, because I think that chess is, symbolically, is a philosopher's stone. It's such a unique way of expressing it all. But I have actually a very concrete question for you. Would you be so kind to explain to me what you have to go through in order to convince prisons to accept the program? And you're meeting governments, as you told me, so I'm not sure that the process is the same in every country.
Well, that is exactly where chess comes in handy, because when you're writing to governments and institutions, you can be disappointed very quickly. There's a lot of yes, we'd like to do it, blah blah blah, but we don't have the money, we don't have the resources. That's where being a chess player is useful, because when you've got a blocked position, you sit there and you find a way out. And you don't just accept it. So you keep on banging your head against the wall sometimes, and one day you're going to get through. So they get fed up with you eventually, and they go, oh, not this guy again. So the problem is you write to ministers, and they keep on changing their ministers. So when you make a relationship with one, somebody else walks in the door. But let me say this to people who might not know, who are listening then. The key is to speak to a prison governor or write to a governor, local level. Without the governor's permission, you don't walk through the door. So if you can sell chess to them, and not just chess, but the benefit of it to the prison and the prisoners system, then you've got a real good chance. Because the default position certainly used to be, we haven't got the resource to do it, or we can't afford to do it. And I would say you can't afford not to do it. And these are the reasons why. So stick at it, that durability, keep on going. If you write 50 letters, you might only be successful twice, but that twice is the acorn you need, and the tree will grow from there.
Thank you so much. I actually wanted to quote something which you did in one of your books, and it's one of the greatest characters in the history of the Soviet Union, Alexander Solzhenitsyn. Actually, not many people do look at things in this perspective, but this is something very special to me, and I know about this when I read in Russian, but in English it's actually sort of a tribute to the conditions where he was living, because he was saying, bless you, prison, bless you for being in my life. For their lying upon the rotten prison straw, I came to realize that the object of life is not prosperity, as we were made to believe, but the maturity of the human soul. And I think that also this says it's all, because it offers us such also unique perspective on things.
Isn't it absolutely beautiful, that phrase? I mean, the point is, adversity is our greatest teacher. Of course, we learn most from our mistakes on the board as we do in life. And you can be in these terrible situations, but you can take something from it. You mentioned earlier about a stone, the building stone, but I love to think about Michelangelo's famous quote when he said, he looked at a block of marble and he said, I saw an angel in the marble and I carved until I set him free. And that's just like with prisoners. I see somebody and I think, you know, there's an angel in there somewhere. Chess is that carving tool. Keep on playing chess and then they'll set them free. Set the mind free. This is called chess for freedom. Not just physical freedom, walking out the door, intellectual freedom. You know, nothing else matters. And again, the whole point of this is when you're a child, you're told what to do. When you're at work, you're told what to do. When you're at home, you're told what to do. When you're in prison, you're told what to do. But as you well know, Almira, when you're on that board, you ain't told what to do. You get to decide all of the moves, all of the decisions. Nobody can tell you. And that for me was a wonderful epiphany in chess, to be, where else can we be creative? Where else can people in prison really be creative and expressive? On the chessboard. That's where you're completely liberated. So it's all good news, all reasons to be cheerful.
Thank you, because that's actually the epiphany I had this night when I was thinking about this competition, and I came to the same realization that, well, here no one can tell you what to do. And I've expressed this during this live commentary, because this is actually such a powerful statement, what you just described. And there is nothing more powerful than that, of course.
Exactly. And, you know, there are analogies out there in life. You may have seen the film The Matrix. I don't know. But there's a point where Morpheus says to Neo, I'm trying to free your mind, but I can only open the door. Only you can decide to walk through the door. So people say to me, you know, well, what about the people that don't want to do chess in prisons? Well, that's fine if they don't want to. But the point is to make the game available to everybody. Give them the opportunity. Talent's global. Opportunity isn't. Give them the opportunity. If they want to walk through that door, it needs people like us to help them through it. So, as you say, it's just incredibly powerful. And looking at these moves today, and I've been following you all morning, you know, you know, there are different levels here, obviously. You might be normally commentating on, you know, some world-class event where there are no mistakes, but actually the mistakes are a fun part of it. Not for the players, obviously, but, you know, you look at it and you think, oh, yeah, well, I've been there, I've done that, I make mistakes. But as you've commented, it's not all over until the final move. You can be a queen up, but keep on going. Keep on playing, keep on fighting. And that's the beauty of the game. And also all these games are fascinating that you're showing.
Well, but the thing is, like, in order to get to the elite level, you know, I started to play chess when I was 5, and so I went through so many of these situations where I feared for my life, literally, because every game that I play, it's a battle. So I really know how important it is not to lose yourself in these emotions. So it's very important, and I hope that well, I'm trying to that you can see it when I do commentary for this event. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and especially your experience, because the expertise that you possess in this field actually is very valuable, and I think it will help many in the future. I wanted also to address our audience, because as you've seen that, you know, I'm quite a feature when it comes to technology. So please send your messages in the YouTube, and maybe share your thoughts, and also which teams are you actually supporting, and maybe what are the books. Actually, I wanted to know what are the books that you have been reading recently about chess or not. And then we can continue the discussion tomorrow as well.
Yeah, and Almira, my final quote, if I may, was from an actual prisoner from an England team I managed last year. And while the games were going on, and my team wasn't actually that good, you know, but they did their very best. And one of the players said, you know, oh, I've lost, I'm a loser. And one of their colleagues instantly said, none of us are losers, because we're all participating, we're all in the team. And that was just beautiful as well. And that's the case for every prisoner here online. It's fantastic, and well done to them.
Well done, everyone. So we will have a small break where once again you will be able to find out more about this event, about our sponsors, a lot of the initiatives all over the world, and we will be back shortly.
So today, the Gift of Chess in coordination with Exodus has come together to put on this mini chess tournament for its community members and to just sort of launch what we hope to be a fruitful partnership. For me personally, this means a lot because in events like this where we show that we're more than our past, we're more than our trauma, and just the transformative effect chess can have on healing, I think is just really powerful, and it's just so incredible to see the turnout from today and to see what I always knew, the impact of chess. Happy to be here, happy to be part of this initiative, and looking forward to see how we continue this and build upon this in the future.
First of all, tell us how you are doing. I'm doing well, thank you. I feel really good. Thanks a lot. My name is Khatuna Kurdadze. I'm 54. And you are a world champion. I'm a world champion. Let's make it clear, she is a world chess champion from the number 5 female penitentiary facility. The success story of convicted women became known a few days ago. The national anthem of Georgia was played in the USA and the women were celebrated as world champions. Congratulations again to the team from Georgia. They are the winners of the first Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for prisoners. When they play your anthem in America to honor your achievement, you get emotional. I can't describe what it's like. You have to feel it. The Georgian team of convicted women defeated 43 teams from 31 countries at the International Online Chess Championship and became the world champions for the first time in history. I did not expect this. I could not even imagine that we would qualify for the finals. We played 11 rounds in the semi-finals and needed to gain 2 points in each. We managed to score much more. I was in my office when I received the call. I was told that we had become champions. Of course, I invited the ladies over. They came with radiant faces, looks of bliss and happy smiles. It was a very emotional moment. The prisoners had been preparing for the championship for several months. To test their skills, they competed with each other regardless of age and gender. Prior to the championship, the women defeated the men and won the internal competition. This is how the 4 convicted women made it to the international tournament. Khatuna is a member of the winning team. She is a world champion. Chess has been a part of her life since childhood. As a school-age girl, she even became a champion of the Soviet Union. She is one of the winners, but the only one for whom participating in the World Championship was difficult and highly emotional. When you are heartbroken, when you are a prisoner at this facility, and when you are also ill, it is a miracle of God to get the opportunity to participate in the tournament and become a world champion. There is no other way to explain it. Khatuna has been fighting cancer for 8 years. She learned about new metastatic lesions a couple of months ago, and a couple of days before the finals of the World Championship, she had her 25th round of chemotherapy. I wasn't sure if I could participate in the tournament. If I did not play, our team would be short one board, and they would lose 1 point in each round. So I gathered my strengths. Making it to the finals was a significant incentive for me. You do not consider your diagnosis a verdict, do you? I don't. Cancer is just a diagnosis, not a verdict. I have been fighting it already for 8 years. It fights me and I fight it. I do not have cancer. Cancer has me, and I'm gonna win. She fights not only a severe disease, but also the routine of the penitentiary facility. She spares no effort to make each day different, to learn more and to teach others. I teach mathematics. That's my profession. Several prisoners expressed their desire to study, so I give lessons to 3 students. I'm helping 1 student with physics. I was also teaching chemistry to 1 prisoner. In my free time, I knit. I'm quite good at it. I knit with knitting needles and a crochet hook. I also work with beads. There are 4 more years left before leaving the penitentiary facility, but the title of world champion makes her stronger now. God has said that a leaf does not fall without his will, so perhaps I was meant to become a world champion. And where else would I have had the chance? I'm serving my sentence. I love you very much. Thank you so much for this interesting interview. I would hug you if there was no COVID. So let's finish this way. Thank you.
Everyone deserves a second chance. That's what we believe at Indian Oil. Instead of being held hostage to past mistakes, we believe that prison inmates can become productive members of society. Our esteemed chairman, Mr. Srikant Madhav Vaidya, had visited Chanchalguda prison at Hyderabad and saw sports as a means to elevate the lives of the inmates. With this belief, Indian Oil's Parivartan, Prison to Pride, was launched on August 15, 2021 under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebration. The initiative reflects Indian Oil's core value, care, to help prison inmates and juveniles build a better life through sports coaching by Indian Oil's sportspersons, including international badminton players Abhin Shyam Gupta, S. Arun Vishnu, Yasil Ismail, Grandmaster and Indian women chess team coach Abhijit Kunte, women Grandmaster Padmini Raut, international tennis player Rashmi Chakravarti, renowned carom player Ramesh Babu and Srinivas, and international hockey player Kamlesh Parihar. Across 4 phases, more than 2,900 inmates were provided with sports coaching from 52 prisons across 28 state and 8 union territories under the initiative. Basketball, badminton, chess, volleyball, tennis, table tennis, kho-kho, and carom were identified as sports that need mental as well as physical agility, giving an opportunity to excel to hundreds of prisoners so far. Indian Oil has commissioned retail outlets in prison premises, catering to public. 30 of these retail outlets employ ex- and serving prison inmates as customer attendants, providing excellent service and living a life of dignity. Parivartan celebrated a moment of triumph when the initiative was recognized by World Chess Federation (FIDE) during prestigious Chess Olympiad 2022 at Chennai. Parivartan's Katak team played an exhibition match with Chicago under Chess for Freedom initiative. In fact, Inmates from Yerwada prison, Pune, won bronze medal in Intercontinental Chess for Freedom, an online chess championship for prisoners from 46 countries. And the latest in the series, launched this 26th January, is perhaps the best of them all. Indian Oil presents Nai Disha, Smile for Juvenile program for the mental and physical developments of kids across India's 3 largest juvenile facilities. Apart from coaching, equipment and kits are also provided to participants, with care at the core of all our endeavors. The journey to a better tomorrow goes on. Parivartan, Prison to Pride, helps us re-energize lives as we live our motto of being the energy of India.
Вы в эфире.
Welcome back, dear chess friends. So let me explain to you what are you doing, what we are all doing right here. If you are tuning in just now, we are organizing the 3rd Intercontinental online chess event for prisoners. It started today at 6 o'clock in the morning European time, and it's going to last all day today because we have 118 teams and coming from 50 countries, so it means that players are joining us from all over the world, which makes our tasks even more difficult because we have to cover all the games, and I hope we've been up to the challenge so far. So this tournament is a part of a very important program, Chess for Freedom, which offers so many opportunities for the inmates using the game of chess. So not only they're following the chess courses, they've been able to pick up the game of chess in the prison, but it also offers them so many different opportunities to play in the tournaments, to develop different skills. And I even thought about something which is more important to me, that it also helps you to go through very difficult times, because even to fight depression, maybe. So I think that there is even some data which proves that this program helps a lot. All of this is very concrete. So this event is organized during 3 days. Today we have the preliminary tournament where the teams are divided into groups, where only 2 best teams, which will qualify for the next stage. We have men's teams, women's teams, and youth teams. So we have 3 important competitions going on right now. I'm not sure if you have the standings already prepared, because I was looking at all the games. So whenever they're ready, we're going to bring it to you on the screen. Because right now there are a few games actually in progress. So let's jump into the playing hall without further ado. So every team is playing directly from their penitentiary facility. As a team of 4 players, they need to score 2.5 points to win the match. In case of 2-2, the match is drawn. And every team, of course, came with a lot of ambitions. They prepared for this tournament specifically. And for example, I've mentioned a lot of countries who has chess in prisons programs individually, and I actually read that in Armenia, the teams were prepared by grandmasters, in order to be ready for this tournament. So I hope that the other teams are also preparing, professionally, so using programs, preparing the openings, and you cannot leave anything to chance here, at least. So let's have a look at the games. The round is is still in progress. So can we bring up the board on our screen? Because now I have the very interesting position from the men's group, Italy against Ukraine. And we haven't covered the Italian team yet, where the Italian player is suffering a bit. So he's now about to be checkmated. Let's bring this rook. This is still the position on the board. Okay, you can see the lonely king. And there is nothing what you can do. Maybe he's thinking about where to put his king in order to create a stalemate. So if you still have this square available, yes, this is not easy to create this possibility. Stalemate, of course, is the position where you are to make a move, but you cannot make this move because, well, your king will not have any possible squares because it will be under a check at this point. So this is a very tricky situation. You always have to look for those possibilities. It is one of the defensive resources. And I actually spoke to Nigel Short about this, and he told me that this is not fair, and all these stalemate ideas, we have to, well, take them away. And I actually don't agree with this because there is a lot of tricks which are, which could be associated to this stalemate idea. So you can sacrifice your queen, you can sacrifice your rook, and there is even the crazy rook, which is following the king sometimes. So I find those ideas very beautiful, but here black got mated quite convincingly. So let's move to the board 3 between Georgia and Serbia in the men's group, and this is actually a very interesting rook ending, because even though that black has just taken on b4, you can take with your rook on b6, so you can not take on a3 because then you will take on b1. This is a mistake because now rook b4, your black has an extra pawn. You can take on h4 and have these two pass pawns. So after rook b5 right now, black has good winning chances, and he does so. He plays rook b5, so he might actually win this game. So rook h5, king f7 first. Maybe he wants to bring his king closer to the center and to stop the d pawn, because it's also the white is trying to promote this. So rook h5, now rook c6. This is a very close game. Okay, black is of course better, but this is a technical endgame. You will have to show your endgame understanding in order to win this game. So rook f5 actually is a very fine move because you are cutting the king. You know, the king can no longer go and stop the pawns. So I like this move. Let's see how this game develops. Rook f1. So 50 countries are participating in this event, and some of the countries actually have more teams, like the Serbia. As you can see, this is Serbia 3, and some of the countries are also participating in every event, so men's, women's, and youth events. And how important it is to have those youth events, because it's a simple fact. By playing this tournament, not only you enjoy the game of chess, but you feel that you belong to a community, and which is something greater than anything else. This it gives you purpose, and that's why I think that this is such an important initiative, which at the beginning we didn't, well, the Chess for Freedom project didn't have, and starting from the second edition, you also have the youth tournament, and they do feel included, and they compete alongside their fellow teammates, and I think that this sense of pride, which they feel when they're representing the country, is it's priceless, you know. So black is winning here. Let's have a look. So Serbia won on the first board. Georgia won. So 2-1. So now for Georgia. And if this game is won, yes, Georgia will win the match convincingly. And okay, let's have a look at this position, because as you know, in order to mate the king, the lonely king, you need the help of your king. So we already had an example where the player simply forgot that he needs to bring his king closer. And now that's how you do it. So the king takes away all of the squares here, let's say here, here, and here, where the white king couldn't go. So, and you cut the king and bring him to till the end of the board. So let's see. Now you can make a waiting move here, for example. Okay, now you can cut the king, rook a3. A very fine technique. King e4, once again, depriving the white king of all of the squares. So, yes, a very fine technique, and black is about to mate. Okay, rook h1 mate. So black won, and Georgia team won convincingly in this match. So 118 teams are taking part this year. Among them, we will have 22 female teams participating and 16 youth teams. So those are separated events. So we have the men's event, ladies event, and youth event. So let's have a look if we are having something more, some more games in progress. For the moment, not in this group. Let's have a look at the youth group. The round is over. So round 5, Ghana against Ukraine. I think that Ukraine won, but let's have a look at this game. Okay, white is checkmated. Here, a lot of beautiful checkmates in this tournament. So you have to play till the end. Here, queen h7. One piece of advice which I can give is, of course, to in order to improve and recognizing all these checkmating patterns, you have to solve puzzles. First of all, chess.com, of course, offers this opportunity, but I really love puzzle books. So if there is a library and you have access to those puzzle books, well, this can deprive you of a lot of sleep. Because once I start to solve those puzzles, you know, I wake up during the night and I'm thinking, oh no, knight c6, that was it. But okay, it took me a few hours to get to this. Let's have a look at the fourth board. Mate as well. Okay, here the games are over. So, in the women's competitions, okay, let's have a look. The games are still in progress. So this is the first board of the ladies event in the match between Ukraine and Czech Republic. So what was the last move before it was played? Attacking the bishop on c5, and the bishop has nowhere to go. So the bishop is lost, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, and you have to give it. So white is already winning at this point. An extra piece is not easy to recover. let's have a look at this board, the board number 3. Okay, so we missed the board number 2 where Ukraine has the black pieces, but here white is winning as well, but for different reasons. Of course, the extra pawns, but here, as you can see, the queen is awkwardly placed on e7. Black's king is stuck in the center, and black cannot finish the development and castle to bring it away from all the trouble. Now the rook is hanging, so the queen is actually threatening to take it. This is the moment where you can place your bet for the Ukrainian player. Okay, and what is happening on the board for... Here we have the player from the Czech Republic with white pieces with the king on f2, which I would say is a slight disadvantage in this position, but the biggest advantage is that white has an extra queen, so white is winning here. So I'm curious to find out what is happening on the board too, because then this match could be drawn. So potentially now, okay, the rook on h3 also could be under attack after moves like d5 and then bishop take h3, so have to be careful about this as well. So let's have a look at the match between England and Zimbabwe. Here we have 4 boards, so this is board 1, and black has just lost its queen as well, so the queen was lost here. Okay, this is a very important moment. Of course, the knight was pinned, and when white just played knight e4, actually this is a very thematic idea. So white played knight e4 and saying, okay, just take my piece because you can take it, but of course the price is too high to pay for this knight e4. So knight e4 happened and white took the queen on d8. So whenever you're trading a small car against a Ferrari, you know, this is a good trade. So the knight against the queen, you know, they have to be careful next time. b5, queen a2, attacking the knight, takes e4, queen a4, and okay, rook e1. I think it's you have to pay attention till the very end because the rook is threatening to take on d8, so you have to move your bishop away and to have even more pieces on the board. So queen h4 now protects this bishop, and okay, white is completely winning here. What is happening in this just on the second board in this match? Okay, an extra queen for white as well, but here you have the player from Zimbabwe directing the white pieces. So let's say the score is going to be leveled. Quite a balanced match. Here on the board 3, okay, the rook was captured on d6, and the player from England is having white pieces, so an extra rook is very often a decisive advantage. So now white can bring the rook to d1 and creating a lot of threats, especially towards this d8 square. Rook cd1. It's actually quite a complex question to ask yourself during the game. Which rook? I would prefer the rook from f1, but the idea is still the same. So England just won on board 1. So what happens on the board 4? Zimbabwe is playing with white, and well, here you have an extra piece, but maybe white has some chances, because I always forget to look at the time, but okay, 6 minutes. White has 2 more minutes, so everything is still possible. Let's have a look at the match between Latvia and Serbia. You probably saw from the videos which were shared during the tournament where Dana Reznica-Ozola explained about how this initiative developed in Latvia. So the original creator of or the original father of this idea, Michael Portman, the manager of the chess program at the Cook County Sheriff's Organization in Chicago in the United States, he came to Latvia, and accompanied by FIDE managing director Dana Reznica-Ozola, they met with all the officials who made this program possible also there. So you can see that the Latvian team is participating in this event, and they're fighting against Serbia. So this game is completely winning for black. Let's have a look at this game. So Latvia is completely winning with black here as well. So in any case, the first move is not an advantage in this match. And actually, what I wanted to share a very interesting fact with you, because of course we find it absolutely normal that the rules of chess are what they are right now, and that white start the game all the time. But this was not always the case, and the rules has been harmonized well, only quite recently. But before, it seems that I think that sometimes there were even drawing of lots, in order to decide who is going to start the game. So here we have board 3 between Latvian player with white pieces and a black player with black player for Serbia, black pieces for Serbia. So black is much better here, but okay, nothing really alarming for the moment. So just an extra pawn. Okay, this is a fight. And what is happening on this fourth board? Okay, Serbian player, I think, has a decisive advantage because, of course, he has an extra piece here because only 2 bishops are left on the board. But what is more alarming, that this knight on e5 is completely dominating the position. Now, of course, it can take on e7. And with devastating consequences, because then you can play e5. Let's say that was my idea. I don't know how to, yes, e5 doesn't want to do anything anymore. So let's see, e5 and opening this bishop and the position with a lot of mating threats. So yes, white is completely winning here. Very interesting development. And do we have the results? Okay, these are the youth groups which are over. So Ghana won on board 2, Ukraine on board 1, Ukraine, yes, and Ukraine won this match. And let's get back to the men's section, where the games are also still in progress. We have Croatia playing against Serbia 3 on the board, on the first board. Oh, it's not easy to defend this one because the bishop is actually protecting the pawn on e7, and I can play rook f8, exchanging the last rook and promoting. Here, black has an extra piece, so Croatia normally should win this game. Talking to myself. Croatia with white here. We have such a powerful bishop here and a very powerful pawn chain, which deprives white of a lot of squares and limits the movement of this dark square bishop. So black is winning 2 healthy extra pawns. But okay, let's not forget, if you move this pawn, the d4 is going to be weak. So 7 minutes for each player. That's a fight. What is Croatia? So one already. No, who won this? Yes, Croatia won on the first board. On the third board, this is the position. On the second board, this we saw. And here, this is the fourth board. This is interesting because, okay, now, of course, black is threatening to take the rook on e3. But I was thinking, what about, yes, rook e5, of course, is a very nice move. I wanted to show you the variation that you could be tempted to play rook e7, bishop e7, rook e7, let's say king h6. And if you take the bishop on d7, then rook f1 and with mates. So that was a very interesting possibility, but unfortunately it was not supported by calculations. So I actually like the move which was made in this game, rook e5. So keeping the rooks on the board, not blundering anything. And even though that the black has these 2 powerful bishops, the biggest problems, I would say, for white is not that there is no another bishop on this board, is that this bishop on e2 is completely stuck here because this pawn chain, it's like a small pawn, these 2 pawns, they block him from entering the action. Very often when you hesitate about like where to go, for example, if your bishop would be here on c4 square and black played d5, you should always retrieve it on the diagonal where it has more possibilities to play or to come into play, to come back into play, because on a2 here, I fear that it will be stuck here forever. It's a very instructive, actually, example. So here, black is still much better. But it's a fight. Let's move to another game. This is the board 2. Black is completely winning. They're having too many pieces on the board. Here, Croatia against Serbia in the men's section. That's the position that we had before. And see, I told you that like the c4, the c5 pawn was lost, and now the d4 is going to fall. So, okay, this is equal right now. So you can exchange on e3. You can take here, take with the king, but then you cannot even take on c2. Okay, let me demonstrate, because this is a blunder, because after rook e8, king h7, rook a8, I win a piece. So this is not a valid continuation. Rook e3, and well, that's an equal position. Maybe bishop d5 has to be played. It's a very good move, and maybe this game is going to end up in a draw. So let's go back. So Italy against Romania. Italy won on board 1. Romania won on board 2. Let's see, that's the checkmate. And the match is still in progress. Italy against Romania. Here, the Italian player is conducting the white pieces. And, well, he's clearly better. His rooks are controlling the d file. So this. But the knights are dangerous creatures. So we will get back to this game once again. Maybe it's okay for black here. What's happening on the board? 4, knight f3 check, but you do have this knight f3 taken back, and I think maybe the player missed it. Oh no, there were 2 knights, of course. Okay, now that we can see the game, so knight f3 back, and white has 2 extra pieces, healthy 2 extra pieces. So Norway against Ukraine. Norway actually has such an interesting program because they introduced so many different initiatives, and chess in prisons is one of those initiatives. So Norway's and Norwegian player is much better here. This is a very powerful center, c4, d5, so e4. And I just came back from the European Club Cup, where their Norwegian club won the competition, I think for the first time in history, actually. The first board, the player on the first board was Magnus Carlsen himself, and he brought his team to the victory. And I think not only the strengths of the players explains this exceptional result, but the team spirit which they created during the tournament. And well, the result speaks for itself. So let's see if Norway won will do better here. So they lost on the third board. What happens here on the second board? The Norwegian player is clearly better. So a few extra pawns. Okay. And here on board 4. Okay, even though this rook is pinned, you know, we have this very strong knight on f6 and the pass pawn on e4, so black is winning. So let's see, winning position for Norway on board 4, Ukraine 1 on board 3. Here we have a winning position for Norway on board 2, and okay, the match is going to be decided actually on the first board between those 2 players, and black just played b5, which is a very sound idea because normally you want to get rid of the center and we have to attack the pawn chain, well, at the weakest point, of course, and that's c4, so b5 was played, cb5, ab5. Let's see, maybe it was possible to take here on d5, maybe no, maybe c4 was possible here, and then taking on b5, but okay, I think that white is still much better here, so cb5 was played, b5, knight b5, taking on d5, and well, actually this is not so clear, but maybe here after yes, this was actually a nice idea. I think well, white could have played d6, and after bishop d6, e5, winning a piece. It's you lure the bishop on d6, you sacrifice a pawn, and then you play e5. I think that this was winning a piece, because if queen d6, bishop d6, e5 is also winning. Okay, so knight d5 is probably a small inaccuracy. And here e d5 was played. And white to queen f6. Okay, that's an interesting idea, because here if black tries and captures on e4, then you take on d8, and then you can exchange the bishop and keep the extra piece. So you have no time to take on e4. Bishop f6 is necessary. And, well, okay, here the c5 pawn is hanging, the d5 pawn is hanging, but which one would you capture? Because this is not so clear to me. As Josef Dorfman, a very strong coach, would tell me in this situation that you have to think, by the way. Don't forget to pause, because very often we have this feeling that we have to play as fast as our opponent sometimes. But if you have a difficult situation and what chess players would call a critical position, take your time, because this might be a very important moment, a crucial moment in your game, and which can change the course of your game. So here, actually, there are a lot of possibilities. You can take on c5, take on d5. You can play e5, not to open the position. So I like all of them. What happened in the game, though? So rook c5, but now d takes e4, and this is it. Okay, you have to exchange, to trade the queens. So queen takes, and I think white no longer has any advantage here. After rook d8, the position is quite balanced. And okay, the knight is hanging. Where would you go? This is not clear. You can go on h2 here, then knight g4. Okay, so this is rather balanced. Meanwhile, we have a Serbian player who playing for the Serbian team number 3, who won on the board number 2, and the Croatian player who checkmated his opponent on the board number 1. So the match is tied. Here on the board number 4, Serbian player mated his opponent. So we have one last game, and here the Croatian player is, well, he needs an advice, but I'm not sure, because in order to avoid the perpetual check, the king has to run to this side, so, and he will be fine, and that's exactly what he does. So black is winning, and Serbia will draw this match, I think. Yes, 2-2, because then Italy against Romania is still drawn. And a very interesting position here, by the way, because black has this powerful knight on d5, and white has this powerful bishop on d6. So who is going to prevail at the end? I think that both players have the counter chances in this position. So b4 was played. Black is trying to destroy, to exchange actually the pawn on e3. But now white has created a threat of its own. So rook f1 was played. So queen f7 is a huge threat. So you don't have time to take on a3, then queen f7 is completely winning. So be careful. What to do now? Maybe queen b7, and I think queen b7 was played. Oh, this is a very, very good game. So now bishop b takes a3 is a threat, and you cannot take with the pawn, of course, because it's going to be pinned, a lot of arrows, so you will have to take with the bishop, but then maybe I can play something. Actually, now that I've noticed that was such a beautiful threat in this position, and this is how chess players, they think. So the king was not, the queen was not protected. So let's say I will make some kind of move, and I will, no, this actually doesn't demonstrate my idea. Let's say I will make this move, which is absolutely ridiculous. But I was thinking, I cannot play knight c3 because here I can take rook c3. Okay. So this is a very interesting position. You know, I've lost myself in all the variations. I cannot delve in any in everything here. But my idea was that if you take like with the pawn, of course, then you lose the queen. But this doesn't work. Okay, let's have a look at the game in progress. So queen f6 was played, knight d5, queen f3, b4, and bishop b4. But now I can take the pawn on e5. This is a very tense game. I think at the end the nerves will decide. Because when the players are going to be down to a few seconds, this is going to be the decisive factor. For the moment, the game is really balanced, and sometimes you don't know if you should take this pawn and open this diagonal. So the bishop is going to be if white will manage to put the bishop on c3, this bishop is going to be unstoppable. But on the other hand, you have this knight on d5, which protects all these squares. So let's see if we can take on e5. I think that he's still thinking about it, because you want to play bishop c3 and you think that this is pinned, but you can always take on c3 with check, and even more maybe decisive with rook e3, and then you take on c3. So I think that rook e5 is actually possible here. So what is the position? Rook c8. He decided to go for the initiative, and maybe he's right. Maybe this is a very nice try. So rook a3. Okay, but now what is happening? You can go knight c3, king a1, and I think queen b3, which is creating so many threats here, because queen b3 also protects the pawn on f7, as you can see. So the pawn on f7 cannot be taken. This is a very lovely combination, and I think that black was winning here, but bishop a3, rook d1, and now, okay, black had to recognize that bishop is protecting on b2. Okay, so I think we have another guest waiting for us to join our show. I don't have the image right now, so let's welcome Gulmira Dauletova to our show. Gulmira, can you hear me?
Hi, Mira. Hello.
Yes, hello. Okay, welcome to the show, because as you know, chess players, whenever they analyze, I forget about everything, so I no longer know what time it is. So welcome. Gulmira, you are the executive director of Kazakhstan Chess Federation. And actually, I've seen that a lot of women professional players are involved, and they have high positions. So tell me something about what you do.
In Kazakhstan, you mean, right?
Yes.
So since we have new president of Kazakhstan Chess Federation, Mr. Timur Turlov, he's a CEO of Freedom Holding. Since that he became our president of Chess Federation, everything has changed. So we have a very powerful federation right now. And we organized a lot of chess events. We organized World Rapid and Blitz in December 2022. We even invited Carlsen, so he won both Blitz and Rapid World Championships. After that, we organized a world match between Ding Lijian and непомнящий. It was a great event. We had very good experience on organizing, and FIDE very helped, of course, to have such kind of experience. And it was perfect for Kazakhstan chess players, for Kazakhstan amateurs. And after that, we organized Asian Continentals. It was a very big event also. We had a lot of countries, India, Iran, and others. And it was very well organized, and we had some kind of gratitude from Sheikh Sultan bin Khalifa. He came to the closing ceremony, so it was a great event. After that, we organized World Team Championships among school children. Okay. It was like a first event ever, because we had 50 countries and about 70 teams from those countries, and we paid all of the costs, starting from travel costs till the living and everything. So it was a great event.
Yes, from what I can understand, so you have a lot of support from the government, and using this expertise in organizing the professional events, you also joined the Chess for Pre-Freedom project. And as far as I know, the Kazakhstan team played this event last year. So, but now the federation also helps this project in the country.
Yes, we started to prepare all our teams since we knew about this event. Thanks Dana Reznice, she recommended us to play, and thanks to Kema Garyaeva, they helped us to know about this tournament. They invited us, and we tried our best to organize these 3 prisons. And we gave them coaches to prepare. We gave them books, chess, and chess clocks. So we did everything. And today they played in different sections, in women's section, in the yours section, and in men's section. They tried their best, but of course, because of they played from one prison, it was very difficult for them. Mm-hmm. Yeah, from one location, because of some kind of internet problems. They had only 3 megabits, so it was kind of problem for them. Last year, Kazakhstan took the 4th place, because we had like a team from different locations, from different cities from our country. But this time we chose only Almaty and Almaty region. And I can show you what they presented us. This is beautiful.
Is this a piece of art?
Yes, yeah. They made themselves. This is prison number 12, Zarechny. So they made for Kazakhstan Chess Federation. It's like a gratitude.
Yes, of course, but this is such an incredible present. Actually, now I was thinking, okay, if there are more, that's maybe we can make an exhibition as well. I think that you never know where this can lead, because you open one door, as Karl Portman said, but another one opens.
Yeah, great idea, because they're very talented people, especially in your section. They do a lot of things. They play football, they make theaters and other activities. And they are very young, and we saw in their eyes power. they want more to do in their lives. Of course, we know that it's very difficult for them anyway, but they tried their best. And Sabit, he's like a person who is responsible for this yours prison. He did his best. He spent all his time with them, and that's very good example.
Oh, this is an absolute dedication to the project. And I actually wanted to ask you, Gulmira, you know, when we start to play chess, you know, we dedicate everything to the game, but very often this is very abstract. How does it make you feel now that you are involved in a project which is very concrete, that you while you're using the game of chess, you are changing lives?
Yes, we try to change their lives because they try to do their best, and we from the Kazakhstan Chess Federation try to help them to have new opportunities. As a chess player, I love chess. And everything what I do in Chess Federation is for chess players, because I know from inside chess life that it's very difficult to be a chess player. So that's why every time I try to make something useful for chess players. And in Kazakhstan Chess Federation, we have different programs, and we gave sponsorship for our professional chess players. So, and they have a lot of support from us.
Oh, well, actually, I have thought about another aspect which I find interesting.
Sit a little bit back.
Yes, Gulmira, if you can sit a little bit, can lay back a little bit more, not closer, but back so we can see you better. I was thinking about the very interesting aspect, actually, you know, especially when professional chess players, we meet people, very often if they ask what you do and you say that you're a chess grandmaster, they think, oh, whoa, you know, there's something very mysterious and very like they respect you so much. So I thought that maybe also when you have this little thing on your resume, a new thing, for example, for the inmates, they learned how to play chess, and if they put this on the resume, you know, it might also help them to say, oh, but I can play chess, you know, and this is so cool, you know, the way people look at you, it changes a lot.
Yeah, I'm absolutely agree with you, because we have a lot of our chess players, maybe they're not professional, but they played before, and sometimes they gave their resumes, a CV, and we sent to other companies like PwC, Freedom, of course, yeah, Dasco and other companies, and usually when they saw in the resume chess player, they try to hire that person. Of course, for me to work at Kazakhstan Chess Federation is very good life, because I love chess, and I knew chess from all of aspects. And what I studied at the university, I studied international relations, master degree. I studied in Kazakhstan National University, then I studied in Spain. So I have such kind of experience of working with papers, with people. So I think my background helped me, as well as the Women Grandmaster title.
Yes, I actually thought about this, and I think that, yes, please don't forget to put it on the resume, you know, and it can change a lot, because then we were talking about the transferable skills. Of course, it develops patience, reasoning, analytical skills. You have to master your emotions, but those are the skills which are needed everywhere. And so I hope that this is also one of the aspects of this program which can be used in their future lives. So another concrete example of how is this working. So tell me, what are your plans for the future, especially regarding this program? The Chess for Freedom, yes.
Yeah, we had today a lot of talk with their chief officers of those prisons. They asked us to help them till the next year to be more trained. And from our side, we promised to help them with chess lessons. Sometimes we can help them with chess tournaments. And we will organize it's not a tournament, but maybe like a master class with children from chess schools.
Okay.
So it might be very interesting collaboration just to talk with them and maybe just play blitz games. That would be great. And next year we plan to organize national championship among prisoners and to promote chess in whole country.
No, this is a wonderful initiative, you know. So, but how many do you think are going to participate? Because of course the level is very high, so everyone will be allowed to participate.
Yeah, I think we will divide the same sections, yours, women and men, and to prepare for the next year. I hope there will be more than 20 prisons.
Yeah, participating. So yes, this will be well a very important national project. Thank you so much, Gulmira. You know, I'm learning like I no longer know who I am after 5 hours of commentary, but I'm learning that there are so many initiatives in every country. So, and very often people who work behind the scenes, you know, make it happen. So thank you so much for all the work that you're doing.
And we have another project. We will help. We helped this year people who is in an army, and this year we will sign with them another memorandum. And next year we organize another tournament among army people.
Okay, so a lot of events, future events, and I hope to see you soon in this online in this online arena. I think we have a few rounds left.
And one, what I want to add, thank you very much to FIDE for organizing such kind of event, because Chess for Freedom is a social project, and nobody wants to win, but they want to participate. It's the main aim for all prisoners. That's why thank you very much for FIDE for organizing a very good event.
Well, thank you, Gulmira. And of course, like everyone wants to, put their team on the map, and let's make everything possible so that the number of teams will be increasing next year.
We hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's get back to the games. I no longer know what I was analyzing, but I think White won in this game. We will get back to the games shortly. Yes, the game that I was analyzing ended up in a victory for White. After knight b4, rook d8, king g7, and mate on h8. So White succeeded in mating his opponent. So let's have a look at all the results. So this round was finished here, the men's group. I hope that we will have also all the results brought to you shortly, because I'm trying to see what is happening in the youth group. Here the round is completed as well, and we have the ladies group, which is still which is still in progress. And I just got a message from Carl Portman, and I think, yes, this was also clear during this interview that when he works with chess prisoners, he's not trying to change their lives. He's offering them opportunity to change their lives. So, and of course, you have to take this opportunity to. This chance is very often very unique, offered to many of the participants in these tournaments, because we don't have the absolute power, of course, but sometimes whatever the situation is, I think even a simple conversation can change the course of your life if you are, accept this possibility. So this is the game between Serbia and Latvia, board 1 of the women's group. So white won. This is quite a desperate situation for Latvia on board 2. So Romanian player is completely winning here. You can see that 2 rooks and the knight will make the difference. On the board 3, okay, what is going on? Latvia is having black pieces here. Knight e7, attacking the queen on g6, and basically, you know, there are a few extra pieces on the board, so you have only 2 pieces for white, so black is completely winning here. So Latvian player is dominating in this game, and here Romania won on board 4. So Romania won on board 1 and on board 4. We will watch this match closely, but then what happened in Ukraine against Czech Republic? So white won here on board 1, board 3, and board 4. So yes, Ukraine won this match here. I don't have the complete game. So let's follow first of all this game where Black has just made this move a5, threatening to take on b4 and exchanging everything, so there will be no pawns left protecting the white's king, and the 2 extra pieces then will be brought into the game and into the attack. And yes, the position is completely winning, so you can take on b4, you can take on h3 as well. There are a lot of possibilities in this position. This is where things can go wrong, actually, because the human nature does not deal very well with choices, and this is also something we can learn about ourselves when we are playing chess. Because what are the situations which do not allow us to bring the best from ourselves? For example, I do not deal well with fear, so I had to work on my emotions for quite a while. But also when you have so many choices and it's not clear which is the best one, even sometimes not choosing can be a choice. It's sort of philosophical concept, but you will have to choose eventually, and yes, to live with the consequences of your choice. It's one of the most difficult things, yes, that you have to learn as a kid, especially because when you start playing chess, we all start very early, so 4 or 5 if you want to become a professional chess player. And sometimes I would think that chess players, they don't really have a childhood because this is it. You have to fight for your life, even though that's a game from the very early age. But here, yes, black is completely winning. So the rook is attacked here. Well, but now the rook is attacked here. So black might as well take it on f5. Okay, so let's get back to this. This is actually the last game in progress in this match. The board 3, Romania won on board 4, board 2, and board 1. So they won the match quite convincingly, I must say. And Latvia can bring the point of honor in this game. So 3-1. Seems to me very likely in this match. Okay, so let's go back to the youth competitions. Okay, here we have all the results, and in the men's section, yes, all the games are finished as well. So it seems to be for the moment that we have only one last game in progress. And we will just ask about the results. Because as you know, only 2 teams will progress to the next stage of the event, so, which is going to be tomorrow. So 2 teams from each group in every section. So wait a second! Blunder! This is the huge blunder. Knight g6 and, well, rook f8 was a possibility as well, but I think that's, well, rook f8 mate, you know, it was a more elegant finish, but after knight g6, what happened in the game? And, well, not knight f8 check, white is winning. So, this is another tragic game, but you have to stay concentrated till the very end. This is actually, like, have a look at this game. Black is completely winning here. 2 extra pieces and the attack. Okay, white wants to give knight g6 check here, but you can take the rook. Let's say bishop f5, queen f5, play knight d7, protect the square. So if you play knight g6, I will take knight g6, and this is it. Game over. But probably black panicked here, played knight g4, and this was game over, but for black now. So knight g6 takes, and queen h7 mate. So this round is over. I will have a look at the results, the chess results. Okay, so for the moment, the results have not been updated after the 6th round, but I will see group 2. Okay, group 2 is actually finished. In the men's section, India won and Mongolia finished second. Okay, so the 2 teams are qualified. And then in the group 3, Romania 2 and Serbia 4 qualified for the next stage. And then in the group 4, Latvia and Malawi, first team, qualified for the next stage. The group 5 is still in progress, and then we have the 7th group, where Georgia and Croatia qualified for the next stage. So this is, and let's have a look at the group 2 in the women's competition. So We have Zimbabwe, who won all the matches, and according to the tiebreaks, it seems that Zimbabwe and Serbian team are qualified for the next stage. And let's have a look at the youth group and the second youth group. So we have Serbian team. They won all the matches, and the team from Ukraine qualified for the next stage. Well, the matches were quite intense, and now we will have to see what else do we have in store for you. I can have a look at the games until Michael is joining us in order to save me from falling down. Okay, let's have a look. The teams have to enter the rooms in order to continue the tournament. So let's have a look here. It's actually a very nice mate as well. A lot of mates on the boards. Beautiful to see. So here, I've seen something very nice in this construction. Just a second. You can get to the moves here. Yeah, I wanted to show you this beautiful mating position from the game between the Romanian player and the Italian player on board 4. So the knight is protecting the bishop is protecting the rook, and so the last move was rook g7 mate, and the knight is also taking away the square, the h8 square. So the king cannot escape, but this is such a beautiful mating construction. When we were talking about the aesthetical pleasure, well, it gives me goosebumps. So rook g7, checkmate. Okay. I think that the teams are in process of getting their rooms allocated. So what about this game? This was finished as well. Oh, this was the game when we left actually at quite an equal position, but black won. So what happened here? Let's see, e3. This is a very nice move, opening this bishop diagonal, so bringing him into play. f6, knight d6. Okay, but now knight d5, probably winning the piece and winning the game. But I like this idea, f6, Now the knight has to go somewhere. Let's say knight g4 to protect the e3 pawn, but maybe knight c4, then attacking c3, attacking e3. Black sacrificed the pawn, but sacrificed it for the initiative. So I actually like black's idea very much. But white lost the piece in the process after f6, knight d6. He forgot that rook can take on a5, and the game is over. Well, we were discussing a lot of teams which are participating in this tournament, and while the players are still gathering for their events, I think you have a feedback from one of the reasons. I wanted to talk that in Mongolia, this was a very important project, and it was organizing the events in the prison. That's what surprised me the most. Since 1956, So they probably have more expertise than anyone else in this field. So the Mongolian amateur chess level is pretty high. So I think that that reflects also that their teams in the online championship for prisoners, they are doing very well. They won the championship, the first edition. Their ladies won, I think, the second edition of this event. So let's see how they will do in this event. What I wanted to say, yes, this was actually the most interesting fact when I was reading that Mongolian prison staff is also playing in the tournaments which are organized in the prisons, and I find this this is a really unique feature. So where you can forget about everything and just play a game of chess. So I think that Michael Rahal, the international master who is going to continue to commentate this event, is going to join us shortly. He is in the waiting room, the antechamber of this tournament. So I hope they will let him in shortly. While the players, did I see something interesting here? That was a mate in the match between Ghana versus Georgia. Oh yes, this was a beautiful position. Have a look at this king on e4. And, well, there's nowhere to go because d5 delivered checkmate. So, oh, this was also a checkmate. A quite brutal one. Serbia against Ghana. Well, let's see. Michael, I think that you're here. I'm not sure. Yes.
I'm here.
Yes, can you hear me? Welcome. Yeah. You know, it's like I no longer know what is the word in English, you know, that's in Russian we use the word estafeta, you know, and I am giving you the the stick. Yes,
stick, yeah.
Yes. Well, I hope that you will run better and quicker.
It was all good. It was all good.
Welcome, Michael.
I was watching before and it was great. So
thank you. So, well, this is not your first time. So tell me a little bit about the previous editions.
Well, last year I had a really good time doing the commentary. It was very enjoyable, very enjoyable. I had some very nice interviews. I was able to talk with quite a few inmates, but also with coaches and directors of the institutions. And you could see that chess for them was very important in their lives inside the prisons. It made them proud to be able to play. And I also got the chance to talk to some of the inmates who even thought that this could help them outside the prison afterwards. And also the games are very exciting, especially in the finals, because the level of play goes up in the finals, of course.
Yes, I'm looking forward to the finals. Michael, can you sit back a little bit as well? Because, yes, we can see as like the wolf says, you know, in the story, how the story goes, so I can see you better and I can hear you better.
I can see you very well, and I think you've done a great job, Almira. I was watching before, and it was really, really good. I enjoyed this a lot. The games were very fun. Of course, some of them were more interesting. Some of them were fast and furious because the level of play is a bit different, obviously, in the prisons. But the better teams have got some quite strong players.
Yes, and actually sometimes I feel a bit lost because I want to have a look at all the games. There are so many interesting tactical ideas, and and that it's like you want to cover them all, of course. And also, I think that it's also important that we talk about all the teams because they're there, they are playing, and they wait for their moment. So that's why I'm trying to cover every possible game. So. I hope that, yes, we did, well, at least a very nice job
You have to
covering the event.
We try and jump from game to game,
Yes.
but of course it isn't easy because sometimes you're in the middle of an interview, then you get back to the games and the game you were following has finished, then you have to find another one and you go into the game and just when it's getting interesting, it finishes well. It wasn't easy last year at least, but it's fun. It's fun. And as I said, tomorrow in the finals and in the next day, the level of play really sharpens. You can get to see some really interesting games. And also there's a lot of female teams this year. Last year there were less female teams. This year there's more youth teams. So it seems that this is really picking up in different prisons, which is very good.
Michael, I wanted to ask you, so we had already 2 editions. This is the 3rd one. And do you have any information? Because I always think about it in a scientific way. So this helps us to build more like scientific data, more empirical data, if I may say, in order to convince the organizations. So do we have the feedback as how this program and these tournaments affected the lives of the inmates or even their lives after they left the prison?
This is something that I am sure the directors of FIDE and of the program will know much better than myself. I'm just a commentator as you, Almira. But I will say that one of my first interviews this afternoon will be with the sheriff of the Cook County. And I do have some of the questions prepared for him, asking if he already after 3 years has the feedback from the inmates and their families to see if this really is affecting them. What I can tell you is that while I was interviewing these inmates and their coaches last year, the sense I was getting was that it was very positive for them, very positive. What I can't know is if there is any real statistical information, a sample size after only 3 years, because it's not so long really, Almira, 3 years for these programs. Many of the inmates might be there for 10 or 15 years. So, but the sense I got from the interviews was that chess was really good for them. It was helping them make better decisions. One of the inmates even told me last year that thanks to him playing chess and taking the lessons and practicing in the program, he was making better decisions from day-to-day basis. He was thinking more of the actions he was doing and the consequences of his actions. And he thought that this was because he was playing chess. So I'm sure it has to have quite a few positives for them. That's for sure.
Well, and this is a very important testimony, but I think that also maybe the numbers that we are looking at and which are helping us to understand this phenomenon better is that the growing number of participants within the program. So I've just looked at the numbers in different countries, and the number of participants is constantly growing everywhere. And sometimes they start with little groups, like 20 people.
Yes.
From what I understand, and then suddenly, it is exploding.
Yes, and also, Almira, not only the number of countries and teams has gone up like 30 or 35% this year, which is very big, but also it's important to realize, as far as I understand, there are lots of institutions and jails and prisons that do have chess programs, and they're doing chess programs in the institution, but because of time schedules or because of inside rules of the prisons, they can't participate in the event. So, or they may not have enough qualified players to be able to form a team. So there must be much more. So the program of Chess for Freedom, of course, the competition is what really showcases and highlights the chess programs in many institutions, but there are many more doing the chess program, but unfortunately can't participate in the tournament because of scheduling reasons or because of the rules of the facilities. You know, they need to be able to be all the players at the same time in a special room, and that's not always possible because of the rules of the institution. So I think it's really good and growing every year.
Yes, logistically, some facilities, of course, are facing difficulties, but I am pretty sure that this tournament, and especially the media coverage, is also contributing in a way that we raise awareness. For myself, it was very important, but I can only imagine what impact it has on everyone else. So maybe like if we start having more of these initiatives on a personal level, I think that it can actually help in a very concrete way. So
I have a couple of friends who are also international chess masters as myself here in Catalonia in Spain, in Barcelona. They actually work in Catalan and Spanish prisons. There is quite a few programs here in Spain, and they enjoy the interactions with the prisoners. They tell me things that happen, positive things for them. But one of them told me it's not easy for us to be able to organize the participation in the tournament because of scheduling reasons. Sometimes it's not easy for them. But Almira, this was your first year here doing the commentary. What has been your impression these first few hours you've been doing this, and tomorrow? Have you enjoyed your time doing the commentary? Have you enjoyed the games? Have you enjoyed talking also to some of the people involved in this? What has been your impression, your personal impression?
It's this question is actually very interesting because I always try to understand the things where I'm involved, and sometimes it brings mixed feelings because I think of myself and I'm thinking, how can I really help? And am I relevant in this situation? Because this the conditions, especially where you're deprived of your liberty, can bring so many feelings for them. So, and I'm thinking like, so here I am commenting on the chess games, but I realized that it was a celebration.
Yes.
And I think that this is stronger than anything else, even though the conditions might not be easy and they lack so many little things, but using a chess game, this is a celebration. And so then I have to force myself back to this commentary, but I have mixed feelings because of myself, because I think, okay, what is the impact? What can I do? And now that I know more, I'm no longer the person who I was yesterday, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And this is probably the most important thing that's, which happened to me today. And if I have just a small impact on the whole project itself, so I'm very happy. I will try to do something more when we will finish the project, of course. But it was very important for me to realize that chess is a universal language, and like music, it can make you happy. And so in this way, where you can lose yourself in the complexity of the game, where you can celebrate your team's victory, where you can dance around the table and celebrate your own victory. And this is it. We shouldn't look for more things now, but of course we have to have a bigger vision for the future.
Very refreshing to hear. And I had very similar sensations after my participation last year, and I hope to have the same sorts of sensations this year. Almira, You must be tired. You've been on for 4 or 5 hours already, and I'm taking over now. Let's see how it goes with the groups of the afternoon, and we'll see each other tomorrow again. And I hope you have an excellent afternoon. I think you're in France, in Paris now. It must be lovely in Paris in the evening. So have a good time and see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, guys. Don't worry, you will see more of disasters from me tomorrow, so be prepared.
Goodbye, Almira.
Chess for Freedom gave a chance to 4 women from Georgia to be released from the prison before its terms. The Georgian women took part in the competition and became the world chess champions back in 2021. This is a story when one day, one chess project changed the future for the better. Today, these 4 women are living their free lives and holding the meaningful title of World Chess Champions. We had a chance to visit Georgia to interview legendary chess player, 5 times World Women's Chess Champion Nana Gaprindashvili, who is an advocate of social projects for inmates, mainly Chess for Freedom. How important is the project Chess for Freedom for inmates?
I should say it's very important. First of all, chess played a great role for everyone during the pandemic when everything was just shut down. Chess was the only sport where we had all the competitions still happening. Just imagine how important it is for inmates to have an opportunity to be a part of the World Championship. 2 years ago, Georgian women won the championship. It's true that they have not had many years ahead of them in prison, but still, they have been released before their terms. It was surely a great gesture and appreciation. They now have very different lives than in prison. It's certainly important for inmates to have such opportunities, and chess gave them it all. The words you mentioned before, freedom, peace, socialization, that's all what this project brought to the participants. We all celebrated the victory together. I was there to award the women's team. You know, they were extremely happy, totally different people.
Could you remember that moment when Georgian women's team became the world champion?
I had an honor to give them the chess trophy. There were representatives from the Ministry of Justice, also representatives from the Sports Committee. Women have been awarded decent prizes. Later we had some dinner together, and you know, the inmates were very happy. Absolutely different people were standing in front of me. This project is exactly what makes people turn the tables to good instead of bad. That's what happened, as today these 4 ladies have a normal life. This is exactly what I wish for each and every participant of the project. Chess gives these opportunities.
Do you think this title of world champion would help them to socialize after liberation?
Of course, I'm certain these ladies are doing a decent life. They changed. They have already served their terms in prison. Now the World Championship title will help them to feel better.
What would you wish for the participants of Chess for Freedom 2023?
The fact that they are part of the project is already great. Only one team can win, and in total there are only 3 prizes. But the most important is to be the part of the chess event, because chess can change their lives for the better. I wish they also have been released before their terms. This might be a fresh start of new lives for many of them. That's what I wish for them all.
Thank you so much.
We are taking part in every social project, including Chess for Freedom. This is the FIDE project, where in 2021 Georgian women became world champions. After this victory, they got freedom from prison. That directly corresponds to the name of the project, Chess for Freedom. We are hoping our women's team will celebrate another victory and will become world champions again, as we have quite strong players.
How important is this project for inmates in prison, and if chess can help them in a way in the future?
Chess is a very popular sport. I often see young people playing chess online on their phones. People are playing chess everywhere, also in the prisons. Chess is a tool for socialization for inmates. I am certain inmates are playing chess and enjoying the process during their spare time. I hope chess will help them for freedom.
It's a game born over 1,500 years ago. A blend of risk and reward, strategy and skill. But now it's helping more and more players whose lives are far from black and white.
It's good for your mental health. It can be quite a dark place, isn't it? Just behind the door 23.5 hours a day. But I suppose if you've got something to concentrate on and, you know, something like this to come to and focus on, it's a good thing.
HMP Huel is home to more than 1,000 male inmates. The man in charge was keen to add his prison to a growing list of those playing chess.
When the men come into custody, to some extent, you know, they've lost everything. So how do you start to rebuild that? And there's no doubt in my mind that chess can be a part of that. And we've seen so many examples of where the men have just flourished and thrived.
Ralph, how long has this project been running?
So about 2 years now. We've really seen much more chess happening in the prison. During COVID, it was one of the activities that we felt the men could do, despite all the restrictions.
Find it therapeutic, just clears your mind for a bit. Obviously, you have to concentrate on it. Jail, innit? You know what I'm saying? So, obviously, I haven't been sentenced to anything yet, so you do think about like what's going to happen and that. You know what I mean? It's just it's nice to just get away from that.
Today's teacher is Carl Portman, who is playing 9 men simultaneously. Carl volunteers his time playing in a number of prisons.
Oh, there's a long way to go. I play my best chess when up against it, that's for sure.
One UK charity also runs clubs and say they've seen a big rise in demand. Chess in schools and communities first began organising regular games for just 2 prisons in 2018. The following year this doubled to 4 and then became 10 in 2020. And while their numbers froze during COVID restrictions, this year it has risen again to 16.
I started this about 10 years ago and I just went to the occasional prison here and there. Some people played, some didn't. It's not only blossomed here, but right across the world. There's now a World Online Prison Championship, of which HMP Huel were represented as England.
This annual tournament saw prisoners here playing online, taking on inmates in the Philippines, Mongolia, Ecuador, and 42 other countries around the world. In total, 85 teams entered, more than double the number of the year before. HMP Huel's permission to play was granted by the Ministry of Justice, who say playing chess trains players to think before they act, while providing transferable skills that can help them find a job so they don't commit further crimes when released.
I felt like I was out there living a normal life, like, so apart from these clothes, obviously. But if you lose your way out there, in here doing this, it can make you feel like you're normal, you know, and you're not a criminal.
Matt Graveling, BBC News.
Hello, friends and chess enthusiasts from all over the world, and welcome back to the 3rd Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for Prisoners. My name is Michael Rahal, and I am an international chess master and, more importantly, your host for this segment of the tournament broadcast. I was pleased to be here and take part last year, and I'm really happy to be here today. This event is organized by FIDE and the Chicago Cook County Sheriff's Office and is part of the Chess for Freedom program. It's a continuation of the International Championship, first held in 2019, and the Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for Prisoners held in 2021 and 2022. So it's the third edition. 118 teams from more than 50 countries are taking part this year. Among them, 22 female and 18 youth teams. Separate tournaments are being held for the female and youth teams, and the open category fields none less than 10 different tournament groups. We hope to see great action on the boards, and to start it off, let's enjoy a welcome speech from the FIDE president himself, Arkady Volkovich.
Dear colleagues, it's my honor and pleasure to address you today on behalf of FIDE, the International Chess Federation, as we celebrate the opening of the third Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for Prisoners. When we started organizing online chess events for people in prison in May 2021, we had just 4 participating countries. In October that year, we held the first Intercontinental Online Chess Championship, featuring 43 teams from 31 countries. In May of this year, we reached a significant milestone in Chicago when we organized the inaugural Chess for Freedom conference. Over 40 experts joined us to discuss programs and initiatives aimed at introducing chess to inmates. Now, more than 2 years after the launch of the project, I am pleased that we are here to celebrate the start of the third Intercontinental Championship. In this online event, we have a total of around 120 teams, including more than 20 female and 18 youth teams from 50 countries across the world. This is another big step forward to getting more people involved in chess. I would like to thank everyone, the people who instigated this idea, the national chess federations, arbiters, state authorities, and of course the players who are taking part in this event. Let me finish with one message which I hope you will find useful. Nobody wants to end up in prison, but we all make mistakes and we have to live with the consequences. Nevertheless, we all possess the inherent right to a better life and a second chance, another chance. Your participation in this event is a proof of that. Chess can help in living a better life. It teaches us skills which are relevant for a good life, such as patience, order, focus, fighting even when things are tough, finding a solution in a difficult position. But chess is also a tool that can bring us together and can prove to be a gateway to another, better world. With this in mind, I wish you luck and success, and I truly hope that chess will be useful to you as it has proven to be to millions around the world who enjoy playing it.
Really encouraging words from our FIDE president, Arkady Volkovich. And now, to carry on, let's say thanks to Arkady and introduce a new video from Tom Dart, who is the Cook County Sheriff and one of the main mans behind the Chess for Freedom project.
I'm deeply honored to be with you today at this unique chess event, the third Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for Prisoners. Chess transcends boundaries and has the power to change lives. I think we all know that. It is a game of strategy, intellect, and endless possibilities. And it has the potential to inspire transformation and redemption. And I believe that this project, Chess for Freedom, helps that and helps to create your personal stories, your personal experiences that you will carry on after this tournament the rest of your life. And I hope that this event will also create some new ones. the stories go back long ago when we talk about chess in prisons. You might remember probably one with Claude Bloodgood. In 1970s, he was sentenced to death for the murder of his mother, and sentence later commuted to life in prison. During his time being behind the bars, Bloodgood became an avid chess player, dedicating thousands of hours to the game, playing with fellow inmates, guards, and even engaging in correspondence chess. His dedication was so remarkable that he qualified for the US Chess Championship, though, of course, circumstances prevented him from participating. Nevertheless, within the prison walls, he taught chess to thousands of inmates, authored a chess book, and was often interviewed by the media. So that was in 70s, but many of the program participants already have created great experiences of establishing chess clubs when they go out, of inspiring other inmates to go in for chess, to be more intelligent, to be more dedicated, to be more concentrated, to get another reason in their lives. So I wish us all a lot of pleasure, a lot of excitement, a lot of adventure in this tournament, and new stories for us, for your lives and the future. There's one very important thing in chess world. We are equal and start of the same, something which many of us did not have in life to begin with. In this game, you have the opportunity to engage with fellow inmates, staff, and volunteers as equals, creating bridges that may not have been possible otherwise. So all of us have level playing field. All of us will have great opponents from all over the world these 2-3 days, and I hope that we will demonstrate great fair play, demonstrate great respect to the opponents, and great love and passion to this game.
As you can see, that wasn't Thomas Dart, that was Dana Reinetzozola, Chair Management from FIDE. But thank you, Dana, for your really encouraging words. And let's get back to the video of Tom Dart, the Cook County Sheriff. In with Tom's video.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart, and I'm here to welcome you to the 3rd Intercontinental Online Chess Tournament for incarcerated individuals. As most of you know, chess is a marvelous sport, period. It gives you so many different tools, but particularly for individuals who are incarcerated, it gives them a sense of accomplishment. It gives them the ability to understand the need to think ahead, move by move, not just the immediate. And for us, over all these years, it has been a marvelous thing for our detainees. And I want to particularly thank my staff and the staff of FIDE for all of the work that you've done all of these years. It is truly you who have made this the success it is, and I expect it to be another wild success thanks to you. We are thrilled to have you all here with us today, and we are looking forward to a very successful tournament. As always, we would prefer to win, but at the end of the day, we want everyone to enjoy themselves and take away from this that you too can accomplish things if you put your mind to it. Thank you so much, everyone.
Well, after that very encouraging video, it seems we have with us now the Cook County Sheriff, Tom Dart. So hopefully he can join the interview. And while he's joining the interview, let me say a few words about Tom Dart as an introduction to the 3 or 4 questions I'll ask him immediately afterwards. So since 2006, as Cook County Sheriff, Tom has brought an aggressive yet innovative approach to law enforcement. His willingness to take bold steps that yield substantive results have earned the department accolades from organizations and elected officials from all across the nation. He oversees more than 10,000 inmates and 3,000 correctional officers at the Cook County Jail, the largest single state jail in the nation. He has used his diverse background to bring a unique approach to each of these efforts at the Sheriff's Department. To support and promote this line of work, the International Chess Federation and the Cook County Sheriff's Office signed a cooperation agreement and launched the Chess for Freedom program, which kicked off in May 2021 with an online conference and an exhibition tournament. 2 years later, the program has expanded with a specific conference in May in Chicago and the organization of the third International Chess Championship with 50 countries and 118 teams. Tom Darts, I think you're with us at this moment.
Welcome, everyone.
I'm seeing you on the screen.
I just wanted to take a brief moment. I'm Sheriff Tom Dart from Cook County here in Chicago, and just wanted to take a second just to welcome you to our third Intercontinental Chess Tournament. For all the different countries participating, this is the largest ever. We have always challenged ourselves internally to continue to build on what we've done by including more and more countries. And this is something that has come together only because of a lot of work. Here, FIDE has been an amazing partner. We couldn't do this without them. And between them and individually, all the different countries and their staffs that have done all the work, I can just tell you, my staff here at this jail, amazing work. None of this could happen without them. And so I want to thank them. Dr. Portman, who's the brains behind all of this, he's the one who started this and has kept this thing going. I just really want to thank everybody and welcome everybody here today. We're excited about it. For most everybody who's listening to this, I really don't have to give a long talk about the benefits of it, but I think all of you realize that for the people who participate, they take so much positive away from this. I mean, just learning chess itself is a skill that's very difficult. It's a sport that I scramble to try to stay up to speed with my son these days, and I don't do it very well yet. It is something that people take with them the rest of their lives. It's things that you can do that gives you a sense of accomplishment. And for many of the detainees and inmates who participate in this, it's something where it gives them the understanding that much like chess, life requires you to plan multiple moves ahead. You cannot just be this reactionary person who reacts to the stimulus around you at that moment. So it brings all that together. But then the competition part too is fun. I mean, each and every one of you is representing your country, and you could do something for your country now that very few people could do, which is you can make your country the champion. So for everybody involved with this is an exciting thing. There's more that we can do here in our county. Here we have long ago started a program where my son developed it, where the children are playing the detainees themselves via the internet from off-site, and the fathers and their kids have now interacted in ways they've never interacted before. Their fathers teaching them this sport. They're interacting on a regular basis. It's beautiful to behold. I've gone and watched it, and it's absolutely beautiful to see. So this opens up so many doors, folks. Please take this day today. Be competitive, be fair, but take it beyond that and see what the things are we can do down the road together. So thank you, everyone, for joining us today. I really appreciate it.
That was Tom Dart from Chicago, from the Cook County. He was in a slight hurry. He does have to oversee many other commitments regarding the jail, but also regarding the whole county and all the 10,000 inmates and correctional officers he has to take care of. So he couldn't stay for questioning time, but hopefully at some other moment we can get a couple of questions onto him. Again, thanks for Tom for being with us. And I think it's time to go to the results and standings. So let's check. And yep, I think it's the moment to check some of the standings. So as we mentioned before, this event is in the first steps of the event. It started this morning. This is a Spanish CEST time, but at 6 o'clock in the morning there are already games being started in the different groups. This is a worldwide event, so we're having groups and teams playing from all parts of the world. They've been grouped in different round-robin groups based on time schedules, and we've already had 6 or 7 groups finished. So let's go over the groups that are finished, and that way we can see which teams have already qualified for the final stage. So I'm going to go to our results page, and this morning at 6 o'clock with Keti, who is here giving the commentary, we had the groups of the men's open section. In group 1, Mongolia and Philippines were really ahead of the competition and qualified for the next stage. And the United Arab Emirates, who I think are new for this year, came very close. They came in 3rd place. Mongolia usually does a very strong competition each year and has actually won some medals in previous competitions. So Mongolia and Philippines qualified from group 1. In group 2, India streamrolled the competition, scoring nearly all the points, and went through in 1st place, and will be joined by Mongolia 3, another correction facility from Mongolia, who, funnily enough, came in front of Mongolia 2. So we have 2 Mongolia teams in the finals. In group 3, it was a close fight between Romania and Serbia, who both qualified, Romania coming in 1st by tiebreak. Zimbabwe was 3rd and out of contention for the finals. Group 4 saw a very, very, very close fight between Latvia and Malawi. Both teams were qualified for the finals. Serbia, too, came in 3rd place. And Group 5 in the men's section was also tied in 1st place by Bulgaria and Serbia, too. So as we can see, some of the countries have been able to qualify more than one team for the final stage. Group 6 was also very close. Armenia came 1st, followed by Slovenia, and England was a very close 3rd, but will not qualify for the finals. And Group 7, the final group of the day up to now, was won by a very strong team from Georgia, and Croatia came in 2nd place and would also qualify for the finals. Those were the results in the men's section. Whereas in the women's competition, as I mentioned before, there are 3 groups in the women's competition. Women's Group 1 was played this morning. Teams from Philippines, Mongolia, India, Iran, Kazakhstan, many teams from the eastern part of the globe. Philippines went through, won the competition with Mongolia coming in 2nd. If I'm not mistaken, Mongolia was the winner of last year's women's competition. In Group 2 of women, we had the teams from England, Zimbabwe, Romania, Serbia, Ukraine, Georgia, Czech Republic, and Latvia, basically teams in the center hemisphere of the time schedules. And England was the winner of this group and will join Zimbabwe in the finals. Romania came 3rd, tied with Zimbabwe, but outposted because of tiebreak. And we will enjoy the women's 3 group during this afternoon's broadcast. And finally, before we go on to the games of this afternoon, this morning there was Youth 01. Yes, Youth 01. The youth competition is played by correctional facilities for youth, and if I'm not mistaken, we're talking about under 20 participants. So all youth kids who play from special youth facilities. Was won by India 2 with 10 points, followed very closely by Mongolia. In this group, India, Iran, Kazakhstan were left out and failed to qualify. Youth 2 was played by Serbia, Ukraine, Ghana, and Georgia, and Serbia and Ukraine will qualify for the finals. And Youth 3 will be played in this section of the broadcast, basically with teams of the Western Hemisphere, Argentina, Ecuador, Trinidad and Tobago, and a girls team from Argentina. Also, England will be playing in this section. It's still good time for a good tea and chess for the English players. So these are the results from the morning's tournament. And we should also take a look very briefly at the situation of the teams of this afternoon. Now, for the next 4 hours, the games will be played between the groups 8, 9, and 10 of the men's section. We'll also have the women's third group, and we'll finish with also the youth third group of the youth team. Now, which teams we'll be checking on this afternoon? For example, in the group 8 of men, we have 2 teams from USA, Chicago and Kansas, Argentina, El Salvador, Ecuador, Turks and Caicos Islands. They played last year as well, I remember these. The third team from Mexico, and a team from Trinidad and Tobago. We'll also be joined and follow the games of group 9 of men with the Grenada Islands, Saint Lucia Islands, another team from Trinidad and Tobago, Mexico, Colombia, the second Argentina team, El Salvador, and one other team from Kansas, USA. And in group 10, we'll be joined by Jamaica, second team of Trinidad and Tobago, Colombia, Uruguay, first team from Argentina, third team from El Salvador, Mexico, and the second team from Kansas. So we have a good collection of teams from the western part of the hemisphere. In the third group of women, we will be seeing the teams from USA, Chicago, and Kansas have a women's team. Also, Ecuador, El Salvador has 2 teams, 1 and 2. Paraguay, Mexico, and Trinidad and Tobago all field interesting teams of the women's group. And finally, the third youth group has teams from Argentina, Ecuador, England, Trinidad, Tobago, and as I mentioned before, the Argentina youth girls. Okay, so we've gone over the situation of the teams, and I think unless I have any other guests to be interviewed, I think it's about time that we go over the games. Let's see some of the games. I hope everyone is in agreement with this. Let's check on the schedule. And if I'm not wrong, it's time for games. It's game time. So unless we want to go for the video block, can I get confirmation if we're starting with games or video block? Someone from the organization, from our team. Should we go on to games now?
Share your screen, please.
Ninja, should we share screen and go into games? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen now and bring over chess.com scene. And we'll just wait for a moment so my colleagues from the situation can bring up the board. The games have already started, so that's great. As you can all see, we can all see the games of round 1 of Mexico and USA, and I'll quickly bring up a board so they can screenshot one of the boards. I think we'll just leave it with the Mexico-USA team. So let's bring up this board here. And hopefully we can get the screenshots going.
I prepare your board.
Of course, the board is being prepared now. And I have on the board the game, one of the games from the USA-Kansas 3 match. And I decided to bring up this board because it's relatively equal, although, as you can see, the player from USA does have an extra piece. I've highlighted this piece with a red color. So theoretically, he does have the advantage. But as you've probably seen, those of you who've been following the broadcast during the afternoon, these games take a lot of twists and turns. The level of play of many of the inmates is still a beginner intermediate. So even with an extra piece, we'll be seeing some twists and turns. So I wouldn't say that the extra piece would be considered still to be a definitive advantage. And as you can see, black has 2 pawns for the piece. So although the computer says white is doing very well, in practice, this is still quite a tricky situation. Okay, so now I can see the board is on screen. And I understand that as soon as I change to another game, the new board will replace the old board. As you can see, black bringing his rooks over to the queen side. It looks to me that the guy from Kansas wants to break with one of these pawn breaks. Let's see if he prepares this properly. And something very interesting, white had his king on e2, brought his rook out, and then backs down with his king. So he wants to make what we call the artificial castling. He wants to make sure his king is well hidden. And of course, the break came. But I'm going to tell you guys, the Mexico player is going to block with b5, I'm sure. Let's wait for his move, but I think he's going to go for the block. I'd be very surprised if he opens up the position. I'm sure he's going to go for the block. Let's see if I'm right. There he goes. The Mexican inmate knows his stuff. He went for the block because opening up the game would have been better for the rook, which could have come up the board later on. So he goes for the block. Time situation is 6 minutes 57 against 5. And that's fantastic. I can see on the screen, we can see the guys from, I think it's Mexico. Yep, it's the Veracruz, Mexico. They're all 4 of them are there. Of course, their backs are to the camera, which is in agreement with fair play and privacy rules. Yes.
It's Mexico.
Yes, it's the Mexico team. Yes, Veracruz, Mexico. Yes. And yeah, the 4 of them, as you can see, they're really concentrated behind the screens. You have to say, of course, that this is an online tournament, which means players are sitting in front of their computer screens. They are, in principle, not allowed to talk to any of the other players during the games. They also can't talk with their coach. So these are rules they have to obey. And in general, at least from what I saw last year, fair play considerations were very well respected by the players, which is also to be expected, because when we do chess, we try and introduce these ideas. The game is being blocked up. It's all blocked. Now, even though black has an extra, is lacking a piece, I did see last year that inmates like to play for a win, even though they're losing the game. So any master would have kept the position closed, but the aggressive player from Kansas is going to try and break open the position. So that's quite funny. They always play for a win, even if they have a worse position. And I'm actually worried about this guy here. This bishop here on h2 is totally blocked in by the pawns. It's been a voluntary incarceration with the bishop. He really should break free and bring it to g1 and e3. Okay, so now we have also a screen there. I think this must be one of the youth teams, although I'm not completely sure. But I do see younger faces in the camera. If we could know what team this is from, I could go to their game. Let's see if there's any chance of getting the information of which team is on the screen now. Yep. So here we now. This is another situation. This looks like a team from USA. I can't be totally sure, but it looks like it. Also, their backs to the camera, as you can see. These checks are important because these checks allow us to confirm that that the players are playing by themselves with the aid of the computer, obviously. Now, the position opened up. White has captured the pawn, and if these bishops disappear, things are going to look very badly. I think White will put the bishop on d5. That's what he did. And the idea to win this position would be either to get the king to penetrate through here and capture these pawns here, and the bishop should stay around here to control this advance. Let's see if White understands the way to go. To win, he really has to go through to g6. There's no other way. And I do think he'll find this idea at some point. He has to go now. No, he's not going to win with the king on this side, that's for sure. Let's see what happens. Okay, he's going towards the king's side. That's correct. Okay, I think he's a bit worried that if he penetrates, these pawns could go loose, but the bishop should be able to control those pawns, and he should be able to eat these two pawns here. So he's finally found the winning plan. And as soon as those pawns are captured, the white pawns will start advancing. So black is going for counterplay here. This is very intelligent, but it's just too slow. The pawn will get to the queen many moves before black would be able to promote his own pawn. Wow, he got his queen, but now this pawn is dangerously near the end of the line. I wonder if black will use the king and try and push these pawns through now. Let's see what happens now. This is going to be fun. This is going to be very fun. King to d3 now. And c3. Wow, wow, this is taking a turn. This is definitely taking a turn. Now I think it's black is winning. This is unbelievable. White had an extra queen, and now one of these two pawns could easily become a queen. As I said in my introduction, the games are so fun. I think black is going to go for a win now. The game has taken a huge turn. Yep, the game has taken a huge turn. It's unbelievable. Now, one thing that the white player, the player with the white pieces, will definitely learn from this game when he analyzes it with this coach is that if you've got 7 minutes on your clock and you do have a winning position, you have to breathe, take your time, relax, and maybe spend a couple of minutes to find the correct winning plan. Because if not, if you hurry, if you rush, then these things happen now. I think black will capture these two pawns and sacrifice his queen for this pawn here, and then make a new queen. There you go. He's going to first check, and now he'll just put the queen behind. probably sacrifice it at some point. There you go. And now he'll make his own queen. And we have a full game here. Now, as you all know, the main danger in these type of positions is the stalemate. So let's see if black has the adequate technique to force the checkmate without stalemating white's king. That was okay. Queen c2 was mate, but this is also good. He's going to make a new queen. And now he needs to use the two queens to trap the king. Let's see how long he takes to do it. 1, 2, 3. Yes. Well done. Well done, both players. But I have to say that the player here was really fighting well to be able to win this game. So well done there. I think it was Mexico board 3 against Kansas board 2. Sorry, Mexico 3 board 2 against Kansas board 2. Well done. And let's see if we can find another game. So at the moment, Mexico has defeated USA Kansas by 3-1. And we're going to see if there's any other games still being played. So there is a game between Argentina and Turks Caicos Island. On board 4, there's still action here. So Argentina is defeating Turks Island Caicos by 3-0. So they're doing very well, actually. But there is still one game left. Now, here, the player from Turks and Caicos Island is playing with the white pieces, and Argentina is playing with the black pieces. Now, Argentina does have an extra knight on f6, so he does have the piece advantage. But as we saw before, that doesn't really guarantee anything. So let's see how things go here. Careful. This looks like a very dangerous threat. Will white detect this threat? Now he has to be very careful now, very careful. Because queen takes 8. Yes, well done. Well done, the player from Turk and Caicos Island, who saw the threat, brought his queen over to protect, and also attacks the knight. Now these guys have improved from last year. I can already see that this year the players have improved considerably from last year, seeing these attacks and defenses. It was a very good defensive move to bring the queen over to protect the checkmate. Okay, this seems correct. It does weaken the king, and it does allow for some checks, which could be dangerous, but he really wanted to kick back the knight from g4. So I wonder how this is going to pan out. I can see a check on e2 happening. It's been done. And maybe at some point, the knight will jump onto this square here, which is very, very near the king and the rook. So I am slightly worried for Kirk. This is a blunder, because now the queen can capture the rook. This is a blunder, and checkmate will now follow with rook to e1. Yeah, it's unfortunate blunder by Kirk's Turk and Caicos Island inmate. And now rook e1 will be checkmate in 2 moves. And there goes the checkmate. So another decisive result on the board. This was actually a 4-0 result for Argentina. they won on all 4 boards, as far as I can see on the scoreboard. So let's jump over to another game. Let's see which other games are being played. In this group, it seems there's no more. So let's go and see if we can see some other games. Okay. Now I think I need to go back to the previous screenshot to go to group 9. And now I can pick up the games of group 9 have started. There's a match between Grenada and Kansas, and also a match between Argentina and Trinidad Tobago. And also we have in group 10, we have Jamaica against Kansas 2. And I think we're going to stay with Colombia against Salvador. Let's pick up the third game between Colombia and Salvador. There you go. You will see on the screen at some point while I'm changing games, there might be a slight break in the transmission, but we'll be getting the game very, very fast. So this game finished, and we'll see if we can find another game in this group. This is the third group. So what about Mexico against Trinidad Tobago, for example? This is board 2. Round 1, board 2, Mexico, Trinidad Tobago. So at the moment, this is a game. These are 3 board games. So maybe this is the women's group. Let me check this. I'm going to consult to make sure this is correct. I'm checking to find out and make sure this is the group I thought it is, but in any case, we do have Mexico. Okay, so this means they're all 4. So that means that at some point, maybe one game hasn't been able to be started then. Okay, so some haven't started. So that's why we only see less games than necessary. Okay, so this is Mexico against Trinidad Tobago. Why did I bring up this game? Well, I thought it was interesting to get a flavor of all different countries and institutions. The game seems very straightforward for the Mexico player who's playing with white. There's a big time advantage, extra material, but this pawn wants to go to queen, but white was able to stop that. So this was a good move. This king b2 move was very good to stop this pawn from getting to queen. And as I was saying before, with so many pieces and so much advantage, the possibilities for Trinidad and Tobago are very slim in this position. Very, very slim indeed. But as they say, if you resign, you can never win. So you need to fight to the end and see if some opportunity comes about. Doesn't look like it. This rook wants to come here. Okay, this move stops the rook coming in. This is a very good move. I think at some point, white should capture this pawn, get it out of the way, make sure you don't make a mistake and allow the pawn to go in. Okay, so for the rest of the segment, we'll be doing some special browser openings to get the games straight from the browser and not having to switch between the events. Let's see if we can fix that and make the transitions easier. And let's see if White is able to finish off this game in good style. They did capture the pawn, which was very good. And I think at some point, with these two rooks and the knight, there should be a way of forcing a checkmate here somehow. Maybe using this rook here. Not exactly quite sure how to do it. It all depends where the king moves now, because if the king moves to b7, knight to c5 could be a good move. You're going for the repetition. I want to see how this pans out. I think the check should be done with the other rook, here or here. That's a much better move. Yes, rook to d7. Push the king back to the end of the board, and then it's much easier to prepare a checkmate. For example, when the king goes back to here, we can put the rook on a6 and try and go for the checkmate here. This might be a good plan. There you go. I wonder if he's going to find the idea rook to c6 is also a good move. Maybe bringing in the knight here could be a good move. I think White wants to try and get this pawn to queen. Also very sensible. Okay, this will be a blunder, but White carries on with their idea. And of course, if the rook captures, then we capture back and get a queen. Something I also realized last year is that most of the players don't really want to resign. They, for instance, in normal competition, masters would resign here, understanding that they have no chance to win the game. But in inmate competitions, they prefer to fight to the end, also to support the rest of the team who are playing. So I think rook takes rook is going to be the move. And again, the best chance for black now would be to give up the knight and try and find a stalemate. Yep, rook takes knight should be the move now. We have a team underneath. I'm not quite sure which team it is, but they're preparing the games for the next round. As you can see, they're all really invested in the event. There's an English flag there, but maybe it's a team from one of the islands. I'm not quite sure. Maybe someone can confirm. Now, White is having actually some trouble to finish off the game. There are several ways to do checkmate here, but I think White wants to eliminate the knight and then go for the checkmate, which is not such a bad idea. But you have to be careful with stalemates. What is very useful is that this pawn here will allow black to move if there is a stalemate on the board. So black, what should really do is give up the pawn, give up the knight, and then go for the stalemate. But I think the level of the players, they will want to keep the knight and see if there's some possibility to do a checkmate. Yep, and there we have the checkmate. So with this result, the position is won by White, and Mexico is defeating Trinidad and Tobago by 2-1. but there's still one board left, which I think started off a bit late. So let's pick up this game here. All this is the first round of the competition, so we're in for quite a long afternoon. Theoretically, all the games should start at the same time, but in practice, sometimes they can't start at the same time and start a bit later. So this game, for example, started off with good center moves. Actually, quite a decent opening for this level of players. Obviously, the players have been training during the year and have arrived at the competition with quite a good strength. So black has just castled. And this move, queen to e2, suggests to me that white wants to castle on the queen side. Let's see if white decides to do that or prefers the option of kingside castling. Of course, this is a definitive game of the match because Mexico won on board 2. Trinidad and Tobago won on board 3. And Mexico won on board 4. So Mexico is winning 2-1 with this last board to go. And this is a game of, if I'm not mistaken, this must be Group 10. Group 10, the first round of Group 10, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to check this to make sure. But it also could be Group 9. Let's see, it's Mexico 2, yes. So Mexico 2 is in Group 10, yeah. Yeah, this is Group 10. Also, always good to mention the team of arbiters, headed by international arbiter, but from Serbia, my good friend Baralik Nebolcia, who's the main arbiter from Serbia, and he's heading a team of very qualified international arbiters who are controlling all the games, but also they are controlling the fair play conditions, doing some monitoring of the games, the cameras, the rooms, making sure that this is a safe environment and a safe space for all the inmates to play with fair play conditions. This is especially important when we're talking about online competitions. So a salutation to Nebolsa and all the rest of the international arbiters taking part. Without them, this tournament wouldn't be able to come about either. Now, the Mexico, we have some the facilities, the correctional facilities for Mexico are are being taken by the National Chess Federation AC and also the Commissions Estatal del Sistema Penitenciario de Querétaro, which basically means the state penitentiary system commission from the town of Querétaro. Whereas from Trinidad and Tobago, the institution behind this team is the Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service, with the collaboration of the Trinidad and Tobago, also their chess association. So this is a joint venture between the Chess Association and the institution from Trinidad and Tobago. Okay, so white is doing well here. Just captured a piece. There's a check to the king. Let's see where this king will move. Probably to g7. But of course, you never know. Yes. So now the knight is attacked and the rook is attacked. Let's see how white deals with this situation. And while we're still on this board, I do see that some of the games of round 2 are already being prepared, which looks very, very exciting. Oh, this is a very nice move, queen takes pawn, because now the queen is attacking the king x-rayed through the knight, and if this knight moves away, there could be a double check with a checkmate. So this is very, very exciting. Now, I wonder if black captures the rook, if white will play check to kill the queen or check to deliver the mate. This will be very interesting to see. Let's await the decision. Interesting games. I'm actually quite happy because last year it was only the second year, and the level of the inmates in some of the games, you could still notice that they hadn't had enough training. But this year, I mean, at least all the games I've been seeing for now, the level of play is quite reasonable, taking account that many of these players have learned to play inside the prison. It's quite unbelievable. Okay, so results are starting to come in. At some point, the groups will be updated with the results of the rounds. And what did black play in this move? I missed his last move. Okay, so queen takes pawn. He took the rook. So now this move will be a double check. But what did he play? He did the double check. But the king comes out. Very well played. Now, if the queen goes here, the knight is captured. But I wonder if this king can escape back before these pawns have captured the king. So maybe this wasn't the best decision for white. I'm actually thinking that the best decision would have been to play this check, hitting the queen, and if black blocks before we capture the queen, we can check here. And then black would have blocked with the rook, and now we sacrifice our queen and get back this one here and end up with an extra knight. So white did have options, but this variation was not easy at all. So now we're here. I think there was a check. If I'm not mistaken, this is the actual position. The knight went back. It's being attacked with the bishop, and also maybe knight g4 checkmate is being threatened. So let's see how this pans out. Yeah, this is a mistake, and now knight to g4 will be checkmate if he finds it. So the game is just finished, and I think it's time for our first short break. We do have a short break, then we have a block of videos, and then I think we have a new guest. So stay tuned for this first break in agreement with our afternoon schedule, and I'll leave you with a block of videos which will take more or less about 10 minutes, and you can see some interesting and entertaining videos which we are projecting about chess, the Chess for Freedom program in the institutions. When we come back, we'll be with our guest, Mr. Tony Ballard.
Chess for Freedom gave a chance to 4 women from Georgia to be released from the prison before its terms. The Georgian women took part in the competition and became the world chess champions back in 2021. This is a story when one day, one chess project changed the future for the better. Today, these 4 women are living their free lives and holding the meaningful title of World Chess Champions. We had a chance to visit Georgia to interview legendary chess player, 5 times World Women's Chess Champion Nona Gaprindashvili, who is an advocate of social projects for inmates, mainly Chess for Freedom. How important is the project Chess for Freedom for inmates?
I should say it's very important. First of all, chess played a great role for everyone during the pandemic when everything was just shut down. Chess was the only sport where we had all the competitions still happening. Just imagine how important it is for inmates to have an opportunity to be a part of the World Championship. 2 years ago, Georgian women won the championship. It's true that they have not had many years ahead of them in prison, but still, they have been released before their terms. It was surely a great gesture and appreciation. They now have very different lives than in prison. It's certainly important for inmates to have such opportunities, and chess gave them it all. The words you mentioned before, freedom, peace, socialization, that's all what this project brought to the participants. We all celebrated the victory together. I was there to award the women's team. You know, they were extremely happy, totally different people.
Could you remember that moment when Georgian women's team became the world champion?
I had an honor to give them the chess trophy. There were representatives from the Ministry of Justice, also representatives from the Sports Committee. Women have been awarded decent prizes. Later we had some dinner together, and you know, the inmates were very happy. Absolutely different people were standing in front of me. This project is exactly what makes people turn the tables to good instead of bad. That's what happened, as today these 4 ladies have a normal life. This is exactly what I wish for each and every participant of the project. Chess gives these opportunities.
Do you think this title of world champion would help them to socialize after liberation?
Of course, I'm certain these ladies are doing a decent life. They changed. They have already served their terms in prison. Now the World Championship title will help them to feel better.
What would you wish for the participants of Chess for Freedom 2023?
The fact that they are part of the project is already great. Only one team can win, and in total there are only 3 prizes. But the most important is to be the part of the chess event, because chess can change their lives for the better. I wish they also have been released before their terms. This might be a fresh start of new lives for many of them. That's what I wish for them all.
Thank you so much.
We are taking part in every social project, including Chess for Freedom. This is the FIDE project, where in 2021 Georgian women became world champions. After this victory, they got freedom from prison. That directly corresponds to the name of the project, Chess for Freedom. We are hoping our women's team will celebrate another victory and will become world champions again, as we have quite strong players.
How important is this project for inmates in prison, and if chess can help them in a way in the future?
Chess is a very popular sport. I often see young people playing chess online on their phones. People are playing chess everywhere, also in the prisons. Chess is a tool for socialization for inmates. I am certain inmates are playing chess and enjoying the process during their spare time. I hope chess will help them for freedom.
It's a game born over 1,500 years ago. A blend of risk and reward, strategy and skill. But now it's helping more and more players whose lives are far from black and white.
It's good for your mental health. It can be quite a dark place, isn't it? Just behind the door 23.5 hours a day. But I suppose if you've got something to concentrate on and, you know, something like this to come to and focus on, it's a good thing.
HMP Huel is home to more than 1,000 male inmates. The man in charge was keen to add his prison to a growing list of those playing chess.
When the men come into custody, to some extent, you know, they've lost everything. So how do you start to rebuild that? And there's no doubt in my mind that chess can be a part of that. And we've seen so many examples of where the men have just flourished and thrived.
Ralph, how long has this project been running?
So about 2 years now. We've really seen much more chess happening in the prison. During COVID, it was one of the activities that we felt the men could do, despite all the restrictions.
Find it therapeutic, just clears your mind for a bit. Obviously, you have to concentrate on it. Jail, innit? You know what I'm saying? So you obviously haven't been sentenced to anything yet, so you do think about like what's going to happen and that. You know what I mean? It's just it's nice to just get away from that.
Today's teacher is Carl Portman, who is playing 9 men simultaneously. Carl volunteers his time playing in a number of prisons.
Oh, there's a long way to go. I play my best chess when up against it, that's for sure.
One UK charity also runs clubs and say they've seen a big rise in demand. Chess in schools and communities first began organising regular games for just 2 prisons in 2018. The following year this doubled to 4 and then became 10 in 2020. And while their numbers froze during COVID restrictions, this year it has risen again to 16.
I started this about 10 years ago and I just went to the occasional prison here and there. Some people played, some didn't. It's not only blossomed here, but right across the world. There's now a World Online Prison Championship, of which HMP Huel were represented as England.
This annual tournament saw prisoners here playing online, taking on inmates in the Philippines, Mongolia, Ecuador, and 42 other countries around the world. In total, 85 teams entered, more than double the number of the year before. HMP Huel's permission to play was granted by the Ministry of Justice, who say playing chess trains players to think before they act, while providing transferable skills that can help them find a job so they don't commit further crimes when released.
I felt like I was out there living a normal life, like, so apart from these clothes, obviously. But if you lose your way out there, in here doing this, it can make you feel like you're normal, you know, and you're not a criminal.
Matt Graveling, BBC News.
Live. Michael.
And we're back after this small break. You've seen some really encouraging and refreshing videos, and we have a guest. We have a very special person who's joining us now from Kansas. Tony Ballard is a Kansas prison inmate who turned a 25-year sentence into his passion for chess. He used the game to teach other inmates some critical thinking skills and has become the director of prison outreach. Tony partnered with the Gift of Chess, an initiative that is set to distribute 1 million chess sets all over the world. And to date, they've manufactured over 80,000, sending most of them to the African nations. Tony, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to meet you again. We talked to each other last year. 1 year has gone by in our life, also in your prison sentence. Tell me about this year. Tell me about your situation in the prison, your work for the Gift of Chess, your progress with the inmates, with the competition. Give us an update.
Wow. Well, thank you for the intro. I really appreciate it. I don't know where to start except for just I want to thank FIDE Arkady Dvorkovich, Dana Reznick-Sazola, and Cook County. I just want to thank everyone who's put this on for us, inmates across the world, across the globe, so that we can use chess as a cognitive rehabilitation tool, which is something that we are highly invested in here at the Gift of Chess. We have distributed thousands of chessboards globally, right here in America as well as in Africa, to prisoners that can use the chessboard as a cognitive rehabilitation tool. And so for me, in the past year, what we've done right here in Kansas is we've began to implement chess programming that is designed to develop critical thinking skills, decision-making skills, problem-solving skills, as well as abstract thinking skills. All of these skills help those who are incarcerated better their chance of success upon reintegration into society, as well as helping decrease violence, decrease just boredom and other negative behaviors within the prison population. Good news is that I am at the 21st year portion of my sentence, and I will be now transitioning into our work release program here at Wichita Work Release. And that program has allowed me the privilege to work officially with the salary as the director of the Gift of Chess. Wow. So that's a big deal for me. I'll be going out into our community, and I'll be working with other citizens and helping to move the Gift of Chess forward, not only here in the United States, but as well as in Africa and other parts of the world. So yeah, we're happy. Yeah.
Let me just ask you a question. I mean, 21 years of the 25. Did you play chess before you unfortunately went into prison, or did you learn to play inside the prison?
Well, I learned the game of chess outside of prison as a juvenile, and I never took it seriously.
Okay.
It wasn't until I was in segregation that I began to take the game really, really seriously.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I got the chess bug, and it was.
So I mean, as far as I can see from here, from Barcelona, the game has actually changed your life for the better, because now you can. I mean, you're nearly at the end of your period, and you'll be able to go out, and I expect you'll be continuing your passion for chess and your teaching skills outside. Do you have anything set up already? How is this going to work?
So we'll be located at a work share space here in downtown Wichita, where I'll work from that office space, and I'll begin to organize events throughout the United States, as well as in Africa. We have a couple of programs already started in Africa with chess programming based off the curriculum that we have developed here at the Gift of Chess. These are the chess boards that we're able to distribute.
Okay. Are they flexible, or are they?
These are vinyl chess boards.
The vinyl ones, yeah, they're cool.
Vinyl chess boards, very safe in the prison population and the atmosphere. Yes. They pass the security. We also have inch pieces that go along with each chess set. These chess sets are able to change a person's lives for just a little under $5. And so those that are out there that are willing to contribute and help and donate money, we ask you to come on and do that right here at thegiftofchess.org. And for $5, inmate can get this chessboard and begin to develop those same thinking skills like I did. Because Michael, one thing about this is that, I was very impulsive, and I didn't really think, and I didn't know how to think, because I was reactionary. I was just making a move really quickly. But as I began to play chess, I began to learn how to think. And that's what the game does, and that's what we promote here at the Gift of Chess.
Chess has that rare ability that when you do something, you learn very, very quickly the consequences of your action. So to be able to learn to play the game and really fully understand the consequences, it must be able to translate into real life decisions, and maybe even help to lower this. I'm also a very impulsive person, and it also helped me in my own way to sometimes just think a bit more about something that I really want to do. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions about your experience at teaching in the chess and the importance of hosting these tournaments. How many players do you have in the in the facility, in the institution now, in where you are? More or less serious players, not just fun players, serious players. 10, 15, 20?
We have about 10 serious chess players here at this facility.
Okay.
And we are really playing chess probably almost every day.
Every day. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, remind you, this is a transitional facility where most of the residents that are here are transitioning into society.
Okay.
They got one step inside of prison and one step outside of prison.
Okay.
So
Okay.
many of us are still working jobs out in the community, but there are 10 serious chess players at least here in this facility, and we play almost every day.
And most of them have learned to play inside jail, or they were playing before they came in? What percentage would you say is there?
Well, most of the men here have learned how to play the game while incarcerated.
Okay.
Chess, unfortunately, was not promoted as strongly in our community, in our neighborhood, much more like in other neighborhoods. And so once these men come to prison and they find the game of chess, they find it so intriguing, so captivating, and so fun that they get that chess bite that I speak of, and they begin to just get better and better and better. And so for me, Michael, the gift of chess, chess itself has given me a niche in life, a passion in life that has given me meaning, and given me a purpose, and given me something where I can give back after taking for so long.
Yeah, something.
So, I'm so in love with this game of chess, the organization that I'm affiliated with, as well as being able to participate in this Chess for Freedom, promoting chess in prisons around the world.
Are you actually one of the players participating in the tournament, or you're doing more coaching stuff here? Are you one of the players?
I am one of the players. And
how's it going? How's it going?
It's going great. You know me, I'm all for it, and I'm all.
I know.
And I have 8.5 minutes left remaining on my clock.
So you're playing now the game. I mean, now
the game is started. And
the game is started. Wow.
So let me get going. But thanks for having us at the Gift of Chess.
Okay. Let me just
a fantastic event. And once again, for $5, you can get one of these chess sets around the world. Donate, and you can change your life just by creating a cognitive rehabilitation tool to help change lives. Thank you, Michael.
Just give me one more thing. Good luck with your game. Huge ago. I can already sense from about an hour doing commentary that the level of play in general has increased quite a lot from last year, which is something really nice to see. And I'm going to ask FIDE to clip this $5 speech you gave with the board, because I think this could be very valuable for the gift of chess, for people to know there's a website where they can purchase this stuff and really help things going on. Tony, the best of luck for the tournament.
Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Cheers. 7 minutes. Thanks, Pat.
Okay, so that was Tony Ballard. Guys, I mean, outstanding. He was incarcerated for 25 years. He's already done 21. He's on these last stages of his term. He's already in this stage where you can do things outside for the community. And as you all could see, chess has really shaped his life. I mean, it's his main dedication. So when you hear that chess really can change and help someone, this is a real case. And I urge you all, if you can, to go to the website of the Gift for Chess, spend those $5, those $6, purchase one of these sets. I've got one myself. They're really cool because they can roll up. You just put them in the baggage, and when you go and travel, you can iron it to make sure it's always clean. They're really good sets, and they're doing a really great job. So I think we have to go back to the games to see what's happening on the scoreboard. Okay, so yes, Ninja, have you got the board which I'm sharing? Can we start doing a bit of commentating? And I'm going to open up a couple of browsers to make sure there are more. One here. Just give me a second, Ninja. Chess for Freedom Youth. And I'm going to open a new one for Chess for Freedom Women. Okay, so we're actually going to go now to the second round of women. I've opened up 3 browsers on my computer, so this way it's going to be a bit easier for our team of technicians who are doing also a great job helping out with the technical part of the broadcast to get us going. Now, this first game was very fast. I think the white player from Trinidad and Tobago has just fallen into a well-known trap in the Yurosov gambit of the Petrov's defense. I'm actually going to go through the game for you guys. It's only 6 moves, and it's always good to learn a new trap to make sure no one does it to you. So Trinidad played e4. El Salvador played e5. Trinidad brought out his bishop, a very sensible move. This is called the bishop's opening. And El Salvador developed the knight, hitting the pawn on e4. Trinidad developed the knight. I actually prefer to play pawn to d3 here, which is a safer move. But Trinidad went for the aggressive move here. Of course, El Salvador preferred to develop bishop, hit on f2, and maybe at some point castle. And here we get some fireworks. Knight to g5. This is a very typical attack on the f7 pawn. Now, generally, here, black should castle. That would be the safe move. But these guys like to play entertaining chess. And he went for knight takes e4, which is a blunder, but it works out well. It's a blunder because white could have captured the knight or even captured the pawn with check. But instead of doing that, he went for the classical fork, thinking, okay, things are going good for me. I'm going to win the rook or the queen. Little did he know that after queen h4, knight takes rook, it was black who hit back with the classic scholar's mate on f2. So, as you can see, in 6 moves, El Salvador was able to take down the game for El Salvador team. This is the women's team, if I'm not mistaken. We're in the women's group. And I think it's good to, for the next segment, go over some of the women's game. Maybe in some of the boards, the level of play won't be so high. Many of them have started playing this year, but we're in the years of women in chess, and I think it's very important to go over these games and highlight that we have more teams, more groups, and more women inmates playing this year. So hopefully we can get on the screen some of the women's cameras, and if not, at least we can go through some of the games. So let's choose another game from the women's group of round 2. I'm going to check them here and see which one seems more as exciting. And I'm going to bring one up now. Let's look for, that's cool. Now we have on screen. I think this is actually Trinidad and Tobago, because the lady playing with her back to the screen does have a Trinidad and Tobago yellow t-shirt. So that's really cool. So in view of that, I'm going to bring up one of the games of Trinidad and Tobago. It's 1-1 in this match. So I think we should bring up board number 4, which is actually quite exciting. So El Salvador, it may actually be the board. It may actually be the lady who's playing there. because she's still playing her game. And I can't see from here the position on her screen, but it might actually be the game she's playing. But we'll never know, of course. So what do we have here? Okay, the knight was hitting the queen, and so the queen moved away. That's correct. And I think we really should do a count of the points. So let's see. Let's make a small count here. So queen, queen, two rooks, two rooks. We have two bishops against two bishops and two knights against two knights. So material is equal. We have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pawns, and black has 7 pawns. So white does have an extra pawn. Then again, that's just the material side of the position. Black does have a very safe king, whereas white's king is still in the center. Black has just actually recovered the pawn. So I would say that the position should be more or less equal, but if I had to take a side, I might actually go with black here. I might actually go with black because, yeah, my king is safe. A bit more time on the clock. Oh, this must be a blunder. I think she missed that the rook was being attacked by the bishop. So now I have to go with black because of the extra material. Okay, this is going to be checkmate if white sees it. What a huge turn of events. Ah, black was he missed the checkmate. Wow. Oh, blocking, but now he's going to lose the queen. Things are going really, really crazy now, really crazy. El Salvador just won on board 3. So it all comes down to this one. Wow, saw the move. Okay, so they're going to really be heartbroken after this game when they go over the position and see the chances that both players have missed. But okay, white has won the queen, but not yet the game. Not yet the game. I wonder if she'll drop the queen, which is protected by the bishop. So when pieces are so far away, okay, so white is going for this entry here on h7, but it's not checkmate yet. Okay, king escapes, that's good. It's a very sensible move. I think white should try and capture this pawn with the knight, or maybe even put the bishop on a3, hitting the rook. One of these moves could be good. But knowing chess players, the check was what I was most expecting. Players love to give checks. Also, the pawn on c7 could be a weakness. Yeah, this check could be also very good, capturing the rook. I'm enjoying this game. It's quite fun. I think bishop a3 would have been a very good move because all the pieces were aligned on that diagonal. Oh, knight takes pawn would be good now. This would be a good move if she sees it. Oh, with the queen. Now, I think this lady loves to move her queen. I mean, what to do? What to do? Now this is a good attack on this pawn. White does have to be careful. Quite an exciting game. Okay, the level of play is not so high, but there's a lot of good thrusts. Now, bishop to a3 would be very good here. Even better would be to exchange first the knight and then give the check. But for example, check, block, and queen to d7 would be checkmate. This would end the game immediately. But of course, I'm not sure this would be played. Let's get to the real position. Play king to d2, take, and now black is on the counter-attack. King to e1, that's okay. Ooh, this could be checkmate very quickly, but these four pieces at some point could be very dangerous if white makes a mistake. For example, if white plays bishop to d7, this is checkmate for black. So white does have to be slightly careful. For the moment, she took the pawn. Yeah, this is a blunder because the knight can capture. And also, black doesn't seem to find the way to put more pieces pressuring the white king. So I think at some point, this knight's going to fall or this bishop will come out. But as I said before, I mean, anything can happen. This check is very good because when the king goes to f6, this rook can be captured because the blockage of the king in between the two rooks will not allow the rooks to protect themselves. So, yeah. Yeah, things are looking bad now for Trinidad and Tobago. Ah, we have a new photo. I wonder if anyone could give me an idea where these inmates are playing from. In this case, the camera is frontal, so we can actually see their faces, but I can't get a sense of the name of the team. And you can also you can see they're all checking the games that are in play. They shouldn't be talking to each other, but I think it's more a relaxed situation now. Oh, she didn't capture the rook. She's going for the mate. Something like this wants to happen now. But this is definitely not the team of the game we're following now because we're following a board of the teams between El Salvador and Trinidad Tobago. It's a women's group. So this is definitely not the photo of the team. Oh, blocking. But now the queen comes down. Now this is going to be checkmate very soon. King to f2, queen to e5, and the win is over. Okay, so let's change to one of the other groups. This group is finished. And okay, so this is round one of the youth, and not much is happening here. So let's go back to the men's group in our other browser and choose another game. For example, we can choose a game, let's see, a team which we haven't seen yet. For example, in Jamaica, Colombia haven't started. Okay, so they're about to start round 3 in the men's group, but games haven't started yet. They must be waiting from some game of round 2 to finish. So let's go back to the women's group and choose one of the other games. Now here, this one is between USA against USA Chicago with the white pieces against USA Kansas with the black pieces, as far as I can see. And it's not looking very good for USA Kansas because the king, although it's in a stalemate position, there's just too many pawns for it to be stalemate. and black is going for the kill. He's going for a check and maybe a mate here. Yeah, white's doing its best to exchange off all the pawns, but black is going to do checkmate on the next move. Yeah. Well done. Well done by USA Kansas. Maybe this is actually Tony, who had his 8 minutes before. Oh, preparing some special idea. But now he should do mate. If not, the king might escape. Okay, so he has to play king to g3, and we have mate with h4, mate with rook f3, mate with king f3, mate with rook g1, mate with queen f2, and that was checkmate. So, aha. Now this looks like a really cool facility for playing. Yeah, this looks like a... Oh, I can't get the sense of this team where it's from. If I could get a close-up shot of those T-shirts, then I could definitely see that badge, the yellow shield with the. It seems to me that must be one of the islands, but which one? Hard to say. Okay, so let's go to see one other game. All these are round 2 games, and really must be, it's probably, if they're still playing, it must be Kansas or Chicago. Because the rest of the games of the round are finished. Let's go to this board here. This is the second board. USA Kansas against USA Chicago. Okay, so he's going to capture the pawn now. Oh, that's a weird move. It's a very weird move because now the pawn can advance. And if he sees the advance of the pawn, white could just lose now. I think he's made a big mistake. The mistake has been made. Yeah, that's a big mistake, a huge mistake. Because now, if he captures the rook with the pawn, if he captures the pawn with the rook, king takes, and we have an extra rook. And if not, the pawn gets to queen. In either of the cases, we'll need to see if black has the technique to deliver the rook plus king checkmate. It'll be a good moment to see the skills of the player with black. Okay, so now king. Now we'll see. So as you all know, there is a rule in chess, which is the 50-move rule. When the king is by itself and there's no other material, the opposing side has 50 moves to deliver checkmate. If he's not able to deliver checkmate in 50 moves, then the game is declared a draw. So counting now, we have 50 moves. They're exactly now on move 53. So if the position gets to 103 with no checkmate, then the game will be declared a draw by the computer. And for the moment, things don't look too good. These checks don't really achieve much. Definitely staying here, because this is going to be a good fun to see if he's able to do the checkmate. So as you can see here on the screen, there's another team there. Not quite sure which team it is, but they have quite a cool setup. There's 8 players, 4 and 4, each playing with their own screen. And this really gives a sense of community because each of them is playing their game with their own computer against other inmates from other facilities. But yeah, it gives a good sense of community, this. I'm wondering if the player with the black pieces is unsure of how to give this mate, because normally you take your rook quite far away. I'm going to show you guys how you should finish this, okay? We would do this, check, push the king back, and progress with our king. And then if need be, we waste a move until the 2 kings are in front of each other, and we just keep pushing him to the side of the board until at some point we do the checkmate. This is the technique. Now, to do that, you need to put your rook far away, and the kings need to be in front of each other. And this is just, I'm just not seeing this. But okay, maybe if he keeps the king cut off on this rank here, at some point he can bring the king in front and then do checkmate. So let's see. It might work out as well. Okay, this is decent. He's trying to put the king in front of the other king. That's okay. Okay, now, of course, he can't do checkmate, but he can move the rook far away onto one of the 2 sides and then wait for a good opportunity to checkmate. But if he goes back, that would sort of give me the sense that he's not sure how to do it. Yep, that's okay. Now the king should go towards the rook. It's always the best chance. Kansas is taking his time, thinking carefully what to do. He went the other way. Of course, if the king goes forward, then the king comes out. So this is the moment when we just lose the tempo. We just move the rook 1 square and wait for the king to come back, and then we do checkmate. Let's see if Kansas understands this. Oh, Chicago has to understand this. We put the king in front, but now the king moves away. Many a game between kids has finished like this. Back and forth, back and forth. Which, by the way, is also a draw. Okay, let's see. If the king goes back, this will be checkmate. Okay, king to e1. Now the black king should follow. Let's see if it follows along. This is the move I would expect here. Okay. This one will continue running away. And now black should continue. Okay. Now I think he's got the idea. Yeah. Now it's clear. At some point, the king will have to come back. And now, checkmate. Come on. Come on, Chicago. Show us your skills here. Nice. It took a while to get the bearings, but when he finally got it, the job was done. Very good. Okay, so let's go and find another game. Okay, this was, oh, some of the games are round 4 already been finished. So I think it's still early to check the scoring boards. I'm just going to check them myself to see what's happening on the scoring boards. Yeah, it's still too early because some of the groups only have 1 or 2 rounds. And how the women's doing? Women's 2 rounds already in the books. And youth only 2 games played for the moment. So youth is taking a bit of a while. Okay. So let's jump over to the okay, let's stay here for a moment, see if there's any other games. No other games. So let's jump over to the men's group. Nothing happening in the youth group. And yeah, the men's group, we could check on one of the games between Mexico and Uruguay. Or maybe Argentina, El Salvador. What's happening here? Now, can 4 pawns defeat a bishop? It's a good question. Very good question. Will El Salvador save the day here for their team, getting a queen because the bishop can't control so many pawns? Let's see. Okay, one has been eliminated, but the bishop will die. And now this pawn will get to queen. Okay, let's see what's going to happen now. This pawn will get to queen as well. So before we saw the technique of rook and king against king, and now we're going to see the technique of queen. Now this is easier, but it's more tricky because of the stalemates. And now this would be checkmate. There you go. Well done, Salvador. Well done, El Salvador. Very well done. So let's pick up another game from this match. Oh, this one looks fun. This is board 1 of Trinidad Tobago against USA Kansas. So let's see what's happening here. Ooh. Extra bishop, okay, but 2 passed pawns. It looks like black is doing okay here. Capture is possible. And then these pawns will be very strong. So this move by black, this last move was very good. We tried to eliminate the rook, which is stopping the pawns advancing. Very well played. Also, if in the case of an exchange, there could be a checkmate on this square here. So this is very smart by black. Very smart indeed. Now careful, because there's a mate here. Ah, he prefers to get another queen. Also very sensible. While I'm looking at this game, I'm also checking other games. Let's see if anything interesting is happening. Because this one is basically done. This one is interesting. El Salvador, Argentina. Because, again, we have this typical case of the king and the pawn. Will the queen sacrifice for the pawn and then promote this one? What will happen here? No one likes to give up the queen. Yeah, but I think it's going to have to do it. Okay, that sounds sensible. Move the king away, advance this pawn, and sacrifice the queen for this one here. Yeah, well done. And now gets another queen. Well done. Yeah, Salvador, guys, playing very well. But now it's queen against 2 pawns. What will happen now? Well played. Bring the king back. Bring the king back here, and then gradually bring the queen, do a few checks, capture one of the pawns, and the game will be near to the end. Let's see the technique of Salvador Guy. Queen f5 check. King has to go to the corner. Nice, well played. Now, nearly stalemate, but he still can move this pawn. Yeah. Argentina decided to resign because of lack of material. Okay, so let's stay here and go and see the last board of Jamaica, Colombia. Now, in this match, Colombia is winning 3-0. So Jamaica, with the white pieces, is on the last chance to score the point for Jamaica team, because they're losing 3-0 now. Queen e3. This is a good move. In principle, trying to exchange the queens is good for the interests of the white player. Black shouldn't change queens. He probably should just move the queen away. There you go. Queen h4 check. King g1 or king g2. Now, one plan could be to try and bring the queen in here with check, and then get the rook here. Oh, queen e5 is very good now. Very well played. Well done, Jamaica. Swap off the queen, and that way we can activate the rook and bring the king in to use the king without fearing any checkmates by the black queen. Very well played. Well played. Take with the pawn. Well played. Excellent technique. King f2. Don't sacrifice the rook. Well done. Let's try and get the rook in here and bring the king up. Rook here for the check could be good. Rook here for the check could be good as well. Here we have another scene of the 4 players playing from a room with the computers and some huge chess pieces in front. Yeah, it seems to me that white is having trouble finding the plan to win. It's not easy. Chess is never easy. Let's stay with this game. We'll probably take a small break afterwards, but this game is actually quite interesting, and I don't think it will take too long to finish. And what I'm trying to think is, will white sacrifice the rook for this pawn? Because if not, at some point I'm seeing this king coming in here and creating havoc. So anything can happen here. Of course, as I said before, Colombia is winning 3-0. So I don't think there's any risk. No, the match is won for Colombia. But even so, with an extra rook, one would expect that Jamaica should win this game, but it's not easy at all. Now the rook can come here and attack both of these two pawns. Okay, so rook to c5 now. Okay, this pawn must advance. Pawn takes pawn will be the move, and probably the rook will put himself behind the b pawn and capture it. Now things are looking better. If he gets rid of those pawns, the opportunity to win is much bigger now. Oh, this is a weird one. I wasn't expecting that. I wonder why he didn't go behind. I think the black wants to try and defend the pawn with the bishop. Putting the bishop here defends both of the pawns. It's an interesting idea. Shouldn't work. And that's why I think it would be better to put the rook here. Because if then black comes back to defend the two pawns, we can capture the pawn on d5, which is out of bounds. But he didn't. He played here. Okay, but now I think you can capture this pawn now. Yeah, this is a mistake. Oh, this one? Why would you do that? Now it's under attack. You need to protect. I wonder if this will end in a draw. There's so many mistakes. Let me check the schedule to make sure everything is under control. So we'll be doing a break soon with some videos when this game finishes, and then later on we have a very special guest. Yeah, still some time left for the guest. A high official from the Mexico institution. I think the Jamaica player is actually thinking to himself, how did I get into this mess? I had such a good position before. Okay, just abandon hope for this pawn. Pick up this one. Bring your king towards. And then go around the back. This is the way to progress. And then you capture the pawn. You need to use this technique of using your king to push the other king. It's a technique in chess called shouldering, which means to put your shoulder, as we put our shoulder in real life, to sort of put ourselves in the middle and push someone towards the other side. It's called shouldering technique. So let's see what he does. Okay. Okay, well, his technique was also quite good. but I think it's more based on the mistakes of the other player. And again, we have this ending. Let's see how it does. Okay. Okay. Okay, he's using the other technique, which is called the rectangle technique. And now he will mate with rook here as soon as the king moves. Well done, Jamaica. Well done. Okay, so we're more or less halfway through the broadcast. Now we're going to go for a break and put a block of videos. And when we come back, we'll go over and summarize the situation of the tournaments, see a few more games, and then we'll go for our final interview. So, Ninja, a break whenever you can.
Inmates call me Dr. K. I'm teaching chess in the Cook County Department of Correction. We currently have over 150 inmates on a weekly basis taking the chess classes, and almost in every single division in Department of Correction. We started the chess program at Cook County Department of Correction in 2012 to bring a different way of thinking to a group of inmates.
Playing chess teaches you different strategies to be more patient. It's complex, but it all plays a part with the way of life.
Every time I play, I learn something new. And I think the chess class here in Cook County that Dr. K has going is something very good for the detainees that's here.
It's a strategy game that I would have never learned in the world. It would have took me some time to sit down and just be patient, and I ain't had that at first. So sitting here in these classes that they have is actually helping us with ourselves.
We also introduced the online chess play right from the jail. Inmates are able to play online with any other people around the world. The latest addition to the program is family online matches. Inmates can correspond with their own families, with their own kids. And the idea is that through the chess, they can redevelop their own connections with families.
I had time to interact and connect with my family.
I'm able to play online with my kids. I'm able to learn new moves from other opponents that's sitting around me. I'm able to pick up new strategies that I can maybe basically put into my lifespan.
They enjoy this time. Those 2 hours that they play, they talk about different issues, they talk about their everyday life, and they use chess as a tool.
I play my kids online once a month, and I'm able to see my wife and my kids. My wife brings all my kids for me to play. It's actually helping me think a lot, you know. It's operating my brain, a part of my brain that I wasn't using.
Most of the kids have never played chess before. It's my job to teach them, and then I give them to their dads, and their dads teach them about both the game, and they teach them things about life, how chess impacts their life, how to think forward, and think ahead of the game.
It feels nice to play with my dad in type of games like this.
I love chess. This is fun to do.
I'm trying to teach inmates when they play chess, they all should be looking for themselves like kings. They're making decisions like kings. They should be feeling like kings during the chess game. And the most important, everyone should feel, I can win. I can be a winner today.
I want to thank Chef Dart for putting the program together, making it accessible for us, allowing us to have it, for the vision he had, the thought, consideration. Thanks.
Mitt navn Nils Leil Finstad. Jeg fengselsleder i Oslo fengsel. Et fengsel med høyt sikkerhetsnivå som ligger midt i Oslo på Grønland. Norges Sjakkforbund hadde vel en slags lansering, hvor da prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn ble presentert. Og vi ønsket å delta på dette, og ble veldig inspirert og motivert til å dra sjakk lenger i Oslo fengsel, fra at det ble spilt på ulike avdelinger, til å gjøre det til noe større, og sette det litt mer i system, da. For vi har sett at det er populært, veldig populært. Sjakk er et godt virkemiddel til å starte en dialog, for eksempel, mellom ansatte og innsatte, eller mellom innsatte. Det kan være at sjakk kan være en innfallsport til en god samtale.
Det er ganske mange som spiller sjakk, da. Og det kommer nye spillere hele tiden. Det er det som er også gøy, å spille sjakk i fengsel. Nye innsatte, nye spillere.
Jeg spiller ikke så mye ute, men det er noe som blomstrer inne. Egentlig spiller kanskje 4-5 partier om dagen.
Nå er vi i arbeidsdriften i Oslo fengsel, primært trevareproduksjon. Det lages veldig mye forskjellig, også sjakkbord. Det ene står her. I tillegg så har vi ganske nylig laget litt sånn prototyp på et litt annet type sjakkbrett, litt mer eksklusivt i mahogni. Det er mange muligheter i Oslo fengsel for produksjon. Det har vel kanskje fått litt ekstra vind i seilene nå. Dette har vi gjort en stund, i hvert fall disse sjakkbordene og brett. Men igjen, prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn har trigget oss på flere måter, også her i arbeidsdriften.
Man føler seg at man er ikke i fengsel, da, faktisk. Og tiden går veldig fort når man er i et sjakkspill. Ja.
Always excited to see you guys out here playing chess and loving the game of chess.
Like most players, the first time Tony Ballard picked up the game of chess was as a youngster.
I got what they call a chess bite, where you just fall in love with the game of chess. You think about it all day, every day. You can't wait to get back to the game and play.
The next time he seriously picked up the game, he was in the El Dorado Correctional Facility.
And so we'd yell across the run, and I would lose a lot. And being competitive, I hated losing. So what I did was I secretly started going to the library or checking out library books, learning strategies, middle game, opening, end game strategies, and I was applying that to my opponents over the chessboard, unbeknownst to them. And there was a gentleman that he was my nemesis when it comes to